Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Electric Gym. It was 6 in the evening and the group sat together eating dinner. Brock checked the map, estimating that they were about 3 hours from Vermilion. Not wanting to walk for 3 more hours in the dark, they decided to resume their journey early the next morning. Sitting next to Brock's new Krabby, who Ash had discovered was named Neptune, Aiden watched his trainer a little worriedly. Ash had seemed a little antsy all day, though he had tried his best to hide it. Maybe he was just nervous about the gym battle the next day. 2 days ago, Ash, Kiera, Trevor, Judy, Venom, and Aiden had discussed who was going to face Lieutenant Surge's Raichu at the Vermilion Gym, and Aiden had been chosen. He was the only one who could fight from a distance without making contact, and no one knew if Raichu had static, an electric-type ability that could paralyze the opponent if physical contact was made during a battle. Ash had worked with Aiden, helping him boost his attack and speed. Aiden had also learned 3 new moves: Fire Fang, Flame Burst, and Metal Claw. The little Charmander was very excited about his first big gym battle the next day, but also a little nervous. He hoped he would do well. He wanted to make Ash proud. But something more seemed to be wrong with Ash than simple nervousness. Ash was picking at his food, a sure sign that something was wrong, as Ash normally had a huge appetite. Aiden noticed that Ash's other Pokémon, as well as Brock and Misty, seemed concerned as well. "Hey Ash, you okay?" Aiden asked. "Huh? Oh yeah, I'm fine, Aiden. Just thinking about the gym battle tomorrow." Ash replied, sounding a little distracted. Trevor and Kiera exchanged a concerned glance, making Aiden even more confused. They finished dinner and Ash and Misty helped Brock clean up. Aiden went over to Kiera. "Is Ash okay? He seems really anxious about something and I don't think it's just the gym." Kiera sighed. "You're right, Aiden. It's not just the gym. Come with me, I need to tell you something." "I can't believe it." Aiden murmured after Kiera told him the story. "That's awful. Why would his own starter do that to him?" Kiera sighed and shook her head. "I don't know." She glanced over at her trainer, who was setting out his sleeping bag. "I'm worried tomorrow is going to be tough for Ash, having to face the evolved form of the Pokémon that hurt him." Aiden nodded, understanding what Ash was going through. He didn't know what he'd do if he ever had to face Damien again. "I'll do my absolute best for him in the battle tomorrow." Kiera gave him the Spearow version of a smile. "I know you will." Aiden smiled back and they both went to rejoin their trainer. Later that night, Ash lay awake, finding it impossible to fall asleep. He was just too worried about the gym battle tomorrow. "I'm being an idiot," he berated himself. "Lieutenant Surge's Raichu is not Pikachu and wouldn't do to Aiden what Pikachu did to me, right?" Involuntarily, his mind flashed back to Pikachu's betrayal and the pain and terror he had felt, and he shuddered. "Stop being such a coward," he yelled at himself. "It's been months, I should be over this by now. What type of Pokémon trainer is afraid of a stupid gym battle? I have to keep my head. I can't fail Aiden out there." He tossed and turned, trying to get to sleep. "You okay, Ash?" Kiera asked suddenly, startling him. Ash nodded. "Just a little nervous about the gym battle," he confessed. "I'm sorry I woke you, Kiera." He kept his voice low, trying not to wake the others. "I wasn't asleep," she reassured him. "And try not to worry so much about the battle. Everything will be okay. You'll do great and we'll be right there with you." She cuddled closer to Ash, careful not to push any of the other Pokémon sleeping around him out of their places. Her pep talk made Ash feel a little better. "Thanks," he whispered, snuggling into her side. A few minutes later, he fell asleep. "We're finally here." Misty cheered, relieved that they were finally out of the wilderness. "I can't wait to take a bubble bath. We'd better hit the laundromat as well," Brock suggested. I want to get my team healed before the gym battle too. Ash added. They went into the Pokémon Center where they handed their teams over to Nurse Joy to be healed. As they waited, Ash took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his anxiety. He couldn't go to the gym a nervous wreck. You okay, Ash? Misty asked. Ash nodded. Yeah. Brock and Misty looked at each other. They could tell Ash wasn't being entirely truthful, but they let it go. 15 minutes later, their call button dinged and the group picked up their teams. Ash released Trevor, Aiden, and Judy. You ready for the gym, Aiden? Ash asked. Aiden nodded. Then let's go. Ash said, trying to sound cheerful. He knew Aiden was excited for his first big gym battle and didn't want to ruin it for him with his nervousness over nothing. As they headed towards the entrance, a young boy came running in carrying a badly shocked Pidgey. You'll be alright, Pidgey, he told his Pidgey before running over to Nurse Joy. Pidgey needs help. Why would you use a flying type at an electric gym? Trevor wondered. That's just bad strategy. Then he looked at Ash and noticed that Ash had gone pale as a ghost. Judy squeezed Ash's hand, trying to get him to relax. Aiden noticed too. Don't worry, Ash. That's not going to happen to me, because we're gonna win, he told his trainer, trying to sound more confident than he felt. He wanted to show his best side to Ash. Ash forced himself to relax a bit and gave Aiden a nod and a smile. The group left the Pokémon Center and walked over to the gym, a tall, imposing green building with lightning bolts painted on it. Ash knocked on the double doors and they creaked open. The group walked in to find two trainers, a brown-haired young woman and a black-haired man with a buzz cut, both wearing military clothing. Hello. Ash said politely. I'm here to challenge Lieutenant Surge for the Thunder Badge. The male trainer smirked. Hey, boss, your next victim's here. Which one? A booming voice asked and an extremely tall, muscular man with spiky blonde hair stepped out of the shadows. Brock gasped. Whoa. He's huge. Is he the gym leader you have to beat? Misty asked Ash. Ash nodded. Yes. That's Lieutenant Surge. Welcome to Vermilion Gym. Lieutenant Surge boomed. Now which of you unlucky souls is my challenger? Me, sir. Ash said in a quiet voice. Lieutenant Surge looked down at his clearly nervous challenger. Speak up, kid. Your voice is tinier than your Charmander. Both Ash and Aiden glared at him. I want to challenge you for the Thunder Badge. Ash told him. Lieutenant Surge smirked. It's working. He's going from nervous to riled up. Now it will be a real fight. You sure you want to do that? I'm not sure you have the guts. Maybe you should just surrender now. Never. Ash said angrily. Lieutenant Surge smirked again, and Ash swore he saw an approving glint in his eye. Then let's get started. They stepped onto the battlefield. Trevor glared at Lieutenant Surge. That guy's a JRK, he told Judy as they walked to the bleachers with Brock and Misty. Judy studied Lieutenant Surge. Actually, he's not. He's helping Ash. Trevor stared at her incredulously. Huh. He's using the old, break you down to build you up, technique. He's deliberately making Ash angry so Ash will snap out of his nervousness. He's daring Ash to prove him wrong and it's working. How do you? Trevor started, but Judy cut him off. An older man key in my colony always used it to get our younger members into the fighting spirit. Now, shush. The battle's about to start. Go, Raichu. Lieutenant Surge yelled, throwing a pokeball. The orange mouse Pokémon appeared, smirking at his opponents. Aiden, I choose you. Ash told his Charmander, doing his best to hide his nervousness from Lieutenant Surge. Aiden stepped forward. The Pokémon battle will now begin, a voice announced over the loudspeaker. Only one Pokémon may be used and no items allowed. The gym leader, Lieutenant Surge, has chosen Raichu. The challenger, Ash, is using Charmander. No time limit. Let the match begin. Aiden, flamethrower. Ash ordered. The flamethrower struck Raichu and Lieutenant Surge was surprised to see it actually did some damage. Raichu, show them true power. Lieutenant Surge yelled. Use Thundershock. Raichu shot off a Thundershock, much more powerful than anything Ash's former Pikachu had done. Dodge it, Aiden. Ash called. Aiden got out of the way by inches. Now use flamethrower again. Another flamethrower hit Raichu before it could dodge. Lieutenant Surge growled. Okay, no more kid stuff. Raichu, Thunderbolt. Ash knew Aiden couldn't dodge the attack in time. Counter with flamethrower. The two attacks connected and cancelled each other out, causing a small explosion and sending both Pokémon flying backwards. You okay, Aiden? Ash called out in concern. Getting up, Aiden nodded. Raichu got up as well. Raichu, Mega Kick. Lieutenant Surge ordered. Raichu ran at Aiden, Mega Kick at the ready. Ash had an idea. Wait for it. Despite have no clue what his trainer was up to, Aiden obeyed. Just as Raichu was about to reach Aiden, Ash yelled, sidestep, now. Aiden got out of the way just in time, and Raichu, who had been about to kick him, got off balance. Flame burst. Ash called. A ball of fire shot out of Aiden's mouth, striking Raichu. Not bad, kid. Lieutenant Surge admitted. He had gotten cocky and clearly underestimated his opponent. He would not make that mistake again. Raichu was panting and a few more good hits could take him out. They had to slow Charmander down. Raichu. Thunder Wave. Dodge it, Aiden. Ash called frantically. If that move hit Aiden, he'd be paralyzed. Aiden tried to dodge, but couldn't completely get out of the way of the widespread wave of electricity in time. He felt his muscles begin to stiffen. Misty gasped. Oh no. Aiden's been paralyzed. Aiden. Ash cried. Should he surrender the match? If Aiden couldn't move, he couldn't defend himself. Aiden forced himself to get up, fighting the growing stiffness in his muscles. I'm fine, Ash. Raichu, Mega Punch. Lieutenant Surge shouted. Dodge it, Aiden. Ash called. Aiden got out of the way, but barely. Now use flamethrower. Aiden tried, but the paralysis took over and he collapsed, unable to move. I'm sorry, Ash. Aiden thought miserably, upset that he hadn't dodged that thunder wave in time. Lieutenant Surge smirked. Now finish it off with thunder. Seeing Aiden lying helpless on the ground, about to be struck by Raichu's most powerful attack, sent Ash into a state of complete terror. No, he screamed, starting to run over to protect Aiden. Judy vaulted over the bleachers and grabbed Ash's arm, afraid that he would try to jump in front of Aiden and into the path of Raichu's thunder. Trevor ran down the steps, rushing up to Ash and Judy. Raichu powered down his attack. Kid, I could have fried you. What the heck were you thinking? Ash struggled against Judy, not even registering her presence in his fear. Stop. I surrender. Just don't hurt Aiden anymore, Pikachu. Ash's friends and Pokémon, including Aiden, looked at Ash in shock and worry, and Lieutenant Surge and Raichu looked at each other, then at Ash, in complete confusion. What had freaked their young challenger out so much, and why had he called Raichu a Pikachu? Ash snapped out his panic. Looking around, he saw everyone staring at him in shock and he realized what he had said and done. Looking down in shame, he recalled Aiden. I'm sorry. He murmured before running off. Judy and Trevor snapped out of their own shock and ran after him. Ash. Lieutenant Surge turned to Brock and Misty. What's with? But they were already running out the door. Ash ran all the way to the Pokémon Center without stopping. "Nurse Joy, please heal my Charmander," he gasped, trying to catch his breath. He was paralyzed. "Right away," she said, taking Aiden's Pokeball. "Don't worry, hon, he'll be just fine," she reassured Ash, seeing his pale, frightened face. Ash sighed in relief. "Thank you." He took the call button she handed him and walked into the boys' changing room, trying to get his emotions under control without anyone seeing him. Sitting down on a bench, Ash took a few deep breaths, his body shaking. He couldn't believe how he had acted out there. He had freaked out and completely failed Aiden. What kind of Pokémon trainer was he? Another wave of fear overcame him. What if his Pokémon didn't want him anymore after seeing how pathetic he had been? He curled up his legs, wrapping his arms around his knees, his shaking getting worse. "I have to be better than this. I have to be or I'll lose them. I need to be the trainer they deserve," he muttered to himself. Trevor and Judy rushed out of Vermilion Gym, looking desperately for Ash. "I don't see him," Judy said worriedly. "Let's check the Pokémon Center," Trevor suggested. That's the first place he'd go. They ran to the Pokémon Center, and Judy pushed open the double doors. "Ash?" she called. She didn't see him in the lobby and he wasn't at the front desk. The double doors opened again and Brock and Misty rushed in. "Nurse Joy, did a boy with black hair and a Pokémon League hat come in?" Misty asked. "Yes, one did just a few minutes ago," Nurse Joy replied. "Are you his friends?" Brock nodded. "Yes, we are." He went into the boys' changing room connected to the showers. Nurse Joy told him, motioning towards the door. He seemed pretty shaken up. Judy and Trevor ran over to the door Nurse Joy had motioned to, and Judy pushed it open. Looking inside, they saw Ash on one of the benches, arms wrapped around his knees, and shaking like a leaf. He didn't even seem to realize they were there. "Ash?" Judy said softly, going up to him and touching his arm. Ash flinched for a second, then looked at them, his eyes frightened and haunted. Judy climbed on the bench and hugged him tightly. "It's okay, Ash. We're here." Trevor snuggled up on Ash's other side and Ash slowly began to relax, wrapping an arm around Judy and petting Trevor. Brock quietly opened the door and peeked in, then closed it again. Misty gave him a questioning look. "He needs to be with just his Pokémon right now. They can help him more than we can," he explained quietly. When the stress of trying to be a father and a mother to his 10 siblings had been too much, he had done the same thing, sitting and talking to Onyx and Geodude, pouring out his fear, anger, and hurt and being comforted by their strong, steady presence. Brock and Misty took a seat in the lobby and waited for Ash to come out. After a few more minutes of soaking in his Pokémon's comfort, Ash spoke. "I'm really sorry about this," he murmured. "You have nothing to be sorry for," Judy said firmly. Trevor nodded. Ash was about to reply but the call button rang. "Looks like Aiden's done. Let's go pick him up." He looked down at Trevor and Judy gratefully. "Thank you. Anytime," Trevor replied and Judy squeezed Ash's hand. As Ash walked out of the changing room, he saw Brock and Misty waiting in the lobby outside. "Are you okay, Ash?" Misty asked. Ash nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine now." He was still worried that Aiden would be upset at him over the loss, but he didn't want to worry Misty or for her to pity him. He was embarrassed and ashamed enough over what happened in the gym. Ash went up to the front desk and Nurse Joy handed him Aiden's Pokeball. "Your Charmander's doing just fine," she told him. Ash thanked her, then went over to a quiet corner of the Pokémon Center and let Aiden out. Judy and Trevor waited with Misty and Brock, guessing that Ash wanted to talk with Aiden privately. Aiden and Ash looked at each other for a minute before blurting out, "I'm sorry," at the same time. They then stared at each other in confusion before asking, "Wait, what are you sorry for?" "I didn't dodge that thunder wave in time." Aiden said. I should have been faster. Aiden, it's not your fault. Ash told him. Thunder Wave is a widespread move and incredibly hard to dodge. I should have thought of some way to counteract it. Ash looked at the ground. I'm sorry, Aiden. I should have kept my head out there. I shouldn't have been such a coward. Aiden swatted him in the arm, cutting him off. Ash looked at him in surprise with a tiny hint of fear in his eyes. Aiden realized something. He's as afraid of abandonment as I am. All that time Aiden had been worried Ash would be angry at him over losing the battle. Ash had been worried about the same thing, that Aiden would be angry at him. Stop it. You are being way too harsh on yourself. Aiden scolded. You keep telling me not to be so hard on myself, now you have to take your own advice. Ash gave him a small nod, relaxing a little now that he knew Aiden wasn't mad. Aiden, about what happened out there, there's something I haven't told you. Aiden interrupted him. Ash, if you're talking about Pikachu, I already know. Kiera told me last night. He took Ash's hand with both his tiny paws. Ash, I understand. I know what it's like to be abandoned, remember? You were there for me. I will always be there for you. Ash smiled softly. Thanks. Later that day, Brock was carrying groceries back to the Pokémon Center when he suddenly collided with someone. Oof. Sorry about that. That's okay, the person said. Looking up, Brock saw that it was Lieutenant Surge, his Raichu beside him. Hey, you're that friend of the kid who challenged me today. What happened with him? He acted like my Raichu was going to kill his Charmander or something. Ash had a really bad experience with a Pikachu. Brock told him. That does explain things. Lieutenant Surge muttered. I might be able to help him. What happened? Did it shock him or that little starter of his? Brock studied him for a few seconds, trying to see if he could be trusted. Finally, he decided he could. Aiden, his Charmander, wasn't his starter. That Pikachu was. And it absolutely hated humans, well, hated everyone. Ash saved a wild Pokémon that he had befriended from it, and it turned on him, hurt him pretty bad. Thankfully the Pokémon he saved called her colony and they saved his life, or Ash might have died that day. Lieutenant Surge's eyes were wide. No wonder he reacted the way he did. Kid's a fighter though. Some would have just given up after something like that. He looked at Brock. Where is he? I'll talk to him. In the Pokémon Center. Brock answered. The two stepped through the double doors and Lieutenant Surge noticed the raven-haired kid sitting in the lobby, talking quietly to his Charmander, Rattata, and Mankey. As soon as Ash spotted him though, he stopped talking to his Pokémon and stood up, eyeing them nervously. Hello, kid. Lieutenant Surge greeted him. Hello, sir. Ash replied respectfully, though his posture was tense and his eyes never left Raichu. Did you need something? I would like to talk to you for a few minutes. Can you come with me to the gym? Lieutenant Surge asked. Unsure, Ash looked first at his Pokémon, then at Brock and Misty. Misty looked confused, but Brock whispered something to her, then both nodded to him. Still confused about what was going on, Ash gave Lieutenant Surge a nod and followed him out of the Pokémon Center, Aiden, Trevor, and Judy right beside him. Lieutenant Surge led Ash to his private office and gestured for Ash to take a seat. Nervously, Ash did, and Trevor and Aiden jumped on his lap while Judy sat on a chair beside him. Kid, about our battle today. Lieutenant Surge started, sitting down on his own seat as Raichu. Lay down beside him. I know I acted like a coward. You don't have to tell me that. Ash said defensively, thinking Lieutenant Surge was going to taunt him. Kid, even though you were scared, you were more afraid for your Charmander than yourself to the point where I thought you were going to dive in front of Raichu's thunder to protect him. That wasn't cowardly. It certainly wouldn't have been very smart, but it wasn't cowardly. Lieutenant Surge replied. Then he let out a laugh. But then again, I've done crazy stuff like that during my days in the army too, so I'm not one to talk about smart. Rachel nodded, remembering the time that Lieutenant Surge, then Private Surge, had leapt on top of a dummy grenade that one of the sergeants had suddenly thrown at them and screamed at Rachel and his comrades to run, thinking the grenade was live. After the commanding officer had told him the grenade was not live and it had been a test, Surge had been embarrassed, but they were impressed. Rachel had hugged Surge, then gave him a thundershock for scaring him. Your buddy told me about what your starter did. Lieutenant Surge added. Ash stiffened. Don't get angry at him, he wanted to help you and he only told me after I asked. I'm not. Ash said. And I'm going to say it again, son, you're not a coward just because you were scared. Everyone's afraid of something. Lieutenant Surge continued. You're not. Ash blurted out. Lieutenant Surge stared at him, then burst out laughing. Kid, only a fool fears nothing. I have been through many battles and a lot of dangerous missions, and I can tell you, most of the time I was scared out of my wits. I would have been stupid not to be. But do you want to know why I fought in the army, even though it was dangerous, even though I was afraid? Ash nodded. As a wise man once said, courage is not the absence of fear, but the knowledge that something is more important than fear. For me, serving my country and keep our people safe was more important than fear. Tell me, son, what made you fight your fear and battle in the gym today? Ash took a deep breath before replying. I want to be the best trainer I can be, the trainer my Pokémon deserve. They, and Misty and Brock, mean everything to me. Lieutenant Surge smiled in approval. And are you willing to do what it takes to overcome your fear, not just for them, but for you? Yes. Ash replied without hesitation. Come over here and sit on the floor. Lieutenant Surge instructed. Looking confused, Ash did, and Lieutenant Surge picked up Rachel, placing him gently on Ash's lap. Ash stiffened instinctively and looked nervously at Rachel for any signs of aggression. But Rachel gave him a smile, then curled up on his lap. It's okay, child. I'm not going to hurt you. Rachel said soothingly and Ash relaxed a little. He likes to be scratched behind the ears. Lieutenant Surge said with a smile. Ash lifted his hand, hesitated for a second, then gently began to scratch Rachel behind the ears. Rachel leaned into his touch, letting out a soft purr. Ash gave a small smile and relaxed even more, petting Rachel. Ash's Pokémon smiled at seeing Ash so comfortable around an electric. Lieutenant Surge sat next to Ash. Not all electric types are like the one that hurt you, son. For every bad Pokémon out there, there are so many more good ones, like my Rachel and your team. Don't let the actions of one make you miss out on a lot of great friendships. Don't let that Pikachu win. Ash smiled at him and nodded, knowing Lieutenant Surge was right. I won't, sir. Lieutenant Surge got back up and Rachel hopped off Ash's lap. Now then, meet me at the gym tomorrow for our rematch at 1500 hours. That's 3 p.m. in military terms, he added, chuckling as he saw the confused expression on Ash's face. And I will not make the mistake of underestimating you again, so use your time to train hard, because I will not go easy on you. Ash smiled as he stood up. I wouldn't want you to. Okay then, get ready for the battle of your life at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Unless you want to give up now. Lieutenant Surge taunted. Ash grinned again. Never. Lieutenant Surge smiled then clapped him on the back, making the small boy stumble forward. That's what I like to hear. As Ash left Lieutenant Surge's office, he stopped and turned back. Thank you, sir. For everything. You're welcome. When Ash and his Pokémon got back to the Pokémon Center, his friends noticed how much more relaxed he seemed and how there was a new spark of confidence in his eyes. Whatever Lieutenant Surge had told him, it had brought a huge change to their timid, insecure friend. You look like you're feeling better. Misty said happily. I am. Ash replied, smiling. Lieutenant Surge said some things that really helped. And I have a rematch with him tomorrow at 3. That's great. Misty told him. And Brock? Ash said. Yes. Brock asked. Thank you. After dinner, Ash, Trevor, and Aiden sat together in their room, discussing a strategy for the gym. Okay, our biggest problem is the Thunder Wave attack. I'm not sure how we can get around that one. It's really hard to dodge and too widespread to counteract with Flamethrower like we did with Thunderbolt. Ash mused. Trevor thought for a few minutes, then his eyes lit up. I've got an idea. You know Aiden's move Metal Claw? Yeah, what about it? Aiden asked. Well, if we... Trevor began to explain his plan to the group. Ash looked at him uncertainly. Are you sure it will work and Aiden won't just get shocked worse? I'm 95% sure it will work. Trevor replied. Everyone gave him a weird look. Trevor's a genius. His ideas haven't failed us yet. Ash said finally. What do you think, Aiden? I'm game for it if you are. Aiden said. 95% is a lot better than 0. Okay, it's settled then. We'll try it. Ash decided. Our lucky star is shining today, Aiden. Ash said with a smile as they walked to the gym that afternoon. He was still a bit nervous, but with all their training, he knew they could do it. What star? I don't see it. How can you see a star in the middle of the day? Misty asked, looking up. Trevor smacked his forehead with a paw. It's called the sun. Ash laughed. Actually, it's called a figure of speech, Trev, but you are right. Trevor and Misty blushed, and Judy and Aiden just looked at each other and shrugged. Ash knocked on the gym doors and they opened. Lieutenant Surge came over. You ready to lose, kid? He taunted, though everyone could tell he was teasing. Ash just smirked as they stepped into the battle arena. Never. The challenger, Ash, using a Charmander. The gym leader, Lieutenant Surge, using a Raichu. The Pokémon will battle one-on-one, with no items allowed and no time limit. Now begin, the loudspeaker announced. Start things off with Tail Whip. Lieutenant Surge yelled. Raichu swung his tail at Aiden. Jump over it, Aiden. Aiden leapt over Raichu's tail. Now use Thundershock. Lieutenant Surge ordered. Dodge it and use Flamethrower. Ash called. Aiden nimbly dodged the bolt of electricity shot at him, and shot a flamethrower at Raichu. Dodge it, Raichu. Lieutenant Surge called. Raichu dodged, missing the full force of the attack, but he was hit by the edge of it. Now use Thunder Wave. Well, here goes nothing. Ash thought. I really hope Trevor was right. Aiden. Metal Claw. Aiden's claws glowed and the electricity was drawn towards them like a magnet. Now punch the ground. Aiden dug his claws into the ground, and the electricity was drawn into the ground, safely away from Aiden. Aiden stood up completely unharmed. Lieutenant Surge gasped. What? Ash took advantage of the distraction. Now use Flamethrower. Raichu, as much in shock as his trainer, was struck full force by the attack. Let's see your Metal Claw handle this. Lieutenant Surge yelled. Raichu. Thunder. Dodge it, Aiden. Ash called, knowing that the strategy wouldn't work with a full-out thunder attack. Aiden dodged, missing the full force of the attack by inches, but was still damaged some by it. Aiden, are you okay? Ash asked in concern. Aiden got to his feet and nodded. Raichu, body slam. Lieutenant Surge ordered. Give Raichu a flamethrower to the face. Ash ordered. Aiden shot Raichu with a flamethrower, but Raichu powered through it, knocking Aiden down. Aiden immediately got back up, though he was sore. He wasn't giving up that easily. I'm fine, Ash. Thunderbolt, Raichu. Lieutenant Surge yelled. Flamethrower. Full power. Ash called. The attacks connected, and slowly Aiden's attack drove Raichu's back. There was a small explosion and a lot of smoke, throwing both Pokémon backwards. Aiden. Ash cried as Lieutenant Surge called, Raichu. The smoke cleared, and they saw Aiden standing, but barely, and Raichu lying on the ground with swirls in his eyes. Raichu is unable to battle. The bout goes to Ash Ketchum, the announcer called. You okay, Aiden? Ash asked, checking over his Pokémon. Aiden nodded. Yeah, but that was a tough battle. Lieutenant Surge sprayed a max revive on Raichu, then tossed a full restore to Ash, who sprayed it on Aiden. Raichu got up shakily and nodded to his opponent in respect. Lieutenant Surge took a badge out of his pocket. Congratulations. Nice job, Ash and Aiden. As proof of your victory, a Thunder badge. Thank you. Ash said, taking it and looking at it in awe. Then he grinned, picking up Aiden and hugging him tightly. We did it. Thank you, Aiden. Aiden smiled and hugged his trainer back just as tightly. You should be proud. Lieutenant Surge said with a smile. You two fought really well together. Keep up the good work in your next gyms and you'll make the Pokémon League in no time. Congratulations. Brock told them, high-fiving Ash. Ash was about to high-five Misty, but she pulled him into a hug instead. Good job, Ash. You did it, she cheered. Ash hugged her back, turning beet red and grinning a bit goofily. Brock noticed. Ah, young love. He thought with a smile. Now I just need to get myself a girlfriend. Ash thanked Lieutenant Surge again and the group headed back to the Pokémon Center. Ash turned to Trevor. Thank you, Trevor. Your strategy worked perfectly and it won us the battle. You're a genius. Yeah, I know. Trevor said smugly. Don't get a swelled head or I'll find that strength intensifier to stick it in. Judy joked. Trevor blanched and Ash and Aiden tried to hide their laughter. Not funny, guys. Trevor muttered. As the group settled in the Pokémon Center for the night, little did they know that the very next morning, they would face their biggest and most dangerous adventure yet. After breakfast the next morning, Ash, Misty, and Brock headed down to the harbor to see the luxury cruise ship Misty had wanted to see so badly. All of Ash's Pokémon were out, as was Loki, who hated being in a Pokeball for long periods of time. Immediately after they were let out, Kiera and Venom had wanted to know about the gym battle. Ash told them about both battles and the talk he had with Lieutenant Surge, but he downplayed what had happened after the first battle a little, not wanting either of them to worry. As soon as they reached the harbor, they noticed a beautiful cruise ship and ran over to it. Wow! Brock said, looking at the massive ship. It's beautiful. Misty breathed. I'd love to travel the world on a ship like that. Ash agreed. Brock nodded. Yeah, just think of all the Pokémon we'd see along the way. Misty sighed happily and closed her eyes. It would be so wonderful to go aboard that ship. Just sunbathing on the deck all day and having a nice, relaxing cruise. Too bad we could never afford it. Brock said sadly. Misty sighed. Yeah. It's nice to imagine it though. She brightened up a little. At least we get to see it. Come on guys, let's get a closer look. I want to take some pictures. Brock was looking at a group of beautiful girls. I'll meet you guys over there in a minute, he said distractedly. Misty shrugged and grabbed Ash's hand. Okay. Come on Ash, let's go check out the ship. They walked up to the cruise ship and looked at it admiringly. Misty took several pictures of it, then turned to Ash. Hey, Ash. I want to get a picture of you and your Pokémon with the ship. Call Kiera and Venom down and stand right there. Loki, you get in the picture too. Ash called for Kiera and Venom and they landed on either side of him. Judy, Trevor, Loki and Aiden stood in front of them. Misty backed up so she could get a good picture. "Now, smile," she said. "Loki, Venom, stop making faces at the camera. I want this to be a nice photo." "Okay, hold still. Guys, you won't believe what just happened." Brock yelled, running up to them. Ash and the Pokémon turned to look at Brock just as the camera's flash went off. "Brock, you ruined my photo," Misty complained. "Forget the photo," Brock exclaimed. He held up 3 tickets for the Saint and cruise ship. Misty's eyes widened in shock. "Brock, how did you get these? I thought they were really expensive. You remember those girls I was talking to? Well, they all had boyfriends," Brock said sadly. But then he brightened right back up again. "But their boyfriends are taking them out on a big date tonight, so they couldn't use their tickets and they gave them to me. That was nice of them," Ash said with a smile. "Yay! Now we get to go aboard the Saint Anne," Misty cheered. She grabbed Ash and Brock's hands and dragged them towards the Saint Anne. "Looks like we got another 3 victims," one of the girls Brock had talked to, a lovely Japanese girl with long black hair, said with an evil grin as she saw Misty, Ash, and Brock run by. "I hate this job. It's humiliating, having to parade around in these little bathing suits and having JRKS hit on you. And then you have to give said JRKS free tickets. Why Giovanni doesn't just have people pay for tickets is beyond me. He'd get rich folks with rare Pokémon, rather than these stupid newbie trainers with common Pokémon that you can get anywhere, like the ones following that kid with the black hair. Plus, he'd have all the money from the ticket sales and I wouldn't have to wear this hideous suit," the second girl, a pretty redhead, grumbled. The third girl, who had blonde hair that was pulled into 2 pigtails, glared at the redhead. "Don't insult the boss. He knows what he's doing." The black-haired girl nodded. "Plus, we're getting paid really well for this, so don't ruin it." "Come on, Domino, can't you see the flaws in this plan?" the redhead girl argued, looking at the blonde. Domino gave her a dirty look. "The only flaw to this plan is that Jesse, James, and Meowth are running it. The boss gave those idiots one last chance to prove themselves." The 3 girls looked at Jesse and James, who were handing out free tickets, both of them dressed as teenage girls. They winced when James said, "Cool," in a high squeaky voice that was obviously intended to be female. "Yeah, we're screwed," the black-haired girl muttered. Just before they boarded, Ash reluctantly recalled Kiera and Venom. The ship was too crowded, Kiera would have no room to fly, and someone could bump into Venom and get hurt by one of his stingers. "What an awesome ship," Ash murmured, looking around in awe. Misty nodded. "I could travel the whole world on a ship like this." "Welcome aboard the Saint Anne," the man at the gate said. Brock showed him their tickets and he motioned them inside. "Right this way." They entered a gigantic room with orange carpeting. There were hundreds of people there, and a lot of booths selling Pokémon products. Like Ash and Misty, a lot of others had their Pokémon out as well. "It's like a giant Pokémon convention," Ash said. "It looks like everyone here is a Pokémon trainer," Misty replied. They passed 2 kids who were holding their Charmanders. "Look at the smooth skin on my Charmander. That shows how healthy it is," a boy bragged. "And look at my Charmander's tail. There's orange mixed in with red," the other kid said. "Cool, huh? Check it out. And there's weird mixed in with," pointing out the obvious. Loki muttered, rolling his eyes. "Wait, look how hard the shell is on my Squirtle," another boy said, running up to them. "Tough, huh?" The other 2 nodded. "Hey, look at that kid's Charmander," one kid exclaimed, pointing at Aiden. They ran up to the group, all talking at once. "He's so cute. Not as cute as mine, though. He has a nice strong flame on his tail." What moves does he know? A nervous Aiden backed up as they moved closer. One of the strangers reached down to touch him, and Aiden prepared to shoot a flamethrower at them, but Ash scooped him up, holding Aiden against his chest, and the Charmander relaxed a little bit. Ash glared at the kids. Go away. You're making Aiden nervous by crowding around him like that. There were disgruntled murmurs from the kids, but they turned and left. I don't like this. Aiden whispered. Would you like to go in your Pokeball so you can rest and they won't bother you anymore? Ash asked gently. Aiden nodded, and Ash returned him to his Pokeball. Ash mumbled about idiots ruining Aiden's first cruise, then turned to his other Pokemon. Are you guys okay? Do you need to go back in your Pokeball too? They shook their heads. Trevor hopped into Ash's arms, then climbed onto his shoulder. They're not going to bother me. I'm just a simple little Rattata. And I'm not going in the red and white sphere of boredom. Judy added. Not when there's so much fun stuff to do. Same here. Loki put in. Plus if any idiots bother us, I can soak them. He grinned mischievously as Ash quietly translated what he had said to Misty. Misty just shook her head. Come on guys, let's check out the booths. Misty said. Brock was eyeing a beautiful girl sunbathing on the deck. You guys go on. I'll meet you in a few minutes, he said, walking towards the deck. Misty just shrugged and grabbed Ash's hand, dragging him in the direction of the booths. Ash and Misty walked around, checking out the booths. There was special Pokemon food, herbal medicines, evolution items, customized Pokeball, toys, and clothes for both humans and Pokemon. It was a Pokemon lover's paradise. Oh, look at that, it's so cute. Misty squealed suddenly, pointing to a booth. Ash, who had been buying some Poke Puffs for his Pokemon, turned around to see what Misty was talking about. What is that stuffed tentacle in the game booth? Isn't it adorable? Misty said happily. Ash looked over to see a carnival-type game where you had to knock over a 3-bottle pyramid to win a prize. One of the prizes was a stuffed tentacle plushie that was nearly as big as Judy. Sure. Tentacle are one of my favorite Pokemon. Misty told Ash, not really hearing his response. I'm going to try to win it. She ran over and gave the game operator, a sleazy-looking man with a handlebar mustache, $1, and he handed her a baseball. She threw the ball at the bottles, but they didn't fall. The man asked her if she wanted to try again, a smug smile on his face, but she shook her head and walked away, a disappointed expression on her face. The game's probably rigged, she muttered to Ash, before going over to another booth. Ash hated to see his best friend disappointed. He took $1 out of his pocket and walked over to the booth. Maybe he could win that toy for her. Trevor cautioned him that it probably was a scam, but Ash whispered that he wanted to try to get the toy for Misty anyway and that it was only $1 to play, so he wasn't losing much. Judy followed, munching on one of the Poke Puffs. Ash had bought. I'd like to play, he told the game operator, who grinned and handed him the ball. Ash took Trevor off his shoulder and placed him on the ground so he could throw easier. Trevor and Misty had been right, the game operator was running a scam. As Ash prepared to throw the ball, the operator stepped on the pedal that put the bottles up, making them nearly impossible to knock down. But he needn't have worried, Ash threw the ball too high and missed. The game operator gave a smug smile and stepped off the pedal. Too bad. But his words were cut off as the ball ricocheted off the back of the booth and hit the bottles, knocking them over. Ash cheered. Yes. I did it. Okay, what toy do you want, kid? The operator sighed. The stuffed tentacle, please. Ash told him. The shopkeeper handed it over and Ash thanked him before running off to find Misty, Judy and Trevor right behind him. At least all he wanted was that ugly thing. The shopkeeper muttered, watching the kid who had somehow beaten his booth run off with his prize. Misty was checking out one of the booths that sold t-shirts and saw one Ash might like, a black t-shirt with a white tribal design of a Spearow on it. "Hey, Ash, what do you think about, where'd he go?" she asked, looking around. She turned to her Squirtle. "Have you seen him, Loki?" Loki just shook his head. "He must have stopped at one of the booths. Let's go find him." But before they got too far, she heard Ash's voice calling her name, and he ran from around the corner and up to her, his Pokémon behind him. He was hiding something behind his back and grinning mischievously. "What have you got behind your back?" Misty asked, trying to look around him, but he shifted so that she couldn't see whatever he was hiding. His grin grew wider. "Close your eyes and hold out your hands," he told her. Misty gave him a strange look, but did it. She felt Ash place something soft and fuzzy in her arms and opened her eyes, seeing the tentacle plushie she had wanted. "Ah!" Misty squealed, hugging the tentacle tightly. "Did you win this for me?" Ash grinned again and nodded. "That's so sweet. Thank you, Ash, you're the nicest guy ever." She leaned over and gave him a peck on the cheek, making Ash turn red as a tomato berry. "Come on, I want to show you something." Ash reached up to touch the spot Misty had kissed, a goofy grin starting to appear on his face. He began to dreamily follow Misty, not seeing the pole that was right in front of him. Judy's eyes widened. "Ash, watch out for the dash." Bonk. Pole. Judy sighed. She and Trevor ran over to check on their trainer, who was holding his nose in pain. Misty turned around and ran back over to Ash. Loki burst out laughing. "What happened, Ash?" "Too busy watching my trainer to watch where you were going," he teased. "He went love blind." Trevor joked. Ash went so red they thought steam was going to come out his ears, and hit his face. "Guys, quit teasing him." Judy sighed, though she was doing her best to hide her own laughter. "Sorry," Trevor said sheepishly. "You okay, Ash?" Ash nodded. Misty checked him over. "I don't think you broke anything. How do you feel?" "I'm fine," Ash told her. He felt more embarrassed than anything. "I think we need to buy you a helmet." Misty joked and Ash blushed again. "Now let's go. I found this shirt I think you'll love." She grabbed his hand and pulled him towards the booth. "It's this one," Misty said, shifting her tentacle to one arm, then picking up the t-shirt and handing to him. "What do you think?" Ash looked closely at it, tracing his finger over the white Spearow. He loved the look of it, beautiful but powerful. "I like it," he said. "Good, because I'm buying it for you," Misty replied. "You don't have to do that." Ash started, but Misty cut him off. "I know but I want to," she told him. "Is this your size?" Ash nodded and Misty paid the booth owner for the t-shirt. "Thanks," Ash told her. She smiled. "You're welcome. Now let's see what that shirt looks like on you." She handed Ash his new shirt and Ash stepped into the bathroom to change. A few minutes later, he came out wearing his new shirt and carrying his blue vest. "It looks great," Misty told him happily. "Here, give me your vest." He did, and she slipped it on him, leaving it unbuttoned and tucking it back a little so the Spearow design could clearly be seen. "There, perfect." She took a step back. "You know, that look really suits you." Ash blushed a little. "Hi, guys," they heard Brock's voice say, and turned to see Brock walking up to them. They smiled at him, then noticed that he had a black eye. "Brock, what happened to you?" Ash asked in concern. "Never flirt with a girl who has a jealous boyfriend," Brock told him. I'll keep that in mind," Ash said, not sure how else to respond to that statement. Loki snickered. Brock quickly changed the subject. "Looks like you two had fun at least." "Yeah, we did," Misty said happily. She decided to cheer Brock up a bit. I saw some booths selling Pokémon food and grooming supplies. Want to go check those out with us? Sure. Brock replied. As they walked that way, Ash heard someone whisper, "Hey, you there. Come here." Ash turned, just in case someone was talking to him, but found out it was a black-haired salesman at another booth talking to a red-haired boy that was near him. Confused, the kid walked over. "I want you to check out this Pokémon." The salesman gestured to a large red fish with long yellow whiskers swimming in a small tank. "It's a Magikarp." "What about it?" the kid asked, looking disgusted. The salesman lowered his voice, but Ash could still hear him. "Just between you and me, this Magikarp is a Pokémon goldmine." The kid rolled his eyes. "Yeah, right. I don't know who you think you're kidding. No one in their right mind would want such a pathetic Pokémon," he sneered, walking away. The Magikarp looked both hurt and resigned, as if it had been getting that treatment all day. Ash felt a pang in his chest, feeling for the poor Pokémon. He knew what it felt like to be called names, to be thought of as pathetic. Sensing someone was watching it, the Magikarp looked towards Ash and their eyes met. Ash knew one thing for sure then, he wanted that Magikarp. Ash walked over to the booth. "Excuse me, sir, how much for the Magikarp?" The salesman immediately became excited. "Well, I normally charge more, but for a nice kid like you, it's only $100. "Ash," Misty said, not wanting her friend to be scammed out of $100. "Deal," Ash said immediately, cutting her off. The price was steep, but he had more than enough from his gym winnings and the Magikarp was worth it. He gave the salesman the $100. The Magikarp looked at him in shock. "You really want me?" he asked, and Ash saw a new and much better emotion in his eyes. "Hope." Ash smiled at him and gave him a slight nod. The Magikarp's eyes widened even further. "Did you underdash?" But his words were cut off by the salesman skinging him into a gold-colored Pokeball. The salesman handed Magikarp's Pokeball to Ash. "There you are, kid." Ash smiled. "Thank you." The salesman smirked. "No, thank you." He was nearly dancing with delight that his Magikarp scam had finally paid off. After Ash and his friends had walked off, the salesman took out another Pokeball and released another Magikarp into the tank. He saw a purple-haired man that looked like he could be easily tricked. "Boy. Hey, you boy. Come here. Ash, that guy just scammed you out of $100. Misty exclaimed as they walked away. "I know he tried to scam me." Ash replied. "But I can tell Magikarp is a great Pokémon. He's well worth the $100. You know, if you told me you wanted a Magikarp, I could have caught you one for free." Misty told him. "I know, but it wouldn't be this one," Ash said, reaching down to touch Magikarp's Pokeball. "This Magikarp needed me. He needed to know someone cared for him enough to pay $100 for him. I couldn't just leave him there to be alone or to be picked up by some JRK. He deserves a trainer and a team that will love him. And he's got that now," Judy said, smiling. The others smiled too. "I wonder if there's a pool I can let Magikarp out in. I want to get to know him a little bit better." Ash mused. Brock checked a map he had found on the wall. "This says there's a pool for water Pokémon on this level. We just go straight ahead and then to the right." After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at the pool, which was almost empty because everyone else was getting ready for dinner. Ash let Magikarp out of his Pokeball, then sat on the side of the pool. "Hi, Magikarp. I'm Ash and this is Judy, Trevor, Loki, Brock, and Misty," he told the red fish, pointing to the others as he said their names. "How are you doing?" "I'm fine," Magikarp replied, a little bit shyly. Back there. Did you understand what I said?" Ash nodded. "Yes." "Wow." The Magikarp murmured. "Do you have a real name?" Ash asked. Magikarp shook his head. Would you like a nickname then? Yes, please. Brock, can I borrow your laptop again so I can find a good name for Magikarp? Ash asked. Sure. Brock said, taking out the laptop. He typed names for a Magikarp into the search engine. Ash, Misty, and Brock peeked at the laptop to see if they could find any good names. These names are horrible. Misty shouted in disgust. Especially this one. Who in their right mind would name their Magikarp Dash? Don't say it out loud. Ash exclaimed. Maybe we should try looking up Gyarados names. There might be better names there. Brock suggested, typing it into the search engine. These are a lot better. Misty said when the page came up. Except for this one. Who in their right mind would name a Gyarados nice boat? I don't even want to know what that person was thinking. Brock said with a sweat drop. How about Poseidon? Ash looked to Magikarp, who shook his head. No, that one's out. Leviathan? Misty suggested. I'm not even sure how to spell that and I can barely pronounce it. Ash replied. He took a look at the page. How about Levi? I like Levi. Magikarp said softly. Levi it is, then. Ash said with a smile. Is it okay if I scan you with my Pokédex to see what moves you know? Levi nodded, and Ash took out his Pokédex, turning the volume off just in case the Pokédex decided to be an insult machine again. Magikarp, the fish Pokémon. Because all Magikarp seem to do is splash around, some consider them weak, but they're actually a hardy Pokémon that can survive in water no matter how dirty it is. This Magikarp is level 19, male, and knows the moves Splash, Tackle, Flail, and Bounce. Bounce? What's Bounce? Ash wondered. Words appeared on the Pokédex's screen. Bounce is a flying type move where the Pokémon leaps high in the air, then lands hard on the target. This move can sometimes paralyze the target, the Pokédex replied. Wow, you have some great moves, Levi. Ash told him. Thank you. Levi murmured, not used to compliments. For most of his life, all he ever heard from trainers was that he was a pathetic, weak Pokémon. But this boy, his new trainer, was treating him with respect and kindness. He almost felt like he was dreaming. For a few more minutes, Ash, Judy, Trevor, Loki, Brock, and Misty talked and played with Levi. Ash gave Levi a poke puff, which the Magikarp ate eagerly, and told Levi about his other Pokémon and some of the adventures they had had. Levi had never been happier. He finally had a place where he fit in and teammates and a trainer who cared for him. He had everything he had ever wanted. All too soon, the intercom announced that the Pokémon pool was closing and that it was 15 minutes until dinner time. Ash reluctantly recalled Levi, and the group headed towards the dining hall. Just before they reached their destination though, they spotted a huge crowd. What's going on over there? Ash asked, unable to see over the crowd. It looks like a Pokémon battle. Brock said. They went to a gap in the crowd and watched as an older gentleman's Rattata knocked out a young boy's Sandshrew. Sandshrew, the boy cried in worry. Are you okay? He scooped up his Sandshrew in his arms, hugging it tightly. Don't worry son, it was only a practice match, the older gentleman said soothingly. The kid nodded sadly, handed the gentleman his prize money and walked away. Is anyone else brave enough to challenge my Rattata? The gentleman called. A Rattata? Let me fight him, Ash. Trevor said eagerly. Ash nodded and walked towards the gentleman with Trevor. I'd like to challenge you, sir. Ash said. The gentleman grinned. As you wish. Rattata, go. Go, Trevor. Ash called. Rattata, high jump kick, the gentleman called. Trevor, dodge it, then use Hyper Fawn. Trevor easily got out the way, and the Rattata crashed to the ground, doing some damage to itself. Trevor rushed in and struck it with Hyper Fang before dodging away again. Raticate, Hyper Fang attack, the gentleman ordered, not looking as confident as before. Trevor, dodge, then Super Fang. Ash called. Trevor got out of the way by inches, then sunk his fangs into the Raticate once again. Now finish it with Hyper Fang. The gentleman ran onto the field and scooped up his Raticate. Trevor's claws skidded on the floor as he tried to stop before he hit the man. That's enough, the gentleman said. I forfeit. He handed Ash $200 in prize money before walking away with his Raticate. Ash picked up Trevor and hugged him. Amazing job, Trevor. Wow, that was amazing. Misty breathed. How did Trevor take out that Raticate without taking a single hit? Raticate are built for attack and not speed. Trevor explained. So we used my speed to our advantage to strike and get away before that Raticate could hit me back. Plus, with moves like Hyper Fang and High Jump Kick, it's hard to hit a small, quickly moving target. Which is why I love being a Rattata. I can still learn all the moves a Raticate can, but I have much better speed. Ash quietly translated what Trevor had said to Misty, who nodded. Ash's stomach rumbled and he blushed. Brock laughed. Let's go get something to eat. I'm starving too. Their eyes lit up as they walked into the dining hall and saw, and smelled, the enormous buffet of delicious food. They piled their plates, Ash and Misty making sure to grab some food for their Pokémon too, and sat at one of the tables, eating their dinner happily. But what Ash and his friends did not know was that danger was lurking aboard the Saint Anne. Many miles away, Giovanni, the boss of Team Rocket, was watching through the security cameras on the Saint Anne. It won't be long now, he told his pet Persian, smiling evilly. The Persian screeched as Giovanni pressed a button and all the doors on the Saint Anne slammed shut and locked. Everyone in the dining hall screamed as the doors suddenly shut and locked and the lights went out. Some of the waiters and vendors tore off their costumes to reveal Team Rocket uniforms. They were wearing machines on their backs that looked like vacuums. Jesse, James and Meowth, the leaders of this operation, leapt on top of the tables and began to say their motto, but it didn't seem like James's heart was in it. He seemed depressed about something. To protect the world from devastation. Jesse shouted. To unite all peoples within our nation. James groaned despondently. These guys again. Judy yelled, taking a battle stance. Loki fired off what was supposed to be a water gun, but it was much stronger and more pressurized, sending Jesse, James, and Meowth off the table and into a wall. Loki had just learned Hydro Pump. The Rocket Trio got up, groaning. Never interrupt the motto. Meowth yelled. Forget the stupid motto, a random grunt yelled. Let's just start with the actual plan. Team Rocket will now take possession of your Pokémon. Jesse yelled. People began to mutter to themselves in fear and confusion. The Team Rocket members turned on their vacuums, and everyone's Pokeball started flying towards the machines. Ash's Pokeball started to come off his belt, but he grabbed them out of the air, screaming in rage and charging the nearest grunt, hitting the grunt in the gut with his head. The grunt fell to the ground, groaning, and Ash stole his vacuum, sending it into reverse and pelting a wave of grunts who were trying to grab him with Pokeball. A grunt tried to grab Ash from behind, but Judy and Trevor quickly took him out with Karate Chop and Hyper Fang. We've got your back, Ash. Judy called. Loki hit a grunt with Hydro Pump, Misty punched one in the face, knocking him to the ground, and Brock grabbed a dinner tray and slammed it into another grunt's head. Then Brock released Bulbasaur and Misty released Alex, both of whom used Stun Spore on the approaching grunts. Are we Pokémon trainers or aren't we? Ash yelled at the other trainers aboard the Saint Anne. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not letting them take away my Pokémon. Who's with me? He sent out Kiera, Venom, and Aiden, who saw the grunts and quickly began attacking. The other trainers cheered, then released their own Pokémon. Aiden got with another group of Charmander and they hit the grunts with a group flamethrower. Kiera led all the other Spearow and Fearow into a group attack, and Venom did the same with the other Beedrill. Judy and the other fighting types, as well as a group of psychic types, quickly disarmed the grunts of their vacuums and released the Pokémon trapped inside, who quickly joined the battle. Trevor stood guard at Ash's side, making sure no grunts could get near his trainer. A quick-thinking older man broke through one of the windows of the ship and ran to the control room, unlocking and opening the doors. The grunts were chased through the ship and onto the deck. A brown-haired boy with a Pidgeotto yelled, "Group Gust," to all the Pidgeotto. The Pidgeotto's attacks combined to make a massive tornado, blowing all the Team Rocket grunts off the ship. Everyone cheered, happy they were now free from Team Rocket. Some people clapped Ash, Brock, and Misty on the back, congratulating them for their quick thinking and courage. They went back inside to the dining hall and Ash sat down, taking deep breaths as the adrenaline faded away. Ash's Pokémon clustered around him. Aiden and Trevor climbed on his lap as Judy sat by his side and Kiera and Venom nestled next to him. They watched as the other trainers sorted out their Pokémon, making sure they had all of their teams back. "You did amazing out there, Ash," Trevor told him. "You really got everyone into the fighting spirit and saved the day. I still can't believe you tackled that guy, then stole his vacuum and took out those other grunts." Judy chuckled, putting her arm around him. "Looks like those self-defense lessons really paid off. I'll have to teach you some more fighting moves." "Ash did what now?" Venom blurted out. Judy told him and Venom looked impressed. "Wow, just wow. Sounds like someone's Spearow side came out again." Kiera teased. She nuzzled Ash. "We're very proud of you." Ash reached over and hugged her. "By the way guys, we have a new teammate. He's—" But Ash's words were cut off by the ship swaying violently, sending Ash's chair tipping and him falling to the ground. Kiera caught him before he could slide into a wall. "What's happening?" Aiden asked nervously. Misty ran to the window. "It's a huge storm," she cried. "The ship is going to have a tough time getting back in waves like this," Brock said, worried. Ash and Misty quickly began recalling their Pokémon, just in case an evacuation was necessary. They didn't want any of them to get hurt in what probably would be a mad scramble to get to the lifeboats. No one knew it, but Jessie, James, and Meowth were still aboard the vessel too. The ship swayed, knocking James into a wall and making him drop his fake golden Pokeball containing the Magikarp he had been tricked into buying from the Magikarp salesman. The ball rolled down the hall, and James, wanting to get his money back from the Magikarp salesman, rushed to get it. The passengers rushed over to the captain's deck clamoring in fear. "There's no need to be alarmed. The waves just pushed us a little off course," the captain said, though everyone could tell he was nervous. "And the ship's supposed to be unsinkable, so there's no need for alarm." A massive wave rocked the ship, making everyone look around in terror. When they turned back, they noticed the captain was missing. Looking around, they saw him lowering himself down on one of the lifeboats. "Like I said, no need to panic. I'm just testing out the lifeboats," the captain called. Everyone began to panic, rushing for the lifeboats. Someone slammed into Ash, sending him flying into a wall and knocking him out. Brock and Misty rushed to help their friend and were also knocked into the wall by a group of frightened trainers. The ship tilted violently, throwing Ash, Brock, and Misty down the hallway and into another room. They were unnoticed by the other passengers who all got out in time just before another huge wave hit the Saint Anne. The Saint Anne began slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea, an unconscious Misty, Brock, and Ash still trapped inside along with Jessie, James, and Meowth, who had also been knocked out. Can our heroes make it out of this adventure alive? Ash was jolted to consciousness by someone shaking his shoulder. Ash, wake up, he heard Misty say. He's coming around. Brock said. Ash groaned and opened his eyes. He felt like he had been run over by a Rhyhorn. And had he hit his head or was everything upside down? What happened? He murmured. There was this storm and people were running for the lifeboats. Someone knocked into me. Did we get off the ship? He got up and ran to the window before Brock and Misty could answer. To his horror, he saw nothing but water and fish swimming outside. Fish swimming? It can't be. That means the ship sunk and we're trapped inside. Meanwhile, Jesse and James were relaxing on a tropical beach. To protect the world from devastation. Jesse sighed happily. To unite all peoples within our nation. James added, smiling. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above, they both said together. Jesse. And James, with a perfect tan. There's nothing like a tropical vacation. Jesse murmured, enjoying the warmth of the sun. The blue sea. James agreed. And the white sand. And that blazing sun, fiery and burning, burning. James opened his eyes, suddenly feeling pain. Ah! Something really is burning. The tropical beach disappeared and Jesse and James found themselves in the kitchen of the Saint Anne, lying right under an upside-down stove. They saw Meowth's face right in front of them. You picked a bad place for a nap. Meowth told them. Jesse and James ran out from under the flaming burners, yelling and trying to beat the flames off themselves. Finally, they managed to douse the flames with water that was coming out of a broken pipe. Why is everything upside down? Jesse wondered, realizing that they were walking on the ceiling. The ship capsized and sank while you two were sleeping. Meowth answered. Jesse and James gasped in horror. We've got to abandon ship immediately. James exclaimed. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to get off while the ship's underwater. Meowth retorted. Aha! The ship sunk. We're doomed. James screamed. Calm down, James. Jesse yelled, shaking him. I've already thought of a plan to get us out of here. She took out a pokeball and enlarged it. Ekans, she called, releasing her snake Pokémon. Use acid to make a hole so we can escape. Wait. Meowth cried, but it was too late. Water came through the hole and Jesse and James tried desperately to cover it. Didn't I tell you numbskulls we were sinking? We don't need any more holes on this ship. A spout of water came through the hole, knocking Jesse and James into the air and filling the corridor. Trapped underwater, Jesse, James, Meowth, and Ekans tried to hold their breaths as long as they could. What do we do? Ash asked worriedly as they exited the room they were in and came out into the stairwell, much of which was below water. The ship's leaking everywhere. We've got to keep calm. Misty said. As long as there's air in here, it'll take time for it to fill up with water. Sure, but we better not waste any time escaping. Brock added. Well, we can either go up or down. Misty told them. Well, if we're sinking, up would definitely be better. Ash said. And if the ship is flipped upside down? The deck would be below us and the hull would be above our heads. Misty finished. If we dive down to the deck and there's a dead end, we're done for. Ash said. But I'm not sure if we could break through the ship's bottom. I know what to do. Misty told him. She took out a pokeball. Go, Bella. Misty called, releasing her fish Pokémon. Bella, we're trapped aboard a ship and it's underwater. The Goldine's eyes widened in horror. We need you to go down to the deck and see if you can find an escape route. If you do, come back and tell Ash. On it. Bella assured. She looked at her trainer in worry. Stay there and be careful. She then dived down into the water, searching for a way to get her friends to safety. Swimming through the corridors, she came upon a dead end and her heart sank. Suddenly she heard something behind her and turned to see Team Rocket floundering in the water. She gasped in horror, then pushed them to the surface, not about to let someone drown. What's taking Bella so long? Ash asked. Maybe she can't find a way out. Misty replied, though she was worried about her Goldeen. Suddenly, a blue face broke the surface and the group screamed in horror, thinking someone had drowned. With a hard shove, Bella pushed Jessie, James, Meowth, and Ekans out of the water. Ash gasped. "It's Team Rocket. They look terrible." Brock exclaimed. They coughed up water and started muttering their motto before turning to see the twerps looking down at them. "You twerps again," Jessie exclaimed as she and James grabbed their pokeball. Brock reached for Geodude's pokeball, but Ash stepped in between them. "Look, you guys don't like us, and we don't like you. But this isn't the time for fighting. We are aboard a sunken ship. Do we need to make any more holes with a Pokémon battle? I don't know about you, but I don't want me, my friends, or my Pokémon to die," Ash yelled. Brock and Misty looked at their normally timid friend, stunned. "I'm with Ash," Misty said, standing next to her friend and putting her hand on his shoulder. "If we want to get out of this ship, we need to work together." Jessie, James, and Meowth glared at them but reluctantly nodded. Unless they wanted to die aboard the Saint Anne, they didn't have much of a choice. "This is just a temporary truce until we get off this ship," Jessie told Ash. "Fine with me," Ash replied. "So it's agreed. We work together," James said. "Bella, did you find a way out?" Misty asked her Goldeen. Bella sadly shook her head. "So how do we escape?" Ash asked, his earlier determination and anger replaced by a sinking feeling. Misty smiled. "Leave it to me. I built my own Saint Anne once." Everyone looked at her in confusion. "It was a model," she explained. "But it taught me about the structure of the Saint Anne. Since the way to the deck is blocked, we need to travel to the bottom of the ship. We can cut a hole in the hull to escape." Ash, Brock, and the Rocket Trio looked around, wondering how they were supposed to do that. "At least it's a plan," Ash said. Brock saw a staircase. "We need to get up there. Go, Onyx." His rock snake Pokémon came out, looking at Brock in confusion. Onyx saw Team Rocket and his eyes narrowed. He started to go into a battle stance, but Brock stopped him. "Onyx, we have a temporary truce with them because we've got a bigger problem. We're trapped aboard a ship and it's underwater. I need you to make a staircase to get us up to the next level so we can get out of here." Onyx looked incredibly worried, but nodded, stretching up and resting his head on the staircase. Brock and Ash hurriedly climbed up him. "Come on guys, move it or lose it," Misty yelled to Team Rocket. They nodded and followed her up. "Thank you, Onyx," Brock said. Onyx reached up and nuzzled Brock. "Be safe, Brock, please be safe." Brock couldn't understand Pokémon like Ash could, but after 6 years of being with Onyx, he could read his starter pretty well. "It's alright, buddy, I'll be fine," he reassured Onyx, stroking his starter's head before returning him. After leaving the staircase, they entered a pitch-black hallway. "The lights are out, I can't see a thing," Brock muttered, feeling around and hoping they didn't fall into a hole. "Hold on, I'll get my flashlight," Ash said, fumbling through his backpack. Finally, he found his flashlight and turned it on, lighting up the hallway. "Thanks, Ash," Misty said. She was grateful that Ash had the foresight to pack a flashlight for his journey. "You're welcome. Where does this hallway lead us to?" Ash asked. "This corridor leads straight to the engine room, where the hull is the thinnest. With a little luck, we should be able to cut our way through," Misty told them. But when they stepped into the doorway, they realized the bottom of the room, actually the top, was on fire. "Oh no! Now what do we do?" Brock asked frantically. "Calm down. Kiera can fly us across," Ash said, pulling out Kiera's Pokeball. He released Kiera, who looked around in confusion, then saw the flames. "Ash, what's happening? Kiera asked, frightened. Kiera, the ship sank. Ash explained. We need you to get us to the engine room so we can cut a hole in the hull to get out. Kiera looked even more worried, but she nodded, lowering herself so Ash could get on her back. She flew him across, then returned for the others, even Team Rocket. The group entered the engine room, Kiera behind them. How do we get through the hull? Ash asked. Maybe Aiden can melt a hole in the ship's hull. Brock suggested. Brock, if the water puts Aiden's tail out, he'll die. Ash protested. Then he had an idea. He took out Aiden's Pokeball and released Aiden, who smiled at Ash, then released he was inside an upside-down ship. Aiden, we're trapped aboard the Saint and it's underwater. I need you to melt a hole in the ship's hull so we can get out. Get on Kiera's back so you don't get hit by the water. Aiden looked frightened, but he nodded. Jumping on Kiera's back, he used flamethrower, cutting a hole in the hull. Misty turned to the others, grabbing some extra rope she had just found in the engine room. Okay, here's what everyone needs to do. Strap onto a water Pokémon and swim to the surface. She tossed Brock Stereo's Pokeball and took out Loki's as Ash took out Levi's. What about us? Jessie asked. Grab onto a water Pokémon. Misty told them. Water Pokémon? Meowth screamed in horror. You guys don't have water Pokémon? Misty asked. James finally remembered his newest Pokémon. I have my Magikarp. James said, pulling out his gold-colored Pokeball. I don't have a water Pokémon. Jessie yelled frantically. Neither does Meowth. Meowth exclaimed. Take Starmie and Goldeen, but don't try anything funny, or you will be on the receiving end of my Misty Mallet. Misty warned, releasing Starmie and Goldeen. Thank you. Thank you. Jessie and Meowth both cried. It's almost burned through. Ash warned. The hole broke through and water started pouring in. Kiera and Aiden flew closer to Ash and he quickly returned them, both of them telling him to be safe as they entered their Pokeball. There was no time to waste. Ash quickly released Levi. Levi, the ship sank and I need you to get me to the surface. Ash quickly told his newest Pokémon. Levi nodded as his trainer tied a rope around him. He knew Ash's life was in his hands, well Finn's, and he would not let his new trainer down. The others did the same with their water Pokémon. They all took a deep breath and held it as they jumped into the water that was pouring down, their water Pokémon pulling them towards the surface. Spearow, Starmie, Bella, and Loki quickly got their passengers to the surface. Levi, a strong swimmer, would have gotten Ash safely to the surface too, if a school of tentacle hadn't suddenly slammed into them, not seeing the child and Magikarp in their hurry. The first of the school hit them, sending Levi spinning and snapping the rope connecting him and Ash. Ash, he screamed, frantically trying to swim to his floundering trainer, but being knocked around by the school of tentacle. Ash struggled to swim back to Levi, but another tentacle slammed into him, knocking the rest of the air out of his lungs. Water flooded into his mouth and he began to sink. The last thing he saw before losing consciousness was a bright white light. I have to save him, I have to save him. Levi thought frantically, breaking free of the school and desperately swimming towards his sinking trainer, terrified that he wouldn't make it in time and Ash would drown. Suddenly a bright white light covered him and he rapidly increased in size as he became a Gyarados. Levi got to his trainer in seconds, gently scooping up Ash with the crest on his head and rushing him to the surface, praying that he wasn't too late. One of the tentacle turned, having felt herself bump into something. To her horror, she saw a drowning boy and a terrified Magikarp that was frantically rushing towards him. We hit a human. He's drowning, she screamed to her colony. They rushed towards the child, but stopped as the Magikarp evolved into Gyarados, scooped up the boy, and swam towards the surface. Feeling both guilty and worried for the child, the colony followed. One saw another Magikarp frantically dragging her unconscious trainer and rushed over, grabbing the rope and helping her pull the human to the surface. "Where's Ash?" Misty asked worriedly. "He should have made it to the surface by now." "James isn't here either," a frightened Jessie said. "I really hope they're okay," Brock murmured, scared that his friend had drowned or been trapped aboard the Saint Anne. Suddenly, the water near them began bubbling. They screamed as a huge Gyarados popped out of the water and started heading towards them. Then Brock and Misty realized the Gyarados had Ash on its crest. A second later, the water bubbled up again, and an unconscious James appeared, his Magikarp and a tentacle holding him up. "It's Ash!" Misty cried. "So that Gyarados has to be Levi." Levi rushed over and dropped his trainer on the raft, a little more roughly than he had meant to. But the impact made Ash start coughing up the water he had inhaled, and he began breathing again. Jessie and Brock pulled James aboard and he coughed up water and opened his eyes. "James, you're alive!" Jessie cried as she and Meowth hugged him. Misty and Brock ran over to Ash, hoping he was okay. Levi lowered himself to Ash's level, gently nosing him to wake him up. Ash felt something nudge him. He let out a soft groan and opened his eyes, nearly jumping a foot in the air when he saw the face of a huge Gyarados inches from his own. "Ash, don't be afraid." "It's me, it's Levi," the Gyarados said soothingly. Ash sat up, a little bit woozy. "Levi? What? How?" Then he remembered. The tentacles slamming into him, sinking, and the white light. Levi must have forced his evolution to save him. Standing up shakily, he threw his arms around Levi. "You saved my life. Thank you. Thank you." Levi gently nuzzled his trainer, being careful not to knock him over. "You're welcome. I'm just glad you're okay. You had me scared for a few minutes there." Actually, scared was putting it mildly. He had been terrified that he was going to lose Ash, the only human who had ever cared about him. Misty ran over to Ash and first punched him in the arm, then hugged him tightly. "Don't scare me like that again, you hear?" she whispered in his ear. Brock joined the hug, wrapping his arms tightly around his friends, relieved that they were all alive and together. Levi suddenly noticed that the colony of tentacle that had hit them had come to the surface. Instinctively, he growled, placing himself protectively between Ash and the tentacle. "We're really sorry about running into you guys," the female tentacle that had first seen them said softly. "We were racing off to help a neighboring colony and didn't see you. Is your trainer all right?" Levi relaxed a little. "Yes, he is." The tentacle sighed in relief. "That's good. We were worried we had really hurt him. Thank you for coming to check," Levi said. The tentacle colony nodded and dived back under the sea. "We need to get to some dry land," Brock said. "I see nothing but ocean," Misty said worriedly. Had they escaped the Saint and only to be lost at sea? Ash took out Kiera's Pokeball and released his Spearow. Kiera went over to Ash and nuzzled him, relieved that he was safe. Then she saw Levi and her eyes widened. She turned to Ash, but he didn't seem frightened. "Kiera, this is Levi. He's our newest teammate," Ash explained. Kiera relaxed and nodded, giving Levi the Spearow version of a smile. "Can you fly up and see if you can spot any dry land?" Ash asked. "On it," Kiera replied, lifting off. She quickly disappeared into the distance. Ash attached a rope to the raft and connected it to Levi as they waited. He sat down on Levi's back and gently scratched the Gyarados' neck, making Levi rumble softly. Jessie, James, and Meowth sat on one side of the raft as Brock and Misty sat on the other. James's Magikarp went over to her trainer, but James glared at her, then pointedly ignored her, making Magikarp look down, hurt. Misty glared at James, then went over and sat next to Magikarp, petting her scales. Magikarp cooed, leaning into the touch. After half an hour, Kiera came back. By then, Misty, Brock, Jesse, James, and Meowth were asleep on the raft, Misty's arms around Magikarp, and Ash was asleep on Levi's back. I can see some islands over to the west. I'm guessing they're several hours away by the distance, she told Levi. Tell me where to go and I'll get them there. Levi replied. Kiera nodded. Follow me. She took to the skies again, though she remained in sight. She began to head west, and Levi carefully turned the raft, following her. The movement woke up Ash. What's happening? He murmured. Kiera was able to find land and I'm taking us there. Levi explained. Go ahead and go back to sleep. Thanks, Levi. Ash mumbled. You guys are the best. If you get tired, take a break. I don't want you to. Ash was asleep before he finished the sentence. Levi chuckled and continued to pull the raft, following Kiera and occasionally looking back at his trainer, just to make sure Ash was still safely on his back. Blinding sun in their eyes woke everyone up. Ash's stomach rumbled. I'm really hungry, he said. Brock nodded. It feels like forever since we last ate. If I had known I was going to be starving, I would have stuffed my face full on the Saint Anne. Misty yelled. Not helping, Mist. Ash told her, digging through his backpack to see if he could find any food. Brock was doing the same thing. I want some food. James whined. Jesse glared at him. Stop it. Yeah, your whining is making me even hungrier. Meowth agreed. They suddenly started staring at Magikarp in hunger. Ash, Misty, Brock, and Levi looked totally creeped out by their behavior. Like filleted carp. Jesse murmured. Magikarp looked at her in horror. James nodded. Or fried carp. Magikarp started backing away towards the water, terrified. Knock it off. Ash yelled, jumping off Levi's back. Levi glared at Team Rocket and let out a low growl. Yeah, leave her alone. Misty shouted. That's it. Dinner is now served. Meowth yelled, biting into Magikarp before anyone could stop him. Thankfully he broke his teeth on her scales and she was completely unharmed. You okay, Magikarp? Misty asked. Magikarp nodded. She's your Pokémon and she saved your life. Misty yelled at them. You're not supposed to try to eat her. She's your loyal Pokémon, not dinner. Brock exclaimed and Ash nodded. That stupid, worthless fish nearly drowned me. James shouted. And not only can it not swim, it's not even good for eating. See, I told you buying it was stupid. Jesse yelled. You good-for-nothing fish. I don't want to be your master. James growled, kicking Magikarp and making her fly into the water. She began sobbing, shaking all over. Ash and Brock rushed over to her, trying to comfort her, but she didn't even register them in her hurt and sadness. Levi growled and glared at James, wanting to knock him into outer space, but he couldn't without accidentally harming Ash or his friends. Magikarp! Misty cried. She pulled out her mallet and smacked James in the head. How could you do that to her? Tears in her eyes, she started to walk over to Magikarp. Oh, Magikarp! James smashed Magikarp's pokeball. Good riddance, Magikarp. Magikarp glared at him, her sadness turning to anger. She began to glow. Oh no! Levi murmured. Ash, get back. Get over by me, he warned his trainer as Magikarp increased in size. Ash grabbed Misty's arm and slowly backed away towards Levi as Magikarp rapidly increased in size, becoming a Gyarados. The newly evolved Gyarados glared down at them. Levi moved between her and his trainer, Brock, and Misty. I know you're angry at your former trainer, and you have a right to be, but my trainer and his friends are here too. They stood up for you, they care about you, you don't want to hurt them, he pleaded. Gyarados' eyes softened and she seemed to calm down a little, but then James stepped forward. "I'm James, your master. Obey me," he said arrogantly. Gyarados glared at him with pure hatred, her rage quickly returning. She roared and James cowered in fear. Misty smacked James in the head with her mallet. "Now you've done it." Gyarados began trembling and clouds formed overhead, blocking out the sun. "What's happening?" Brock asked nervously as a strong wind began to blow. "I've heard sailors tell stories about Gyarados. This must be dragon rage," a frightened Misty said. "No, this is way worse. This is Twister," Levi said frantically. "We have to get out of here. Everyone hang on." In the sky, Kiera heard Gyarados' roar. Turning, she saw a second Gyarados near the raft, this one angry and powering up a Twister. Screaming in horror, she rushed back to save her trainer and his friends. "Grab onto the raft." Ash called to everyone. "This is a Twister attack and we need to get out of here." He grabbed Misty's arm and pulled her down, clinging to the raft. Everyone else did the same and just in time as Levi swam away as fast as he could, dragging the raft behind him. But Gyarados chased them, quickly gaining on them as Levi's speed was impeded by the heavy raft he was dragging. Levi had no choice. He began powering up a dragon rage, hoping to distract her and buy enough time for them to escape. Kiera, who had finally reached them, struck Gyarados with an aerial ace, trying to get Gyarados' attention away from her trainer. Gyarados roared in pain and tried to hit her with a dragon rage, but Kiera easily evaded the blue flames. Misty broke free of Ash's grip and ran to the back of the raft. "Misty!" Ash screamed and Levi powered down his dragon rage, not wanting to hit her. "Gyarados, please stop." "Kiera, don't attack her anymore," Misty pleaded. Kiera halted her attack, though she was prepared to strike again at any time if Gyarados tried to attack Ash or his friends. Gyarados' attention turned to Misty, her eyes still showing anger. "Gyarados, I know you're upset and angry and you have the right to be, but this isn't the answer." Gyarados looked at her, a little calmer now, but not much. "I know how you feel. I've been put down and thrown away too," Misty said softly, remembering all the times her sisters had hurt her. "But I found friends that were there for me. Let us be there for you." This broke the hold the rage held over Gyarados' mind, and her mind flashed back to the kind red-headed girl that had sat with her and petted her as a Magikarp, and how that girl and the raven and brown-haired boys had defended her when her trainer had cruelly insulted her. Gyarados felt guilt that she had forgotten their kindness and come so close to hurting them. The wind surrounding her stopped and the clouds cleared, making everyone sigh with relief. Letting out a soft rumble, Gyarados leaned down to Misty and gently nuzzled her. "I am so sorry." Misty reached up and petted her. "Thank you, Gyarados." Suddenly, the water began to bubble again and several wild Gyarados, angry about their territory being invaded and riled up by the Twister attack, burst out of the water. They all began shaking and the clouds reappeared overhead and the wind blew more strongly than before. Kiera, Levi, and Gyarados moved between them and the terrified humans, but there was no stopping the wild Gyarados. A massive water cyclone built up, headed straight towards them. Team Rocket was blasted off immediately into the cyclone. Brock and Misty grabbed onto Levi and Ash tried to return Kiera, but the cyclone hit and Kiera was flung from them. "No!" Ash screamed. He was nearly pulled away too, but Levi grabbed onto him with his tail. Several Pokeball were torn from Ash, Brock and Misty's belts, and they tried to catch them, but couldn't, and could only watch helplessly as they were flung into the cyclone. Misty's grip on Levi slipped, and she was pulled away, screaming. Brock and Ash tried to grab for her, but missed. Suddenly, a blue tail wrapped around her waist, catching her before she could be thrown into the sea. Misty looked up to see Gyarados, who pulled her close and coiled around her protectively. The cyclone stopped as quickly as it began, and the group hit shallow water right next to an island. The two Gyarados carried their human passengers to land, and Ash, Misty, and waded onto the shore. My Pokémon! Ash cried, checking his belt. To his horror, two of his Pokeball were missing, the ones that belonged to Judy and Aiden. He was still clinging to Kiara's empty Pokeball, and Trevor, Venom, and the gold-colored Pokeball belonging to Levi still rested on his belt. Brock and Misty quickly checked their belts too. I'm missing Onix and Bulbasaur, the terrified Brock exclaimed. Loki's missing. Misty cried. Ash collapsed to his knees. No, no, no. His small body was shaking. Some of his beloved team were missing. What if they were? He was so panicked, he was hyperventilating. It almost felt like he was drowning again. Seeing that Ash was about to go into a panic attack, Levi went onto the beach and gently coiled around him. Ash, please calm down and take a deep breath. We will find them, I promise, the Gyarados said soothingly. Frightened brown eyes met Levi's purple ones. What if they were flung out to sea? Ash, don't talk like that. Misty screamed. Brock was in almost as bad a shape as Ash, his normally calm face full of panic. They weren't. Gyarados told them. The Spearow and some Pokeball landed on the island. I saw them. Kiara was spun around and around in the cyclone. Desperately, she tried to right herself and fight the cyclone to find her trainer. Suddenly, she was thrown out of it and towards the sandy beach of an island. She managed to spread her wings to slow her fall, but it was still a rough landing. Ow! She groaned as she hit the beach hard. Suddenly, she was pelted by what felt like rocks. She turned to see 5 Pokeball lying on the beach beside her. Huh! Carefully, she tapped the release button on the Pokeball, and Judy, Aiden, Bulbasaur, Onix, and Loki popped out. Are you guys okay? I'm fine. Bulbasaur said. Loki groaned and rubbed his head. I feel like I took a ride in a blender. What happened? And where are we? Where's Ash? Judy asked, looking around. Did our trainers get off the sunken ship? A worried Onix and Aiden asked at the same time. Sunken ship? Judy screeched. She looked at Kiara with frightened eyes. Kiara, what the hell happened? Where's Ash, Trevor, Venom and Levi? Where are they? Ash looked up at Gyarados, hope replacing the fear in his eyes. You saw them? They're on the island. Are you sure? Yes, Gyarados started before staring at Ash in shock. Did you just? I can understand Pokémon. Long story. I'll explain later. Ash told her. Do you know where they landed? I saw them hit land on the other side of the island right before we dropped in. Gyarados told him, gesturing with her tail towards the right. Ash sighed with relief and smiled at Gyarados. Thank you, he told her. He translated what Gyarados had said to Brock and Misty, then took out Venom and Trevor's Pokeball and let them out. Venom and Trevor smiled at Ash, then looked around in confusion. Where are we? Trevor asked. And where are the others? We're on a deserted island. The Saint and sank. Ash explained, then told Trevor and Venom what had happened. Their eyes widened in shock as Ash told the tale. Gyarados said she saw Kiara and the others land on the other side of the island. We need to find them. Ash finished. I'll circle the island. Levi volunteered. I'll help. Gyarados said immediately. Ash gave a small smile. Thanks guys. The two Gyarados nodded and swam off. Ash turned to Venom. Venom, I need you to search the island and see if you can find them. On it. Venom told him. He flew up in the air and suddenly yelled at the top of his lungs, Kiara, Judy, Aiden, where the heck are you? Everyone covered their ears in pain. I think I'm deaf now. Trevor muttered. Venom, Ash said search, not scream. But he was cut off by Kiera's voice calling back to them. Meanwhile, Kiera was telling the others what had happened. Our trainers were able to get off the Saint Anne, Kiera said, and everyone sighed in relief. But something bad happened. She told them about James's Gyarados evolving, Misty calming her down, then about the other Gyarados starting a twister attack. I was flung away from them, and I'm not sure where they are. Everyone gasped in horror. No. Onyx murmured. Judy and Aiden looked like they were about to have a panic attack, Bulbasaur was shaking, and Loki was fidgeting anxiously. I'm sure they're all right. Kiera tried to soothe them. Levi was there with them, he'll protect them. And if the cyclone brought us to the island, they're probably somewhere here too. We need to find them. Judy, Aiden, get on my back and we'll search the air. Onyx, can you take? But she was suddenly cut off by Venom's voice, sounding far away, but clear, calling their names and asking them where the heck they were. Is that Venom? Judy asked. Has to be. Kiera replied. No one else yells that loud. She then screamed into the air, Venom, I can hear you. It's Kiera. Can you hear me? Where are you? Are the others with you? Loki covered his ears. Okay, apparently no one else but her. Ash, Venom, and Trevor jumped as they heard Kiera's reply. Everyone else heard only the distant shriek of a Spearow. It's Kiera. Ash said excitedly. Kiera, it's Ash. Are you okay? Are the others with you? Are they okay? Ash, you are not nearly loud enough, an amused Venom told him. Kiera, I can hear you. Venom yelled. Ash, Trev, Levi, Brock, and Misty are here with me. They're all okay. Ash wants to know if the others are with you and if you are all okay. Geez, could Venom get any louder? Trevor muttered as Venom screamed the message to Kiera. Ash turned to Trevor. Did you say something, Trevor? What? Trevor shouted, not hearing a word Ash was saying. Across the island, everyone sighed with relief as they heard Venom's voice confirming that their beloved friends and trainers were all together and okay. Kiera hollered to Venom that Judy, Aiden, Bulbasaur, Onyx, and Loki were all with her and completely safe, and a minute later, Venom called back that everyone else was with him, or in the case of Levi and Gyarados, searching for Kiera's group. Stay right where you are, guys. Kiera shouted. We'll come to you. Venom called back that they would, and Kiera turned to the others. Judy, Aiden, get on my back. Onyx, can you carry Bulbasaur and Loki? Onyx nodded. Of course. Hop on, you guys, he told Bulbasaur and Loki. Bulbasaur used his vines to pull himself up onto Onyx's back. Loki tried to climb on, then started to slip, but Bulbasaur caught him using Vine Whip and pulled him up. Thanks. Loki told him. You're welcome. Bulbasaur replied, and the six set off to find their trainers. As Venom relayed Kiera's last message, Ash sank to the ground, sighing in relief. Against all odds, his entire team was all right, and soon they would all be together again. Trevor hopped into his lap and Ash smiled and petted the Rattata. They're on their way, guys. Ash told his friends. And they're all right. Brock sat next to Ash, letting out a sigh of relief of his own. Phew. For a few minutes, I was scared they were. He couldn't finish the sentence. I know. I was too. Ash told him. But they're safe and will be with us soon. It's a miracle, how we all made it through a shipwreck and a cyclone basically unharmed. Misty said. The boys both nodded. Ash remembered something. Venom, can you go get Levi and Gyarados? I have got to ask for her name, and tell them that the others are safe and on their way back. Sure. Venom said, his voice a little hoarse from yelling. He then flew off. Brock saw some fruit trees and his stomach grumbled. I don't know about you guys, but I'm starving. I'll pick us some fruit. Ash and Misty nodded eagerly and went to help. They were coming back to the beach with big armfuls of fruit when they suddenly heard loud thumping sounds. Jesse and James had somehow managed to land headfirst on the beach with their heads buried in the sand. A curious crabby poked at their legs, then gave them a hard pinch, making them shoot out of the ground, screaming in pain. They landed hard on their bottoms. Could it be? Jesse started. Does this mean? James continued. We survived again, they yelled together, hugging each other. We're the completely invincible. Jesse added. Unbeatable. James said. Team Rocket, they yelled together. Wait, I don't hear any annoying complaining. Jesse said, looking around. Where's Meowth? James asked. Look above you, numbskulls. Meowth said from the tree they were next to. They looked up and saw him hanging from the top of the tree. Suddenly, the branch he was clinging to broke, and he fell, bouncing off branches before landing on top of Jesse and James. I just decided to drop in. Meowth joked. Suddenly they heard loud footsteps behind them. What was that? Jesse asked shakily. I don't know, why don't you check? James asked. Me? What about you? Jesse exclaimed. Oh, for Pete's sake. Meowth grumbled, taking a look, then turning back to them. Calm down, you cowards. It's just a cute little giant Pikachu. James sighed in relief. Oh, that's. Then they all registered what Meowth had said. Giant Pikachu, they yelled, turning to see a Pikachu the size of a house about to step on them. They dived out of the way just in time. Run for your lives. James screamed. Don't have to tell Meowth twice. Get out of my way. Look out. The giant Pikachu started sparking, then unleashed a bolt of lightning that hit near Team Rocket and sent them blasting off. Team Rocket's blasting off again, they screamed. The giant Pikachu took no notice and calmly continued on its way. Ash, Misty, Trevor and Brock turned at the thumping sounds and gasped in shock as they saw a Charizard that was bigger than a mountain heading straight towards them. It's a Charizard and it's huge. Brock said in both awe and fear. And it doesn't look too happy. Ash said. The Charizard suddenly shot a flamethrower at them. They all dived behind a rock before it hit them. The Charizard roared as it came towards them, and Misty grabbed Ash's shoulder. What's it saying? Maybe we can calm it down. I can't understand it, a panicked Ash told her. All I can hear is gibberish. That's all I can hear too, an equally panicked Trevor added. Alex, I need your help. Misty called, releasing her Butterfree. Use sleep powder on that Charizard. Zubat, go. Brock yelled, releasing the bat Pokémon. Use Supersonic. Butterfree hit the giant Charizard with sleep powder and Zubat used Supersonic, but the giant Charizard just kept moving forward, completely oblivious to them and their attacks. Run for it. Misty yelled, returning Butterfree and taking off running. Brock did the same thing with Zubat and Ash scooped up Trevor and ran. They ran as fast as they could, the giant Charizard gaining. Suddenly, another giant Pokémon flew in front of them. It was a huge Moltres. Levi, Kiera, someone, help. Ash screamed as the two giant Pokémon closed in. Do you see them, Kiera? Onyx called from the ground. Not. Kiera started to tell Onyx, but she was cut off by the sound of Ash's voice somewhere nearby. Levi, Kiera, someone, help. Judy gasped in horror. Ash is in trouble. Hang on guys, this is going to be a rough ride. Kiera warned, flying as fast as she could towards her endangered trainer. Onyx followed quickly behind, carrying Bulbasaur and Loki. Venom, Levi and Gyarados, who were following the shoreline, also heard Ash's cry for help and followed the sound of his voice. Cornered, the group searched desperately for an escape route, but there was none. The Charizard started towards them and the group instinctively dropped to the ground, Ash throwing himself over Trevor to shield him. Trevor tried to wiggle free, desperately wanting to protect his trainer. He felt completely helpless. He was supposed to be protecting Ash, not the other way around. Ash braced himself for the attack, but a familiar voice shouting his name made him look up. It was Kiera, Judy and Aiden on her back. Behind her was Onix with Bulbasaur and Loki. Kiera's wings suddenly glowed, a metallic coating covering them, and she slammed one into the giant Charizard, tearing its chest open. Aiden winced. Note to self, don't get on Kiera's bad side. He thought. Kiera was more stunned than Aiden. Did I just? She started before noticing wires and gears coming out of Charizard's chest as it started sparking and crashed to the ground. What the heck? The giant Moltres let out a screech and was about to fire a flamethrower, but a huge burst of water stopped it. Everyone turned to see Levi, Gyarados and Venom. Like the giant Charizard, the giant Moltres immediately started sparking and crawled to the ground, landing on a giant Blastoise no one had seen coming towards them. Snapping out of their terrified state, the humans ran towards their Pokémon, nearly crying with joy. Brock threw his arms around Onix, then picked up Bulbasaur, hugging him tightly. Misty picked up Loki, hugging him so hard the poor turtle could barely breathe. "Easy, Red, you're squishing my shell," Loki said, though he was hugging her back just as tightly and had a huge grin on his face. They turned to Ash, who was now under a huge dog pile of Pokémon and trying to hug them all at once, a completely impossible feat, considering Kiera and Venom were as big as he was. Ash checked all of them over, spraying a super potion over Kiera, who had some cuts and bruises from her rough landing. Levi went up and gently coiled himself around the group, and Ash hugged them all again, half afraid they'd disappear if he let go. Gyarados remained a little apart from the group, unsure of what to do. After what she had nearly done, what if they didn't want her around? But Misty noticed and went over to her, giving her a hug. Gyarados gently nuzzled her. Brock let go of Bulbasaur and Onix and cautiously went over to the giant Charizard, Onix close behind him. "It's a robot," Brock exclaimed, seeing the wires and gears poking out of the spot where Kiera's steel wing had hit. That must be why Ash couldn't hear it and why the sleep powder and supersonic didn't work. Misty realized. She walked over to the giant Moltres and Blastoise. "They're robots too. What if there's more around?" Brock asked nervously. "We better get out of here," Misty said. "But where do we go?" "I saw the mainland while checking around the island," Levi told them. "I'd estimate that it's about an hour's journey from here." Ash translated what Levi had said to Brock and Misty. "Are you okay to take us there?" Ash asked Levi. After everything the Gyarados had been through, Ash was worried he'd be too exhausted to take a further trip. "Of course," Levi told him. Ash sprayed a few super potions on him just to be safe and then gave him some citrus berries after Trevor confirmed that the fruit on the island was safe to eat. "Gyarados, can you take me?" Misty asked. Gyarados nodded. "I forgot to ask. Do you have a real name?" Gyarados just shook her head sadly. "Don't worry. I'll think up one for you," Misty reassured her, gently stroking her scales. The group headed off towards the beach, the Pokémon remaining out just in case any more giant robots showed up. Okay, we had to get out of a sunken ship, survived a giant cyclone, then faced an attack by giant robots. Sounds like one of the bad B-movies Ethan likes. Ash muttered to himself as they walked. Misty heard him and burst out laughing, mostly out of relief that they had survived this crazy adventure. "Yeah, you're kind of right about that." Brock nodded. "Don't think anyone would ever believe this adventure. My mom's going to freak when she finds out," Ash said. They reached the beach and Brock gave Onix and Bulbasaur one last hug before returning them, thankfully, Judy, Aiden and Bulbasaur had remembered to pick up the Pokeball and bring them to their trainers. Misty was about to return Loki, but he refused, saying he wanted to stay out with her. Aiden and Kiera very reluctantly consented to return to their Pokeball, as Aiden was afraid of water and Kiera was exhausted from her ordeal. They did tell Ash to let them out when he got to shore, so they knew he had arrived safely. Venom wanted to fly there with them and Judy flatly refused to go in her Pokeball. She had nearly lost Ash several times over the last 24 hours. It had been way too close for comfort and she wasn't ready to leave Ash out of her sight yet. Trevor too refused, wanting to remain by Ash's side. Ash lifted Judy up onto Levi, then put Trevor under his vest and buttoned it up to keep him secure. Trevor poked his head out of the top of Ash's vest as Ash climbed aboard Levi and sat behind Judy. Brock climbed on after him, and Misty and Loki climbed onto Gyarados. The group then set off for the mainland. As they were leaving, Ash turned and saw another giant robot crossing the beach, a giant Pikachu. Glad that one didn't attack us too, he thought with a shudder. He turned back to his Pokémon, scratching Trevor's head and Levi's neck before wrapping his arms around Judy. He was exhausted and sore. We're going to need a vacation from this vacation. What Ash and his friends didn't know was that the deserted island they had been on was actually a newly opened theme park called Pokémon Land, created by the notorious boss of Team Rocket, Giovanni, and that the robotic Pokémon they had encountered were the park's main attractions. A tour boat had come in not 15 minutes after the group had left and discovered the damaged robots. The security cameras had not been set up yet, so it was just assumed that the robots had malfunctioned and collided with each other. The park's grand opening would be delayed for a week while the robots were sent in for repairs. Despite his initial annoyance, Giovanni was soon relieved that the robots had crashed, as during the systems check, a malfunction was discovered in all the robots that had caused them to randomly emit the attacks they were only supposed to use during battle shows in carefully controlled conditions. If it hadn't been for the robots colliding, they may have started attacking guests during the grand opening. Ash, Misty, and Brock would never know, but their little escapade on Pokémon Island may have saved many lives and Giovanni millions, if not billions, of dollars in lawsuits. An hour after leaving what they decided to call the Island of Giant Pokémon, the group arrived to a beautiful beach resort. Some tourists on boats gave Ash, Misty, and Brock strange looks as they entered on their Gyarados, but most just shrugged, used to trainers coming in using water Pokémon. We're lost. Brock called to an old man coming in on his boat. Can you tell us where we are? You're in the lovely beach resort of Porto Vista, my friends, the man called back. Thanks. Brock told him. Do you know where the Pokémon Center is? After you enter the port, go straight, then take the first street on your right and it's the second building there. You can't miss it. And if you guys are feeling hungry, I have a restaurant right across the street from there. It's called Moe's and we have the best food in town. Ash's stomach grumbled at that and Brock chuckled. We'll definitely stop by. The old man smiled as they pulled into the port. Thanks, Levi. Ash told his Gyarados, scratching the crest on his head as Levi bent down to his level. I'll get you to the Pokémon Center so you can take a rest. He recalled Levi to his Pokeball, then let out Kiera and Aiden like he had promised once they were on dry land. Kiera nuzzled Ash, and Aiden jumped into his arms, nearly squishing Trevor, who was still under Ash's vest. Hey! Watch it! Trevor complained. Sorry, Trev, I didn't see you there. Aiden said sheepishly. Trevor wriggled free of Ash's vest and took his usual place on Ash's shoulder. Meanwhile, Misty was talking to Gyarados. I thought of a good name for you. How about Maelstrom? Mel for short. Gyarados nodded, letting out an affectionate rumble. Would you like to travel with me or would you rather be free? Misty asked. I'd like to be with you. Mel said immediately. Ash translated for Misty and Misty smiled, scratching Mel's neck, then tapping her gently with a Pokeball. Mel went in without a struggle. The ball then teleported away. The group then headed to the Pokémon Center where they had their team healed, and Misty called her sisters and swapped her Goldeen for her new Gyarados, which they were all too happy to do, as they were terrified of Mel. Ash went with Misty to make the call, just in case her sisters were nasty, but thankfully, they weren't. Daisy and Violet even wished Misty luck on her journey, and told her Lily had started off on a journey of her own with her new boyfriend a week ago. After their Pokémon were healed, they all grabbed dinner at the Pokémon Center's buffet and ate outside with their Pokémon while watching the sunset. After dinner, they checked into a nearby hotel for the night. Ash collapsed into his bed, only managing to take off his shoes before falling asleep. Judy, Trevor, and Aiden cuddled around him. Of new friends and old bullies. After having to get out of a sunken ship, surviving a massive cyclone, landing on a deserted island, and facing an attack by giant robots, all Ash, Misty, and Brock wanted was a day to relax. They decided to skip training for the day and spend the whole day on the beach, having fun in the sun. Their first stop was the beach shop, where Brock and Ash quickly picked up swim trunks. Ash also found something else, a plastic protector that latched onto his belt, keeping Pokeball from accidentally being washed or blown away. It could withstand hurricane-force winds and rough waves, and Ash snatched it up upon seeing it. After coming so close to losing his team for good, he wasn't going to let that happen again. Trevor, in his usual spot on Ash's shoulder, spotted a tiny little inner tube that was just his size, so Ash bought it for him as well. Judy and Aiden laughed at how funny he looked wearing it. Misty was still looking for a bathing suit, so Brock and Ash told her they'd meet her on the beach. Brock and Ash set up their towels high up on the beach and Ash released Kiera and Venom. Aiden sat on the beach and began digging in the sand while Venom relaxed on Ash's blanket, making many beachgoers give him weird looks. Brock, Ash, Judy and Trevor rushed towards the water, Trevor dragging his little inner tube by the handle. Kiera waded in with them. They dived in and made a huge splash, laughing. Trevor floated on his inner tube and Judy waded around, then splashed Trevor. The Rattata looked indignant, then paddled up to Judy and shook himself off, spraying water all over her. Ash took out Levi's Pokeball and let the Gyarados out. "We're having a beach day, Levi, I thought you might want to swim." But Ash was cut off by a sudden scream. "Gyarados," someone yelled, and people began running out of the water. "Calm down, everyone. He's mine and he's very friendly," Ash called. He reached up to pet Levi, who slowly bent down to Ash's level so Ash could scratch his head. Levi began to let out a low, soft rumble, almost a purr. People quit freaking out and looked incredulously at the young boy and the Gyarados that was putty in his hands. Suddenly a little blonde girl in water wings waded up to them. She smiled up at Levi. "Hi. You're pretty." She then gave him a big hug. Some beachgoers gasped. Both Levi and Ash looked shocked, then Levi bent down, keeping his movements slow and careful, and very gently nuzzled the girl. The people who knew Levi smiled, and the ones who didn't looked shocked, their eyes as big as dinner plates. A few even grabbed their cameras and took pictures. "Andrea," a male voice called and a young blonde-haired man ran up to them. "You know you're not supposed to run off." He looked at Ash. "Sorry about that. My daughter has a Gyarados at home that acts just like this one." He smiled at Levi, completely unafraid of the Gyarados. The little girl grinned. "His name is Bubbles. He evolved to save me from a big, mean, ol' Arbok." Ash smiled. "He must love you lots." She nodded vigorously. "Yep, he does. He gives me rides all round the lake. I wanted to bring him to the beach with me and he wanted to go too but Daddy said no, 'cause he might scare people. But Bubbles is really, really, really nice. I dunno why people be scared of him. And your Gyarados is nice too, just like Bubbles. May I have a ride on him? Pretty please with lots of sugar on top." She gave Ash the most adorable puppy dog eyes. "If it's okay with your daddy." Ash told her. Andrea gave the puppy dog eyes to her dad, who gave in and turned to Ash. If I can go on with her and it's okay with you and your Gyarados, he agreed. What do you think, Levi? Ash asked Levi. Levi nodded, turning sideways and lowering himself so they could get on more easily. Levi liked having people not be scared of him, and the little girl was simply adorable. The little girl and her dad climbed aboard Levi and some beachgoers began smiling and taking pictures. Everyone began to relax and go back into the water. You really made that little girl's day. Brock told Ash. And she made Levi's day and mine. No one will be afraid of him now, and he got to make a new friend. I'll have to thank her when she gets back. Ash said, smiling. Hey, I thought you guys were going to meet me by the snack bar. Ash heard Misty's voice say and turned to look at her. His jaw nearly dropped at what he saw. She was wearing a simple pink two-piece, which fitted her perfectly and was holding a beach ball colored like a master ball. Alex fluttered beside her and Loki stood by her side. Ash thought Misty looked incredibly pretty, and his mind went into a fog. He forgot everything else and simply stood there staring at her. Judy, Loki, Kiera, and Trevor started chuckling, but Ash didn't even hear them. Why are you looking at me like that? Misty asked. Ash managed to register the question. Nothing. Misty raised an eyebrow and Ash struggled to make the words come out right. You. Wait, what was the question? Never mind. Misty told him, blushing a little herself. Kiera turned to Judy. I think our Ash has a little crush on Misty, she whispered so that Ash couldn't hear. Judy snorted. Little? He's head over heels for her. And he makes it way too easy for us to tease him about it. Trevor added with a laugh. Levi came in with the little girl and her father on his back, thankfully distracting everyone from Ash's little blunder. Levi lowered himself so they could get down and they hopped off. Andrea hugged Levi, then Ash. Thank you, she said happily before running back to the beach. Daddy, can we bring Bubbles to the beach next time? They heard her call to her daddy. Her father laughed. Yes we can, princess. Did I miss something? Misty asked. Brock and Ash told her, and she smiled. That's so cute. Misty let all of her water Pokémon out including Mel. Loki, Spearow and Starmie paddled around lazily in the shallows. Tabitha relaxed on the towel with Aiden, who by now had dug a very large hole. Brock let out Bulbasaur, Neptune and Geodude but left Onyx and Nightwing in their Pokeball, as the rock snake absolutely hated water and the sun hurt Nightwing's eyes. Ash climbed on Levi. Want a race? He asked Misty. She grinned. You're on. I bet you an ice cream cone from the snack bar that Mel can beat Levi. Mel gave the Gyarados version of a grin and nodded. In your dreams. Levi said. I'll take that bet. Ash said. Okay, then. Ready, set go. Mel took off before Levi and Ash could even react. Hey, that was cheating. Ash yelled, laughing as Levi took off full speed. They were soon neck and neck, each trying to cut in front of the other. Let's head back. We're pretty far out. Misty said after a few minutes. Ash nodded. Mel grinned. Beat this turn, Levi. She did a quick hairpin turn and Misty grabbed on tight to avoid flying off. Levi attempted to copy her, but took the turn too hard and Ash did go flying off into the water. Ash! Levi cried in worry. Mel and Misty stopped in their tracks. But thankfully, Ash surfaced a few seconds later, sputtering. Sorry. Levi said sheepishly before diving under and lifting Ash out of the water. Mel and Misty took off again, and Levi and Ash chased after them, quickly gaining, but Mel and Misty beat them by several feet. Now you owe me an ice cream. Misty said triumphantly as she hopped off Mel. Ash didn't argue. What flavor? Chocolate. You want an ice cream, Brock? Ash asked his other friend, who was watching them and smiling. Sure. Brock said. Chocolate for me too, please. I'll pick up some poke puffs too. Ash told them. I'll come with you to help you carry it. Judy volunteered. That would be a lot of stuff for Ash to carry by himself, and knowing her trainer, he'd trip and land on his face. Where's Aiden? Ash asked as they walked back to their towels so Ash could get his wallet. Tabitha, Bulbasaur, Geodude, and Venom were still on the beach blanket, but Aiden was nowhere in sight. I'm down here. Aiden's voice said, and Ash looked down to see Aiden's blue eyes staring at him from the bottom of a big hole. Ash laughed. What's with the hole to China, Aiden? I was digging for stuff. Aiden replied simply. Find anything? Ash asked. A few shells, a rock, and this. Aiden said, climbing out of his hole and handing the items to Ash. It looks like some kind of scale, but I don't know what it's from. Ash took a look at the scale, which was light blue and oval-shaped. It didn't look like one of Levi's, and he wondered what Pokémon it came from. Maybe he could ask Professor Oak the next time he called him. Ash put Aiden's little treasures down on his towel and grabbed his wallet, then he and Judy walked off towards the boardwalk. Hi, I'd like 3 Cokes, 3 chocolate ice creams, and 2 dozen assorted poke puffs. Oh, and 2 of those mega-sized poke puffs. Ash told the man at the snack bar, pointing to the mega-sized poke puff, which was about the size of a small birthday cake. The normal-sized ones would probably qualify as crumbs to Mel and Levi. The man rang up his order and started boxing up the poke puffs. Thanks for coming to help me, Judy. Don't think I would have been able to carry all this by myself. Ash told his man-key as the man piled his purchases up, putting the ice cream cones and drinks in a carrier. No problem, she said with a smile, taking the 2 boxes carrying the regular-sized poke puffs and also one of the mega-sized ones. She looked like a walking stack of boxes after she had them all balanced in her arms. Ash carefully balanced the drink carrier on top of the other box with the giant poke puff. You sure you've got that, Judy? Can you see past that top box? Yeah, I'm fine, she reassured him. They started to head back to the others, but heard a voice behind them. Ash? Ash and Judy turned to see Professor Oak. Hi, Professor Oak. Ash said with a smile. What are you doing here? I'm part of the Pallet Town Volunteer Patrol. We took a weekend to come down here and help clean up the beach. You're... But his sentence was cut off by another voice. Ash. Hi, sweetheart. Ash heard his mother call. He turned and smiled as she came running up to him. How are you doing, honey? I bet you're surprised to see me here. I'm doing fine, Mom. Just getting some snacks for me, Brock, Misty, and our Pokémon. Want to meet them? I'd love to meet your friends. Delia said happily. She turned to Judy. Who's this cute little one under all the boxes? This is Judy. Ash said with a smile. Judy, this is my mom, he told his man-key. Judy peeked out from behind the pile of boxes and gave Delia a smile. Nice to meet you. They walked back to the others and Brock went over to Ash, removing the drink container so Ash could set the box down. If you told me you were getting this much, I could have helped you. Oh, hello, he said upon seeing Delia and Professor Oak. Misty came running in from the water, Loki, Alex, Trevor, and Kiera behind her. Oh good, you got the... Oh, hi, Mrs. Ketchum, Professor Oak, she greeted. Hello. Delia greeted them with a smile. Brock and Misty, right? They nodded. It's wonderful to finally meet my Ashy's friends in person. I see you've been taking good care of him. Mom. Ash protested, blushing. You make me sound like a baby. You'll always be my baby. Delia told him, smiling and hugging Ash. Brock, Misty, and Ash's Pokémon tried to hide their laughter, but Loki didn't. Delia's attention turned to the Pokémon. Ah, they're all so adorable. Which ones are yours, sweetie? Venom got off his towel and flew right over to Delia, hovering in front of her. Hi, I'm Venom, he said cheerfully. Delia backed up a step in nervousness and Venom looked a little downcast. It's okay, Mom. This is Venom, my Beedrill. Ash told her, scratching Venom behind his wings. He's really friendly. Delia hesitantly reached out to scratch Venom on the head, then smiled and relaxed as he leaned into her touch. Wow, I've never seen a Beedrill act that friendly before. Professor Oak said in awe. Trevor jumped into Ash's arms and looked up at Delia. And you remember Trevor, right Mom? Of course I remember cute little Trevor. Delia cooed, scooping Trevor out of Ash's arms and hugging him tightly. Trevor squirmed uncomfortably. Mom, you're squishing Trevor. Ash warned her gently. Delia blushed and handed Trevor back to Ash. Sorry, Trevor. Then she saw Kiera. And this must be little Kiera, all grown up, she cooed, going over and petting Kiera, who nuzzled her. She noticed Aiden standing next to Ash. And who's this little cutie? She reached down to pet Aiden, but he hid behind Ash's legs nervously, not wanting to be picked up and squeezed by a total stranger. Aiden's a little shy. Ash explained to his mom, who was looking a little sad that Aiden was afraid of and hiding from her. Don't be afraid, Aiden. Ash told his fire type. This is my mom. She'd never hurt you. Aiden came out from behind Ash and cautiously approached Delia, who knelt down and let him sniff her hand before gently petting his head. I like her. Aiden said. Judy came up to them and handed Aiden a poke puff and Delia reached over and rubbed her head. Your Pokémon are so adorable, she said. They're the best. Ash told her, smiling as he ate his ice cream. He saw Levi and Mel swimming out in the ocean and realized his Gyarados must not have seen him come back. Oh, I need to call Levi in so he can get his poke puff. Ash set the remainder of his ice cream back in the holder and grabbed Levi's poke puff. So what type of Pokémon is Levi? Delia asked. Just then, Levi and Mel saw Ash and started to come in. A Gyarados, but don't worry, he's very friendly. Ash told her, starting to wade out, carrying the giant poke puff. Delia gasped as the huge Gyarados approached her son. Hi, Levi. Ash said, petting his Gyarados. Levi glanced at the visitors with a questioning look. This is my mom and Professor Oak. Hello. Levi said, letting out a low rumble and slowly approaching them, but they backed up nervously, so he stopped. Here Levi. It was the biggest poke puff I could find. Ash said, holding out the pastry to his Gyarados, who took it from his hands with extreme gentleness. Ash scratched Levi's head as he ate, and Levi let out a rumbling purr. Professor Oak and Delia gaped at Ash, their eyes as big as saucers. Ash was petting a huge Gyarados and it was purring like a Meowth kitten. How was this even possible? Ash noticed them staring at him. Why are you looking at me so weird? Ash's Pokémon, Brock, and Misty burst out laughing. And why are you guys laughing? What did I do? After Delia and Professor Oak snapped out of their shock, Ash managed to coax his mom into petting Levi. She was a bit nervous at first, but was soon petting him and telling Ash how sweet he was. Misty gave Mel her poke puff, and Professor Oak's eyes bugged out again after seeing a second Gyarados that was just as friendly as Levi. Delia and Professor Oak still had some time left, so Delia offered to treat Ash and his friends to lunch, which they happily accepted. Ash recalled Kiera, Venom, and Levi, and Brock and Misty recalled all their Pokémon except Loki, who had been absolutely refusing to stay in a Pokeball since their adventure at Pokémon Island. They discussed where to eat and Brock suggested Moe's, the restaurant the old man on the boat had told him about. The others readily agreed, and they set off. As they entered the restaurant, they found it was nearly empty except for the old man and a brown-haired teenage boy who was sitting at the counter, an EV on his lap and a Ninetales by his side. "Hello. Welcome to Moe's," the boy said, gently pushing the EV off his lap and hopping off his stool. He was tall and muscular, built like a linebacker. He wore a white t-shirt and black jeans with blue trainers. "I'm TJ. "Oh hi, TJ, I didn't know you worked here." Professor Oak greeted him. "You two know each other?" Misty asked. "TJ has some Pokémon back at my lab. And by the way TJ, I don't know if my assistant called you, but your Arcanine had her egg 3 days ago and they're both doing just fine." "He did, and thank you. I'm glad Amy's okay," TJ said, smiling. "And I don't work here, Grandpa just needed some help for a few days so my girlfriend and I came to Porto Vista to help him out." TJ led them to a table and the group sat, Trevor hopping into Ash's lap and Loki into Misty's. Judy and Aiden shared the seat next to Ash. TJ gave them their menus and took their drink orders. "So what would you recommend here?" Ash asked TJ. "Well, I like everything," TJ said with a laugh. "But I'd have to say the deluxe super burger and fries is my favorite." "I'll try that, then," Ash said with a smile. "Your EV and Ninetales are beautiful by the way." At that, the little EV started purring and leaped into Ash's lap, nearly landing on Trevor. "I like you," the EV said cheerfully. Ash could tell by the voice that it was female. "Hey, you're in my spot." Trevor objected and the EV looked at him with wide, cute eyes. Trevor instantly fell under the spell. "But it's okay. I'll share," he quickly added, a small goofy grin on his face. Judy burst out laughing, but Trevor didn't even notice. TJ burst out laughing. "You just made a friend for life, mate. Eva loves to be fussed over." The Ninetales walked over to Ash. Ash held out his hand and she sniffed it, then rubbed her head against his hand. "May I pet her?" Ash asked. TJ grinned. "I think she'd be disappointed if you didn't. She must like you. Nikki doesn't usually take to strangers." Ash gently scratched Nikki behind the ears and the Ninetales lay at his feet as TJ took the rest of their orders. Suddenly the door to the kitchen opened and a humanoid Pokémon with green hair, a spiked face, a red horn on its chest and a white body that almost looked like it was wearing a dress came out, carrying their drinks on a tray. She levitated their drinks and placed each one in front of the person who had ordered it, not making any mistakes. "What type of Pokémon is that, TJ? I've never seen anything like him or her in Kanto before," Ash asked. The Pokémon smiled at him, amused. "I'm a Gardevoir, little speaker. My name is Luna." TJ snapped his head around to look at Luna, then stared at Ash in shock, but quickly snapped out of it. "She's a Gardevoir, a psychic Pokémon from Hoenn. Her name is Luna," he told Ash. He left to go take their orders to the cook. The old man came over. "Hello, my friends. I forgot to introduce myself to you last time we met. I'm Mo, though you probably guessed it from the name of my restaurant," he said with a laugh. "How have you been enjoying your stay in Porto Vista?" "It's been wonderful. I love the beach," Misty said happily. TJ came out and they all chatted for a few minutes more, then TJ and Luna went back to check on their food. They came out with the steaming plates after a minute. Ash took a bite of his burger. "Okay, this is probably the best burger I've ever had." Misty nodded. "Good suggestion, Brock." Suddenly the restaurant door banged open, and a short red-haired old woman walked in, smirking. Well, it looks like you don't need a reservation in here anymore," she said in a taunting tone. Eva leapt off Ash's lap and stood next to TJ, glaring at the woman. "Brutella," TJ growled, glaring at her. Mo and Luna put their hands on his shoulders. "If things keep up like this, you might have to go out of business." She seemed enormously pleased by this. And with all the accidents that I heard have been happening here, I don't blame your customers for not showing up. This place is a death trap. Accidents? Misty asked, but TJ cut her off. Accidents, Maya, rear end. I'm pretty sure someone was sabotaging us. And I have the feeling I know who was behind it. He glared at Brutella. Listen, you big brute, don't make accusations you can't prove. Brutella snarled before turning to Mo. And as for you, you'd better pay me back that dough you owe me. You'll get your money. Mo said angrily. Well, I want it by tomorrow night. And if you don't pay me back every penny, I'll just take that boat of yours instead. Brutella retorted. Mo looked horrified. No, please. Take anything you want, but not that boat. You can't steal my grandpa's boat. TJ yelled. TJ, calm down. Mo told him. Don't make things worse. I don't want you to get in trouble. Brutella smirked. See you tomorrow. Then she left. TJ started pacing. She can't just take your boat, can she? That's not even legal. I'm afraid she can, TJ. Mo sighed. And if I don't hand it over, she could sue me for everything I have. But that boat is your most prized possession. There has to be something we can do. TJ argued. Unless we can make that money by tomorrow, I'll have no choice. Mo murmured. That's so sad. Misty murmured. Maybe we can help. Ash said, drawing everyone's attention. If we can bring in a lot of customers, you can earn the money to pay that lady and you won't have to lose your boat. Misty brightened. We could make posters and hand out flyers. You would do that for me? Mo asked, his eyes wide. You barely even know me. You helped us when we entered Porto Vista. Now it's our turn to help you. Brock said. Well, thank you. But how can we get enough customers to make all that money in less than 48 hours? Mo wondered. Might I make a suggestion? Professor Oak asked. He handed Ash a newspaper. The annual Porto Vista Beach Beauty and Pokémon costume contest starts tomorrow. It draws thousands of people in each year, and they'll all be hungry, so why don't you advertise this place? You'll clean up, and you'll make the money you need by tomorrow night. That's a great idea. Ash told him. I'd like to enter the contest. Misty said. You should, Misty. There are cash prizes for both the beauty and the Pokémon costume contests. Professor Oak told her. TJ smacked himself on the forehead. I can't believe I forgot about that contest, especially after my girl got hired as photographer. It completely slipped my mind. Where is your girlfriend anyway? I thought you said she was helping you. Misty asked. I sent her shopping after the last accident. TJ told them. Someone poured oil on the floor and she slipped and fell while helping wait tables. Thankfully, she wasn't hurt, just ruined her outfit. Knowing her and shopping, she'll be gone for hours. Delia's watch beeped. Oh, we have to get back to our shift, she exclaimed. She gave Ash a kiss on the head. We've got to get to work. See you tomorrow at the contest, sweetie. She and Professor Oak both left after paying the bill. Ash turned to TJ. You said someone was sabotaging the restaurant. What happened? Just about everything imaginable. TJ sighed. Someone broke in last night and trashed the place, and we had to open an hour late because of cleaning up. The posters we set up were torn down, the vegetable oil on the floor. And even worse, someone poured gas on the grill from the window while Grandpa, Nikki, and I were cooking. If Luna hadn't rushed in and set up a psychic shield, a huge fireball would have blown up in our faces. And I saw the guy who did it run off, but Luna and I couldn't catch him. Luna did find out from his mind that he was hired by Brutella, but we can't prove it. TJ took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. That's awful. Misty breathed. Why would she do something like that? Moe's is her biggest competition. Moe told her. She'd do anything to run me out of business, even sabotage. Maybe someone should stand guard. Brock suggested. I will be. Luna said. I'll make sure the restaurant's safe, you guys just work on the posters and flyers. Ash and TJ looked at her, then at each other. Will one of you two please translate? Luna sighed. Ash, TJ is a speaker too and Moe knows, so no one is going to reveal your secret. TJ, Brock and Misty know about Ash's ability, so you don't have to hide yours from them. Luna says she'll stand guard and we should just work on the posters. And flyers. Ash said finally. Moe looked shocked, but quickly composed himself. I've got the same gift as Ash and Grandpa knows. TJ told a shocked Brock and Misty. Why aren't I surprised when weird things happen anymore? Misty sighed as she sat down at the table and grabbed a piece of poster board. It's good to meet another speaker. TJ said. I haven't met another one since psychic school and there was only one other speaker in our class. Well, two if you count Sabrina, but I don't think mind reading counts. Psychic school? Ash asked. Yeah, the one in Saffron City. TJ explained. It was originally run by Sabrina's dad, but now she runs it as well as running the gym. I'm surprised you haven't heard about it. Did your parents teach you at home or something? Ash shook his head. I've only had this ability for a few months. My mom doesn't even know about it. You didn't come into your ability until a few months ago? TJ asked, surprised. I was born with it, and so was my friend Zoe. I got it through an electrical shock. Ash said, not wanting to tell a total stranger the full story. Luna looked concerned and Nikki nuzzled his hand. Both could sense that something bad had happened to Ash that he wasn't talking about. Huh. That's strange. TJ muttered. I've never heard that happening before. You should go to the psychic school. They'll be to tell you what's going on. I would, but it probably involves a lot of scientific jargon and science was my nap class, he added with a chuckle. Thanks, I will. Ash said. The restaurant door opened. TJ. Moe, a female voice that sounded vaguely familiar to Ash called. We're in here, babe. TJ called back and the girl walked in. Ash, Misty and Brock gasped. It was Misty's older sister, Lily. A green and black jackal-like Pokémon stood shyly behind her, carrying a few shopping bags. Lily gave TJ's credit card back to him and gave him a quick kiss. What are you doing here? Misty asked, a little more harshly than she had intended. Ash moved to sit next to her, looking warily at Lily, as did Judy and Trevor. Aiden just looked confused. Lily looked down. Hi, baby sister, she said in a somewhat subdued voice. TJ and I were about to head off on our journey, but Moe called and needed help, so I came here with TJ. She walked over to Misty. Can I talk to you? Alone? Misty looked conflicted, but nodded, picking up Loki and following Lily to the other side of the room. Ash kept an eye on them, just to make sure Lily didn't insult Misty. What did you want, Lily? Misty asked. I'm sorry. Lily blurted out. Misty blinked. What? Had Lily just apologized to her? Lily never apologized. I'm sorry. Lily repeated. Your boyfriend was right. I acted pretty ugly back at the gym. I shouldn't have said such mean things, not to my baby sister. Misty blinked, struggling to take in what Lily had said. Then the first part of the sentence registered to her. Ash isn't my boyfriend. Lily snorted. Oh please. Have you seen the way he looks at you and how protective he is of you? That boy is head over heels for you. And the way you smile at him. I think you like him too. Then she sobered. What I'm trying to say is I'm sorry I hurt you. I shouldn't have treated you that way. I was mean and vain and cruel and I'm sorry. She placed a hand on Misty's shoulder. Mist, you do know that no matter what I said, I do love you, right? You do. Misty stammered. Lily smiled sadly and pulled Misty into a hug. Of course I do. And Daisy and Violet love you too. You're our baby sister. And I'm so sorry that we made you think we didn't. I hope you can forgive me. Misty stiffened for a second, then cautiously hugged her big sister back. After a few minutes, Lily pulled out of the hug. Let's get back to the others. Your boyfriend is probably worried, she said with a smirk. Ash isn't my. Misty started. I'm not your what? Ash asked, walking up. Oh, nothing. Misty replied nervously. Lily and TJ shared knowing looks. Everything okay? Ash asked, still looking a little wary of Lily. Yep, everything's fine. Misty reassured him. He smiled. Good. They continued making posters, Lily helping them. Brock went to print out some flyers and hand them out. TJ introduced the gang to the shy jackal Pokémon who stuck close to Lily's side. Her name was Lucy and she was a shiny Lucario whose egg TJ had won in a competition in Sinnoh. So Lily, TJ told us you were photographer at the contest tomorrow. Misty said. Lily nodded. Taking photos has always been a hobby of mine. I never told you, Daisy, or Violet, but I've been wanting to do it professionally for a while. She's great at it. TJ said with a smile, putting his arm around his girlfriend. I'm entering the beauty contest. Misty blurted out. Then she looked worried, half expecting Lily to insult her. But Lily smiled. That's great, sis, she said sincerely. But if you want to win first place, you need a makeover. Misty's just fine the way she is. Ash said defensively, thinking Lily was insulting his friend. Misty blushed. Lily smirked and mouthed, told you, to Misty before turning to Ash. Easy, boy. I meant that she needs her hair done, she needs a manicure, facial, and when's the last time you had a pedicure, sis? Aw Lily, you know I hate my feet touched. Misty complained. Then she turned to Ash. Actually for a beauty contest, Lily's right. Yay! Lily cheered. Come on, little sister, I'll do your hair, your nails, we'll have a regular girls' night. Let's go. She grabbed Misty's arm and dragged her out the door. Lucy shook her head and ran after them. TJ shook his head as he did the finishing touches on the last poster. I have the strange feeling I'm going to be kicked out of our room tonight. Mind if I crash with you guys? That's fine. Ash told him. Brock suddenly burst in. Guys, you will not believe what just happened. Please tell me you didn't get any more cruise tickets. Ash groaned. TJ looked at him in confusion. I'll explain later. Brock grinned. No, this is much better. When I was walking to the print shop, I found out that the announcer to the beauty contest had come down with the flu. I asked if I could help, and they gave me the job. I get to announce all the contestants and have a front row seat to watch all the beautiful girls. Someone pinch me, I must be dreaming. Ouch. I didn't mean literally, Judy. TJ's sweat dropped. Does he always act like this? He whispered to Ash. Yes. Ash whispered back. The next morning, TJ, Ash, Brock, and Lily met up. Again. Where's Misty? Ash asked. Hanging up posters and you can't see her until the contest. Lily said with a smirk. Don't want to ruin the surprise. You're gonna love what I did. The group filled some bags with flyers and attached them to Kiera and Drago, TJ's Dragonite. The two flying Pokémon spread the flyers all over the beach, and soon Mo's restaurant was packed with people. Outside the restaurant, Brutella seethed. James, you idiot. Jesse yelled, staring at their wrecked Gyarados submarine. You hit the gas instead of the brake. I only did what you told me to do. James protested. I didn't tell you to crash our submarine. Jesse shouted. Well, I think you both are idiots. Meowth yelled. Jesse and James stopped arguing and hit him on the head. Mind if I interrupt? A strange voice asked smugly, and Jesse and James turned to see a short red-haired old woman. Who are you? Jesse asked. The name's Brutella. And you folks are Team Rocket agents, aren't you? It wasn't a question. The Rocket trio stared at her in shock. How? James asked shakily. Your Team Rocket uniforms, you dipsticks. Brutella snapped. Her face grew crafty. Now listen. I won't call the police and I'll fix your little submarine, if you do something for me in return. The Rocket trio looked at each other and nodded. Jesse turned to Brutella. What do you need us to do? Ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to announce that the annual Porto Vista Beach Beauty and Pokémon Costume Contest is about to begin. Brock announced through the loudspeaker. Wow, Brock's good at this. Ash said, sitting with Trevor and Eva on his lap. Judy and Aiden sat in the chair next to him and his mom sat on his other side. Beside her sat Professor Oak, and then Mo. Keep your eyes on the stage, Lily said. Misty was up first. TJ told him, gently stroking Nikki's head. The teenager was sitting next to Judy and Aiden, Luna beside him. I can't see. Aiden complained, standing on tiptoe. Judy stood up. Here, stand on my shoulders. Thanks. Aiden said, scrambling up on Judy's shoulders. That's better. Hey, why is everyone around us laughing? Now, here's our first contestant. Brock announced, and Ash's attention snapped from his goofy Pokémon to the stage as the curtain opened. His eyes nearly popped out of his head at the sight. Misty walked onto the stage, waving. She was in her pink bikini and her hair was down and styled, coming to her shoulders. Ash thought she looked beautiful. Hey, Ash, you in there? TJ asked, waving a hand in front of Ash's face. Ash barely even noticed. Sure, Brock. He murmured, still staring at Misty. TJ and Ash's Pokémon burst out laughing. Apparently Lily had done a good job. Yeah, he's gone. TJ chuckled. Ah, my little boy has his first crush. Delia cooed. Ash snapped out of it. MOM. TJ and Ash's Pokémon laughed harder. This is Misty, the lovely and talented water Pokémon trainer who is sure making a big splash here today. Brock said through the microphone. Now let's look at the costume she and her Pokémon have created. Loki, wearing an alien helmet, floated down on top of Starmie, who was hovering with its gem side down. Well, this is a very imaginative costume. It's Starmie and Squirtle as extraterrestrials in their flying saucer. Starmie and Loki flew around Misty, and then Loki shot out a small spout of water. Excellent job, Misty. The audience went wild. And next we have two Pokémon calling themselves the Rocket Boosters, dressed as a legendary Pokémon. Brock announced, frowning at the name. Ash slapped his forehead. Please tell me they're not. But they were. Coughing floated onto the stage with a big clump of green grass over its face, Ekans coiled around its head in a spiral. This is a very interesting costume. Brock said. I believe it's supposed to be Omastar, and the Pokémon are Ekans and Coughing. Suddenly a foot kicked them out of the way. Get lost, a familiar voice said, and Ash stiffened. It was Gary, his fan club of 6 beautiful girls behind him. It's Gary. Ash murmured. Judy growled and dropped Aiden, and Ash reached out to catch him just in time. Trevor started hissing. Who's Gary? A very confused Aiden asked. A complete JRK. Judy growled, glaring at Gary. Gary noticed Ash sitting in the third row and smirked as Brock announced, "And now we have a surprise appearance by Gary Oak, an up-and-coming Pokémon trainer, accompanied by a squad of his adoring and adorable fans." Brock looked at Ash in worry. "I forgot to mention that my grandson came along with us," Professor Oak said sheepishly. "Ash, I know you're out there in the crowd somewhere," Gary taunted through the microphone. "But I didn't come here to make you jealous of me, Ash. I came here so that my adorable fan club members could make you jealous of me." Gary, he's our man. He'll trash Ash, we know he can," the fan club cheered. "Thank you, fans." Great cheer. Gary congratulated them. He smirked at Ash. "I wrote that one myself, Ashy. He's probably overcompensating for something," TJ muttered, only to be smacked upside the head by Luna. "Do not talk like that in front of a 10-year-old, she scolded. "Sorry. What I meant to say is just ignore him. He's just a big JRK. TJ told Ash, but Ash didn't seem to hear him. Judy looked at Ash, seeing her trainer withdraw further into himself with each hurtful word Gary said. "I'm going to kill that JRK. No one insults my trainer," she screeched, starting to get up off her chair, ready to go on stage and pummel Gary. Trevor started to leap off Ash's lap and go with her, and the normally gentle Aiden let out a ferocious snarl that made the people in the row in front of him look back nervously. "Mr. Oak, it is against the rules to slander someone on the contest stage," Brock yelled. But Gary just ignored him. Ash grabbed Trevor and handed him to his mom, then wrapped his arms around Judy and Aiden, who were trying to go beat up Gary. "Guys, please calm down. Don't attack him, it's not worth it. He insulted you," Judy yelled, struggling against Ash. "Judy, please. It's okay," Ash pleaded. Judy's eyes softened and she nodded, starting to calm down. Unfortunately, Judy's screeching and wriggling had drawn Gary's attention. "And there's Ashy boy right there," he taunted so that everyone could hear. "Looks like his own Pokémon don't want to be around him either." Ash flinched. As always, Gary had hit him where it hurt the worst. His grip loosened on Judy and Aiden, and they broke free. Judy walked towards the stage and Trevor and Aiden started to follow, but she held up a hand to stop them. "I've got this. You two stay here with Ash." They frowned but nodded, and Judy walked off. "Judy, don't!" Ash cried, running after her. What if she beat up Gary? The Pokémon League might take Judy away from him if they thought she was too aggressive. He couldn't let that happen. Luna gently grabbed his arm, stopping him. "Don't worry. She's not going to beat him up," the Gardevoir said soothingly. She patted Ash's hand, sending some calming emotions to get him to relax a little. Ash watched worriedly as Judy jumped up on the stage. Some people in the audience gasped, seeing that the Mankey was clearly angry. Judy casually approached Gary, then promptly pulled his pants down to his ankles. Then she grinned triumphantly and hopped off the stage, heading back towards Ash and leaving a stunned Gary with his superhero boxers clearly revealed to the world. There was stunned silence in the audience for about 10 seconds, then thousands of people burst out laughing. The ones in the end of the rows reached out to pat Judy on the back. "Nice boxers," someone yelled. "You deserve that," TJ called, laughing his head off. Professor Oak had his head in his hands, and Delia looked stunned. Ash was simply standing there in the middle of the aisle, his mouth wide open. Gary glared at Ash, then pulled up his pants and fled the stage, his fan club behind him. "Close your mouth before microbugs fly in," Judy said lightly as she walked up to Ash. She took his hand and led him back to their seats. "What the, how'd you, why'd you?" Ash stammered. "Are you going to be finishing any of those sentences?" Judy teased and Ash blushed. "I had a friend who was a haunter and loved to pull pranks on humans. Pantsing was one of his favorite pranks to pull on human bullies that would bother his trainer. And as for why I did it, he was insulting you and deserved some kind of payback. You told me not to beat him up, so I decided to embarrass him instead. She reached over and hugged Ash. And by the way, you are worth it. Ash hugged her back. Thank you, he whispered. It was the first time anyone had stood up for him when Gary had taunted him. It was the first time Ash hadn't been alone. Well, after that, rather weird, series of events, Gary has now disqualified himself from the competition. Our next contestant is... But Brock's voice was cut off by a huge rumbling coming from the ocean. Everyone screamed as what looked like a gigantic Gyarados came out of the water. Judy pulled Ash behind her and took a defensive stance. Ash knew instantly that it wasn't a real Gyarados, but what looked like a Gyarados-shaped submarine. But still definitely dangerous, as it was running towards a group of screaming people, Lily being one of them. Luna, hold it back with Psychic. TJ yelled. The Gardevoir held it back as everyone ran clear, but she was struggling to keep the several-ton submarine still. Ash reacted quickly. Go Levi. The huge Gyarados came out of his Pokeball. He saw the massive machine and moved in front of Ash protectively. Use Dragon Rage on that submarine. Hit it inside the mouth. Aiden, help him with Flamethrower. Levi started to charge up a Dragon Rage, but it was a white beam of light that came out of his mouth instead. Levi had learned Hyper Beam. The Hyper Beam, combined with Aiden's Flamethrower, hit the engine, causing it to explode. A shockwave went through the sub, blasting off Team Rocket as they were trying to escape through the safety hatch. Team Rocket's blasting off again, they screamed as they flew through the air. Phew. That was close. Ash sighed. Everyone cheered, running over and thanking the group. Misty and Brock ran off the stage and up to Ash as Lily and TJ's Lucario ran into TJ's arms. Good thinking, both of you. Misty told them. Good thing Levi learned Hyper Beam. Ash said. Thanks, guys, he told his Pokémon. Trevor noticed Brutella hiding behind the stands, glowering. Following a gut instinct, he grabbed the microphone off the stage, remembering that the humans used it to amplify their voices, and sneaked over to her. Those complete fools. Brutella growled. I should have known better than to hire those Team Rocket agents, especially after how idiotic they acted. Apparently if I want Moe's destroyed right, I need to do it myself. Suddenly, people nearby began glaring at her, and two police officers started walking over. Brutella looked across from her and saw a Rattata standing in the seats above her, holding a microphone in its mouth. The rat had just amplified everything she said. Angrily, she grabbed for the Rattata, but Trevor easily dodged her and ran off, jumping into Ash's arms. Then the police officers grabbed her, cuffing her. You're under arrest, one of the officers growled. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do can be held against you in a court of law. The two officers led her away. Nice going, Trevor. Ash said, hugging his Rattata. Yeah, thanks Trevor. TJ told him. Now that be. Luna smacked him upside the head. Now that Brutella gets what she deserves. TJ quickly finished. And my restaurant is saved. Mo said. Thank you all so much. The beauty contest is starting back up again, one of the judges told Brock and Lily. We need you two over here. See you guys after the contest. Lily said. Come on, little sister, I think they'll want you back there too. Ash and TJ waved goodbye to them and headed back to their seats. Delia came running up and hugged Ash tightly. You nearly frightened the life out of me, young man. She pulled out of the hug to look Ash in the eyes. But I'm very proud of you. Thanks, Mom. And sorry, Mom. Ash said, a little sheepishly. They all walked back to their seats and waited for the contest to start again. The contest had been going on for over an hour and Ash was bored. Incredibly bored. Apparently so were his Pokémon, because Aiden and Trevor were asleep, and Judy had gone over to talk to Lucy, who was standing with Lily a few feet away. TJ took out a brush and began to carefully brush Eva. Nikki nuzzled Ash's hand to get him to pet her, which he happily did. "Want to brush her?" TJ asked. Ash smiled. "Sure." TJ handed him a soft brush and Ash began running it through the Ninetales' coat, making her purr and raise her back so he could brush her tails. "The judges have made their decision," Brock announced, making Ash stop mid-brush much to Nikki's irritation. She had butted his hand and he apologized and started brushing her again while listening for the winners. The crowd cheered, waking Trevor and Aiden up. Brock announced the winners of each category, then finally came to Misty's. Ash held his breath. And the winner of most imaginative Pokémon costume are Misty Waterflower, Starmie, and Squirtle. Yes. Ash cheered. "Great job, Misty." Her eyes met his and she smiled at him as the judge put the tiara on her head and handed her her check. "Good job, little sister." Lily called up to her. Misty ran down and the group hugged her and patted her on the back. Someone handed a piece of paper to Brock. He looked at it in surprise and read, "Will TJ Walters and Ash Ketchum as well as their Pokémon come onto the stage, please?" TJ and Ash looked at each other in confusion. Then TJ shrugged and headed towards the stage, motioning for Ash to follow. Their Pokémon quickly followed behind them. Once they were on the stage, a black-haired man walked up to them. "As mayor of Porto Vista, I would like to thank you for protecting our town. I hereby present to you these trophies for your courage and quick thinking." He handed them each a large trophy and the crowd cheered. TJ looked surprised, but accepted the trophy with a thank you. Ash blushed and shuffled, nervous about all the people staring at him. Judy gently squeezed his hand to reassure him. With a nervous thank you to the mayor, Ash took his trophy and left the stage as soon as he politely could. "Congratulations, TJ." Lily said, giving him a kiss. Delia hugged her son. "I'm so proud of my little man." Ash blushed and his Pokémon tried to hide their laughter. She took the trophy from Ash. "Can I keep this?" A little embarrassed, Ash nodded. "Good job, both of you," Professor Oak said warmly. "You both showed great skill out there, and quick thinking in a crisis." Both boys thanked him. "Well, we'd better get going," Delia said reluctantly. "Our boat leaves soon and we don't want to be late." Then her eyes widened as she remembered something. "Oh, Ash, I have something for you." Delia reached into her purse and took out a small red and black device with a video screen and a wrist strap. "What's that?" Ash asked. "It's an transceiver," Delia told him. "It's from Unova and it works similar to the Poke Gear, but it's much more advanced. It does video calls, so you can call me and Professor Oak anytime you want to. And it even comes with a camera. Oh, and here's the instruction manual that goes with it." Ash grinned. "Oh wow. Thanks, Mom." "You're welcome, sweetie. Don't forget to call and take lots of pictures so I can see all your adventures." Ash mentally winced, knowing his mom would freak if she found out about his last adventure. Professor Oak and Delia said goodbye and left, though Delia still gave Ash an embarrassing reminder to change his you-know-whats. Mo invited the gang back to Mo's for a celebration dinner, telling them anything they wanted was on the house. "I can't thank you guys enough," TJ said as they waved goodbye to Mo, who was sailing away on his boat. The old man had decided to fulfill his dream of going on a cruise around the world. "You really saved the day, and Grandpa's dream. We're glad we could help," Ash replied. "I'd like to give you something as a thank you," TJ told them, pulling what looked like a few CDs out of his backpack. "Do you guys have a TM machine?" They shook their heads and TJ took one out of his backpack. "Here you go. You don't have to give us your..." Misty started, but TJ cut her off. It's fine. I don't really use it anymore anyway. TJ reassured them. He handed Ash a TM first. Here, this one is Thunderbolt. It's for your Gyarados. Then he laughed. Actually, I think your Rattata can learn it too. Trevor can learn an electric-type move. How? Ash blurted out. TJ shrugged. No clue. I just found it out while messing around with my Pokédex in the Pokémon Center. It was so weird, I guess I just never forgot it. Just let me double-check. He picked up his Pokédex. Okay, search moves a Rattata can learn by TM or move tutoring. Yep, it's there. The Pokédex can give you a list of moves your Pokémon can learn. Ash asked. TJ nodded. Yeah, just say, search, then whatever you're searching for. Or use the touch screen and hit, search, then type in what you need. Ash did what TJ showed him. Who do you think I should use the TM on, Levi or Trevor? Me. Teach it to me. Trevor said eagerly. Then he turned a little red as everyone looked at him. I have no distance moves, he explained. Thunderbolt will help me be a lot more useful in battle, and if we have to deal with those Team Rocket morons or some sort of other danger like we seem to run into on a weekly basis. Trevor has a good point. TJ said thoughtfully. And I think Gyarados can learn Thunderbolt a lot easier without a TM than Rattata can. My Gyarados, Ariel, learned it without a TM. My Dragonite taught it to her. He had it as an egg move. Okay, that's settled then. Ash started and realized Lily was standing there, looking completely unsurprised that TJ had responded to what Trevor had said. Does she know about your, gift? Ash asked with a whisper. Yes. TJ finished. We've been friends since kindergarten and she found out pretty quickly. Can't hide much from that girl. Ash has the same gift as me, he told a shocked Lily, who relaxed and nodded. Plus, TJ is the world's worst liar. Lily said fondly, wrapping her arms around her boyfriend. Sounds like someone else I know. Misty muttered, looking at Ash, who blushed. Sounds like we attract the same type of boys, little sis. Lily said with a smirk. Both Ash and Misty turned red, and TJ laughed. How do you use the TM machine? Ash asked, mostly to change the subject. Okay, just load the TM in this slot and touch this end to Trevor's head, then press the button. TJ explained. Ash put the Thunderbolt TM in the machine, then something occurred to him. This won't hurt Trevor, will it? He asked, concerned. No, it won't. Luna reassured him. TJ taught me grass not through a TM. Think of it as like an instructional DVD for Pokémon. It just shows us exactly how to perform the move. Reassured, Ash touched the TM machine to Trevor and pressed the button. The disc whirred and some sparks came from the machine. After a minute, the disc stopped whirring. Did it work? Ash asked. Yes, it did. Trevor replied happily. All I have to do is supercharge the static electricity in my fur. Here, I'll show you. Trevor concentrated and began sparking. After a minute, a little lightning bolt came out. Trevor's fur stood straight up and made him look like a little puffball. Trevor sighed. That was a lot less impressive than I'd hoped. Don't worry, Trev, I'm sure it will get stronger with practice. Ash reassured, reaching down to smooth the Rattata's fur. He yelped as he got a small static jolt. TJ chuckled and handed him a small brush with a rubber handle meant for electric types. Ash brushed Trevor's fur down and the static went away. Ash tried to hand the brush back to TJ, but the teenager told him to keep it. TJ turned to Misty, taking out another TM. Here, it's Scald. This move is awesome and I think your Squirtle can learn it. Misty thanked him and used the TM on Loki. TJ then looked at Brock. I'd like to give you one too, but I'm not sure what type of Pokémon you have. An Onix, Geodude, Zubat, Bulbasaur, and Krabby, but you really don't. Brock started, but TJ had started digging through his backpack. Here. It's Bulldoze. It will be perfect for your Onix. TJ told him. Thank you. Brock told him, taking the TM. It was beginning to grow dark. We'd better start getting ready to go. Lily told TJ. Okay, I'll get the car, he said, walking off. Misty turned to Lily. Car. You didn't expect me to hike and sleep in the woods with all the dirt and bugs, did you, little sister? Lily asked, raising an eyebrow. I guess not. Misty admitted. She had been pretty surprised when Daisy and Violet told her Lily was going on a journey of her own. Lily was not the outdoorsy type. Several minutes later, TJ pulled up within his car, a used blue convertible. Lily hopped in the front with Eva in her lap and Lucy, Nikki, and Luna in the back. Bye. TJ called. It was great seeing you guys. Lily said. It was really nice meeting you. Ash called as the group waved goodbye to their new friend. He was pretty cool. Misty said. Looks like you have another friendly rival, Ash. The group headed back to the hotel, not knowing their next big adventure was only a few days away. Tentacle and Tentacruel. Brock sighed. I can't believe we missed the boat, he said, flopping down on the dock. The gang had gotten up late that morning due to an alarm clock that had neglected to go off and got to the dock just in time to see the ferry to the mainland pull away. And now we have to wait 3 hours for the next one. Misty groaned. Loki, who was outside his Pokeball, sighed and flopped down next to her. Ash sat down with Trevor in his lap and petted the Rattata. Judy sat beside him and Ash wrapped his other arm around her. Aiden didn't like being so close to the water, so he had asked to be returned to his Pokeball. Trying to pass the time, Ash picked up his Pokédex and typed in moves a Rattata can learn. He looked at the list that came up. Wow, Trev, this says you can learn Shadow Ball. Ash told Trevor. That will be great for the psychic gym, though I'll have to work hard with it. Trevor replied. Since I'm not a ghost type, it won't be as strong as it would with a ghost type using it. Does the Pokédex say how to learn it? Let me see. Ash said. He typed in how to teach a normal type Shadow Ball and came up with a list of step-by-step instructions. His respect for the Pokédex was definitely growing. Yes, it does, he told Trevor, reading the instructions to his Rattata. Is there any good moves I can learn? Judy asked eagerly. Let me check. Ash told her, typing it in. A list of moves a Mankey could learn came up. Oh, cool. You can learn Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, and Ice Punch. I think the gym after Sabrina's is Grass type, so if I teach you Fire Punch you could fight in it. Judy's eyes lit up. That would be great. As Ash was looking up how to teach her the move, Brock spotted something out in the water. Hey, what's that? Ash put his Pokédex down. What? He asked, looking where Brock was pointing. He saw a tiny blue seahorse Pokémon approaching them. It's a Horsia. How cute. Misty cooed. Ash noticed it had a black eye. Oh no, I think it's hurt. Misty pulled a super potion out of her backpack. Come here, little one, let me fix that up for you. The Horsia came up to them and Misty reached down and gently pulled it out of the water. This might sting a bit, she warned before spraying the super potion on its wounds. The black eye began to fade away. Nice lady, you and your friends have to leave here. You're in danger, the Horsia exclaimed. Oh, right, you can't understand me. He jumped off Misty's lap and shot some ink into the water in what looked like the shape of 2 jellyfish. They looked to be Tentacle and Tentacruel. Trevor murmured. Judy rushed to the end of the dock and looked into the water. How are we in danger, Horsia? What's going on? Ash asked and Horsia looked at him in shock. My friend can understand Pokémon, Horsia. Just tell him what you're trying to tell us. Misty explained. You need to get out of here before it's too late. The tentacle are. Horsia was suddenly cut off by the sound of an explosion. The group turned and gasped in horror as they saw a boat on fire and men jumping off of it. We have to act fast. Go Mel. Misty called, releasing her Gyarados. Levi, go. Ash called, letting Levi out of his Pokeball. We need to save those men, he told his Gyarados, and Levi and Mel rushed over, diving under the men and lifting them out of the water. The men screamed, but soon realized the two Gyarados were helping them. Mel and Levi rushed their passengers to shore, and Ash, Brock, and Misty helped them onto the dock. They looked to be paralyzed. Brock said worriedly as he checked the men over. Ash grabbed his transceiver and called 911 as Trevor dug a sherry berry out of Ash's bag and carried it to Brock. Judy and Loki ran to the main road to guide the paramedics to the dock. It's terrible. Terrible, one of the men murmured. What happened to you out there? Misty asked. The paramedics are on their way. Ash said soothingly. The boss. I got to tell the boss what happened, the man said shakily. Just then, Judy came running up with Loki and the paramedics behind her. The men were quickly treated. 2 of them were taken to the hospital, while 1 was cleared to go. He asked the group to come with him to meet the boss. Underneath the dock, Horsia watched worriedly. I'm the boss. Naztina, an old red-haired woman who was surrounded by young men in Speedos said, and the gang backed up in shock. She looked identical to Brutella. I understand you helped to save the men on my ship. Thank you. Very much. Now I need some brain bleach. Trevor muttered as the young men surrounded Naztina, fanning her with paper fans. How do you erase an image that has just been burned into your retina? Loki asked, covering his eyes. Ash laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. You're very welcome. Could you give us a ride to the mainland, please? The old woman glared at him. You didn't think I'd let you get away that fast, did you? The group flinched and Judy moved between Naztina and Ash protectively. Loki stood in front of Misty, prepared to unleash a hydro pump. Then Naztina smiled. Not until you see my new resort. Resort? Ash asked, relaxing a little. Naztina turned to a model on the table beside her. It was a Ferris wheel with several colorful buildings beside it. It isn't finished yet, but it will be spectacular. The world's biggest luxury resort. Misty saw a huge, unfinished building in the middle of the ocean. Is that it out there on the ocean? Naztina smiled. That's it. That's Nastina's paradise. The super luxury hotel. The hotel to end all hotels. It'll have hundreds of luxurious suites, surrounded by the world's most beautiful coral reef. Then her expression darkened. But only if those tentacles stop interfering with construction. The tentacle? A shocked Misty asked. Was this what Horsia had been trying to warn them about? I get it. Brock said. The tentacle paralyzed your sailors. Naztina nodded. Because of all those tentacle, the tourists have been staying far away from here, she growled. I don't know why such despicable creatures even exist. Misty lost her temper. Did you say despicable? She growled. Naztina glared at her. They're disgusting, you can't even eat them, and they're hurting my profits, she ranted. Standing up on her red stage, Naztina looked at them and smirked. I was hoping the 3 of you could help me with my little problem. Do you have the skill it would take to handle a tentacle extermination project? Ash, Brock, Misty, Judy, and Trevor looked at her, shocked and horrified. Finally Ash spoke. Exterminate? You mean kill? That's exactly what I mean, you nitwit. Naztina snapped. Judy glared at her. Never insult my trainer, you old flea bag, she screeched. Naztina, of course, couldn't understand a word she was saying and continued on. Of course I'd pay you well. She pulled back the curtain to reveal an enormous buffet. You'd get all you can eat luxury dinners for 1 year, $1 million in cash and vouchers for. No. Ash cut her off. I am not killing Pokémon. I don't care how much you offer me, I'm not doing it. And neither am I. Misty said angrily. Killing Pokémon, you're disgusting. Brock glared at her. Same here. The three began to leave. Where are you going? Naztina screeched. Away from you. Ash said coldly as they walked out the door. Naztina glared at the door as the three walked away. There's 3 kids that can't be bought, she muttered to herself. I can't believe that old hag wants to destroy all the tentacle. Misty ranted as they left the building. Neither can I. Ash murmured, thinking of the kind colony they had met a few days ago. We have to find a way to stop this. Yes, we do. Misty replied passionately. We can't let her hurt all those cute tentacle. But what can we do? Brock asked. Maybe I should try to warn the tentacle. Ash suggested. I don't know, Ash. You saw what happened to those sailors. Brock said. They're angry and definitely not hesitant about attacking humans. And telling them someone's out to kill them might make them even more aggressive. Ash sighed. They're going to find out anyway when Naztina, tries to attack them. There has to be some way to solve this before someone gets hurt. If the tentacle are attacking people, there has to be a reason. Misty said. If we can figure out that reason, we might be able to settle things down. Naztina said they were interfering with the construction of the hotel. So there has to be something with either the hotel or maybe even the noise of the construction that's bothering them. Ash mused as they walked onto the dock. She said the hotel is being built on the coral reef, which sounds very unsafe by the way. I have the feeling I know what's happening. The hotel is being built on top of their homes. Trevor realized. And they're just trying to protect their territory. Judy added. That's what I was trying to warn you about before they attacked that boat, a soft voice said. Ash jumped and looked down to see the Horsia from earlier looking at them from near the dock. Hi Horsia. Are you feeling better? Misty asked. The Horsia came closer and she lifted it gently out of the water. It looks like the super potion did the trick. Brock commented, noticing that the Horsia's wounds were completely healed. Were the tentacle the ones that hurt you? Ash asked softly. The Horsia nodded. The leader is angry. He wants revenge for their home being destroyed and he wants that human building gone. I told him that not all humans are bad and that there had to be a better way, but he got mad and threw me and I hit a rock. Ash winced as he translated to Misty and Brock. This felt like the situation with Pikachu all over again. He didn't want to see the tentacle hurt, destroyed, or to lose their home, but he wasn't sure the leader could be reasoned with. If we can convince Naztina to stop the construction and build her hotel either on the shore or out of the way of their homes, would the tentacle calm down? Ash asked Horsia. Yes, I think they would, a voice said, though all Brock and Misty heard was a soft grumbling sound. They jumped and turned to see a small tentacle looking at them. Sorry, I couldn't help but overhear. Are you the leader of the tentacle colony? Ash asked a little bit nervously. Judy moved beside him, watching the tentacle for any signs of aggression. The tentacle laughed. No, not even close, Speaker. I'm pretty low in the hierarchy. I just came to check on my friend Jeffrey. He nodded to the Horsia. Jeff, I'm sorry about what the boss did. He was just really upset. His mate was seriously hurt when part of the reef collapsed because of that human building. He looked up at Ash. The entire colony is in a frenzy right now. I don't like the way they're going about it, but that hotel needs to be stopped somehow before someone gets hurt worse. Concerned, Ash translated what he had said to the others. Your colony is in danger. Ash warned the tentacle. Naztina, the lady building the hotel, wants to. A loudspeaker crackled. Citizens of Porto Vista, listen up. Naztina, both Ash and Misty said angrily. Effective immediately, I am recruiting volunteers to exterminate the tentacle terrorizing our town. Exterminate, the tentacle said angrily. Speaker, is this what you were trying to warn us about? Ash nodded, but the loudspeaker went off again. I will award $1 million to anyone who can exterminate the tentacle. Naztina boomed. Isn't Naztina generous? No, she's just annoying and creepy. Loki muttered. She'll do anything to destroy them. Brock murmured. Anyone who wants money and wants to help the development of our town, come to the yacht harbor immediately. Naztina called. No one could do something that cruel just for money. How ridiculous. Misty said, trying to reassure the tentacle, but there was a hint of doubt in her voice. Apparently, it's not ridiculous to them. Ash said, his hands shaking as he pointed at a mob of people rushing towards the yacht harbor. He pulled Misty out of the way as someone nearly ran into her. This is bad. This is really, really bad. Jeffrey muttered, shaking as Misty held him. We have to stop this. Misty said frantically. We need to get to the yacht harbor, maybe we can reason with them. Right. Ash and Brock replied. I'll go to my colony, the tentacle told them. I'll try to talk to the boss and tell him there are a few humans on our side before he does something drastic and one of us or one of you gets hurt. Hopefully, he actually notices me this time. Jeff, come with me. Ash translated quickly to Misty and Brock as they ran for the harbor and Tentacle swam towards his home, followed by Horsia. Ash, Misty, Brock, Judy, and Trevor managed to push their way through the crowd of people, all clamoring to be the one to exterminate the tentacle so they could get the reward. They found Naztina sitting on a huge tank in the middle of the street. So who wants to be the one to win the $1 million reward? Naztina called, a crafty smile on her face. Suddenly a suction cup rose flew towards them, hitting the tank, and Naztina gasped and dropped her megaphone. Huh. The gang looked and saw a large white boat on the water. Team Rocket was standing aboard and started to go through their motto. DMN, can't hit them with hydro pump when they're way out there. Loki complained. He looked at Trevor and Judy. Do they always do that dumb motto? Yes, both told him at the same time. Ash grabbed the megaphone that Naztina had dropped. Listen everyone, there is no need to exterminate the tentacle. This can be solved peacefully if we just move the hotel to. James shot another suction cup rose at Ash, narrowly missing hitting him in the face. Shut up, twerp, and stop interrupting the motto. James yelled. Naztina angrily grabbed the megaphone from him. Little boys should be seen and not heard. Get out of the way and let the adults handle this, she said in a sickly sweet voice. People in the audience began glaring at Ash and Judy glared back at them. Misty started to protest, but Brock grabbed her in Ash's arms and pulled them away from the crowd. They're not going to listen to us. Brock whispered. We need to think of a plan B. What do we do since they won't listen to us? Ash asked, worried. Misty snapped her fingers. I know who they will listen to. Ash, didn't you tell us that Tentacles said that the construction had collapsed some of the coral reef? Ash nodded. Well, I know a lot about the ocean and the laws protecting it. Damaging a coral reef is illegal. Misty told him. I'm calling the Pokémon Rangers. They'll stop this. Look up the number in your Pokédex. Ash quickly looked up the number and gave it and his transceiver to Misty, who dialed the number and explained the situation to the ranger who answered the phone. They agreed to send some rangers over right away. Sounds good, the group heard Naztina say, and they turned to see her talking to Team Rocket. If you exterminate the tentacle completely, the $1 million is yours. Isn't Naztina generous? The men surrounded her with fans again and Loki made retching sounds. Jessie waved her hand. Yeah, we heard you the first time. Just get the dough ready for us. Meowth said, and the boat sped off before the group could protest. They're headed out to exterminate the tentacle colony right now. Misty said frantically into the transceiver. What do we do? Stay there, the ranger who had answered the phone told her. The rangers will arrive as quickly as we can, but don't confront them, especially the Team Rocket agents. We don't want you kids hurt. Misty hated to admit it, but the ranger was right. There was nothing she, Ash, or Brock could do right now. They didn't have a boat and Mel and Levi weren't fast enough to catch up to the quickly moving speedboat Team Rocket had. She hated how helpless she felt right now, and by the looks on their faces, so did Brock and Ash. Team Rocket laughed as their boat sped through the water. We're gonna make $1 million. Meowth cheered. Jessie grinned. Just for getting rid of some jellyfish. James nodded. And it's going to be so easy with our super secret stun sauce, the three cheered together. We'll just pour it into the ocean all over the tentacle. Jessie started. Then we'll catch them and open up a fish market. Meowth said. And we'll make even more money. James added, not realizing that tentacle were completely inedible. Jessie sighed dreamily. There's nothing like making money. Her blissful thoughts were interrupted by something pushing their boat backwards. Why are we going backwards? Meowth asked nervously. James looked down and saw the glowing gems of thousands upon thousands of tentacle. TT tentacle, he stammered. On the shore, Misty began pacing. I hope the rangers make it on time before any tentacle are hurt, she murmured. Suddenly everyone gasped. Ash pointed out on the water. I don't think the tentacle are the ones in danger right now, he said, his voice shaking. Not if all those things are tentacle. They are. Brock said grimly. Drop the stun sauce. Drop the stun sauce. Meowth screamed, climbing on Jessie and James's heads as the tentacles surrounded the boat. We don't have enough of it. Jessie yelled. There must be 10,000 of them, a frightened James said as he grabbed a barrel of stun sauce. Suddenly, the leader tentacle sent a red beam of light from his gem, destroying the ship and sending the rocket trio flying. The barrel smacked the leader in the head, making it growl in pain. It began to glow and grow to gigantic proportions as it evolved into the most massive tentacruel anyone had ever seen, taller than a skyscraper. Ah! Jessie screamed as the rocket trio was clutched in a massive tentacle. We supersized it. The giant tentacruel threw Jessie and James away, then began tearing apart the hotel. This is impossible. Brock cried. Even at its greatest height, tentacruel shouldn't be more than 7 feet tall. Anyone have any idea on what to do? Ash asked nervously. Well, considering that there's a giant tentacruel that's bigger than that building who has an army of tentacle that outnumber us at least by several thousand, I think we should run for our lives, screaming like little loudrads. Loki said casually as the giant tentacruel held up 2 huge support beams, waving them around. Oh no! Tentacruel's in danger. Misty screamed, pointing to Nestina's tank. How dare that thing crush my hotel? Commence fire. Nastina yelled to her boys. Ash, Misty, and Brock yelled at them to stop, but they were ignored. The young men picked up guns and shot at the tentacruel and Nastina fired her tank, but the bullets simply bounced off, having no effect besides making the tentacruel slowly turn around and glare at her. Trevor gaped. Is she suicidal or something? Ash scooped Trevor up and placed him on his shoulder, prepared for a quick retreat. Attack, the giant tentacruel told the tentacle colony. The tentacle stormed towards Nastina, trampling her and knocking her from the tank. Ash gasped as he saw a giant tidal wave come up from the ocean. We've got to try to protect tentacruel. Misty cried. But there's gonna be a tidal wave. Ash protested, grabbing Misty's and Judy's arms. Brock scooped up Loki and the group ran towards the safety of a large building with all the other residents as the tidal wave hit and thousands of tentacle entered the city through it. Jesse and James grabbed onto a pole as the wave swept them along, clinging to it tightly as the waters receded. Thank badness we survived. Jesse sighed with relief. James nodded. We're high and dry. Good thing we grabbed onto this pole. It should be safe to climb down now. Jesse said. Then they looked down and realized they were somehow on the top of a very tall building. They immediately began screaming for help. The giant tentacruel threw one of the support beams, hitting Nastina's Ferris wheel. Nastina growled as she saw it through her binoculars. Good thing I just had that insured. She grabbed a machine gun and began firing it randomly into the air. That's the last straw, Tentacle. I'm coming after you, she screamed, but was swept off her tank by a small wave. In the building, the residents watched the destruction in horror. Looks like Jeff and Tentacle didn't have any more luck than we did. Ash murmured. I don't understand. Misty cried. Why would they do something like this? Now everyone will be against them. No one had an answer for her. Ash clung to Trevor and Judy as the tentacle and the giant tentacruel began destroying buildings, praying no one was inside them. He reached for Levi's poke ball, but Misty stopped him. Leave this to me. Misty said and started to run off, but Brock grabbed her arm. Look up there. Brock told her, pointing to the giant tentacruel, who was holding something in one of his tentacles. From their pole, Jessie looked up at what the tentacruel was holding. It's Meowth, she cried. Meowth has abandoned us. James said melodramatically, holding a rose. It's a tentacruel world. Quit it with the drama and let's get out of here. Jessie yelled, slapping him upside the head. Suddenly, the duo were swept off their pole by another wave. A tentacle climbed up onto the leader tentacruel's tentacle, placing a tentacle on each side of Meowth's head and concentrating. Meowth's eyes glowed red and he said in a chilling double voice, We are Tentacle and Tentacruel, hear us now. Humans have destroyed our ocean home and now we will have our revenge. As he said this, red beams of light shot out of several tentacles' gems, destroying the windows of several buildings. Charles, the young tentacle Ash had talked to earlier, tried to stop them, but he was either ignored or pushed out of the way. Brock gasped. He's using Meowth as a puppet. Now we will destroy the world, your home, as you have so cruelly tried to destroy ours. And not one of you has the right to complain about it, the possessed Meowth growled. Ash shivered. It felt like they had been sucked into Ethan's favorite alien movie, Independence Day. Tentacruel, please stop. We're. Ash started, but Brock covered his mouth. Tentacruel is too angry to listen to us, Ash. Don't draw his attention. Brock warned. But despite the fact that Tentacruel hadn't heard what Ash said, he turned his attention towards the building anyway. A tentacle struck the window they were at, and everyone dived out of the way, Ash grabbing Trevor and pushing Judy out of the way, almost getting hit himself. Please stop. Jeff begged, rushing up to the giant tentacruel. They've learned their lesson. You're not a killer, don't do this. The giant tentacruel glared at the tiny Horsia. It's too late, Horsia. Meowth growled. No matter what you think, we cannot turn away. We must teach humans the pain of having their homes destroyed. Violence isn't the answer. There are humans that are on our side, they tried to help us, I know you heard them too. This can be resolved peacefully. Jeff begged. A spineless attitude like yours will only allow humans to be more cruel and inconsiderate in the future. Tentacruel yelled through the possessed Meowth. Jeff lost his temper. You are the spineless ones, he yelled. Jeff, you are going to get yourself killed. Charles muttered to himself, trying to push his way through the colony to make it to his best friend. You say we are the spineless ones? For that you must be punished. Tentacruel yelled, still using Meowth as a mouthpiece. He slammed a tentacle at Jeff, sending the tiny Horsia flying. Jeff! Misty screamed. Ash threw a Pokeball. Kiera, grab him, he called to his Spearow. Kiera quickly caught Jeff and carried him back to Misty's outstretched arms. Ash, what's happening? Kiera asked. As Ash quickly explained the situation to Kiera, who moved between her trainer and the angry Tentacruel, Misty held the little Horsia in her arms. I'm sorry, Jeff. Misty said sadly. You got beaten up and you did it all for us humans. Thank you. She hugged the little seahorse Pokémon tightly, tears in her eyes. Ash, we're going to have to fight them. We don't have a choice. Kiera told him softly. Ash nodded, whispering what Kiera had said to Brock and Misty. He grabbed Venom and Levi's Pokeball. Go. Venom. Levi. The Beedrill and Gyarados popped out of their Pokeball, saw the destroyed city and giant Tentacruel and quickly went into attack mode. Judy and Trevor jumped on Kiera's back, and then Judy jumped onto Levi when Kiera had gotten her low enough. Spearow. Starmie. Mel. Alex. Misty called, releasing her 3 water Pokémon and her Butterfree. Loki leapt onto Alex's back, asking him to take him down to Mel, which Alex did. Zubat, get ready. Brock cried. The tentacle shot red beams of light at Kiera, Zubat, and the 2 Gyarados, but they quickly evaded them. Zubat hit a wave of tentacle with supersonic as Kiera used Aerial Ace. Trevor shot a small Thunderbolt into the water, zapping some of the tentacle that were close to the building. One tried to hit Levi, but Judy grabbed it and threw it into some others with Seismic Toss. Mel made a barrier with Dragon Rage while Levi used Hyper Beam and Venom and Alex used Twineedle and Sleep Powder respectively to fend off the next wave. Ash turned around, noticing Misty was missing. Where's Misty? He asked frantically, looking around. What he didn't know was that Misty had went out the window and was quickly climbing up the side of the building, hoping she would be able to get to the top and reason with the giant Tentacruel before anyone got hurt. You are all Pokémon. Why are you protecting the destructive humans? The giant Tentacruel asked through Meowth. He tried to hit Kiera with a tentacle, but Trevor hit the tentacle with a small Thunderbolt, making the Tentacruel flinch a tiny bit and giving Kiera time to get out of the way. Spearow, Starmie, Mel, and Levi were all hit at once, and Judy was sent flying, but she landed on a small island and quickly got up. Ash gasped in worry from the window, and only Brock grabbing his arm kept him from running down to try to aid his Pokémon. Because our trainers are in that building and we will not let you harm them. Kiera yelled. You are the cruel, destructive ones, not them. You would kill my trainer, a child who has never harmed anyone and goes out of his way to help those who need it, without a second thought. Want to know something else? Judy yelled from Levi's back. 3 of those so-called destructive humans, our trainers, did everything they could to protect you from being exterminated or having your homes destroyed. I can confirm that. Charles yelled, finally managing to push his way to the giant Tentacruel. Who are you? The giant Tentacruel asked. The tentacle sighed. No one ever remembered his name, and when they did remember he had a name, they always got it wrong, calling him everything from Chuck to Chad to Connor, but never by his real name. Charles, and they're telling the truth. I met their 3 trainers, one of whom happens to be a speaker, and they warned me about that human woman's plan to exterminate us, and even tried to stop her. My group even heard them trying to convince the others to not exterminate us and to move the hotel. A few of the tentacle began muttering amongst themselves, remembering hearing some kid trying to convince the other humans to stop right before the boat came to destroy them. The giant Tentacruel just glared at them, not believing them, and was about to raise a tentacle to hit Charles when a voice rang from on top of the building. Tentacruel, please stop. Misty called, standing on the roof of the building. Please, take them all back to the ocean. Charles looked at her in admiration. That girl has some serious spunk. Ash and Brock gasped. Misty. Ash ran for the stairs, running up them as fast as he could, and Brock quickly followed. A helicopter headed towards the area. It was the Pokémon Rangers. Please listen, Tentacruel, this is enough. Misty begged. We humans understand that we've hurt you. The Tentacruel looked around, seeing the frightened humans, men, women and children, all staring at him pleadingly. Ash and Brock made it onto the roof, Ash running to Misty and placing an arm around her shoulders. We won't destroy your homes anymore. We're sorry. Misty whispered. So please. Ash, Brock, and everyone that heard her nodded. Kiera rushed to the roof, and Trevor jumped from her back to Ash's shoulder. The giant Tentacruel sighed. The little Horsia was right, he was not a killer. He gave the group on the roof a warning look. If this happens again, we will not stop, he said through Meowth. Remember this well. He chucked Meowth into the destroyed resort, and the Scratch Cat Pokémon landed on top of Jessie and James. Meowth. Where am I? Meowth asked, unable to remember what had happened while he was being used as a meat puppet. For the moment, we have our feet on the ground. James said dazedly, and the three collapsed from exhaustion. The tentacle began heading out of the city, followed by the giant Tentacruel. Ash, Brock, and Misty ran out of the building, where they were greeted by their Pokémon. Ash hugged all of his Pokémon tightly, as did Misty and Brock, relieved they had survived yet another life-threatening adventure. Ash then returned Levi, but left the others out as Brock and Misty returned all their Pokémon but Loki. Naztina burst out of a pile of rubble as the Tentacle and Tentacruel passed her. You think you can get away that easily, do ya? Take this, she yelled, picking up a bazooka and firing it at the giant Tentacruel. The bullet bounced off, and the Tentacruel turned and glared at her. I'll capture you, put you in a tank and charge admission. Naztina switched to a pair of pistols and kept firing and yelling insults, only to be hit by a squirt of ink from Horsia. Naztina turned to see Misty, Brock, Ash and their Pokémon, a group of men in Rangers' uniforms behind them. We'll take this from here, kids, one of the Rangers said. He cuffed Naztina. You're under arrest for violating building codes, Pokémon abuse, and using military weapons without a permit. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do can be held against you in a court of law. Naztina was led away, cursing and yelling threats. Satisfied, the giant Tentacruel nodded once to Misty, then slipped away into the water. We're sorry. We didn't make it in time, one of the remaining Rangers, a young blonde-haired man, said. He turned to Misty. You did a good job of calming that giant Tentacruel down before anyone got hurt. We'll make a sweep of the city to make sure everyone's accounted for and start helping them rebuild. From what we heard, all the buildings the tentacle attacked were empty, another ranger, a woman with green hair, told them. Phew. That's a relief. Ash said. So everyone's okay? We think so, but we're going to make sure, the first ranger told him. What will happen to Tentacruel and the tentacle colony? Misty asked. Due to their aggression, we're going to keep this area under surveillance. If an unprovoked attack is made on the city again, we will have to capture the colony and take them to a safe area, the green-haired woman said. As long as no attack is made on their homes, I don't think that will be a problem. Misty told her. I hope you're right, the female ranger replied before setting off with her partner to help the residents of the city. The group began to head back to the dock, but a tentacle suddenly pulled itself out of the water and landed in front of them, making them jump. Hey, trainer. The one with the red hair. Wow, that sounds awkward. What's your name? The tentacle asked, and Ash recognized the voice as the tentacle they had befriended earlier. Her name's Misty. Ash replied. And I'm Ash, and that's Brock, Trevor, Judy, and Loki. He gestured to each of them as he said their names. I'm Charles, the tentacle said. Misty, I'd like to challenge you to a battle, he added, taking a battle stance. Ash translated this to Misty, who nodded. Okay, but if I win, I'd like you to come with me and be my Pokémon and friend. Deal. Charles said, looking to Ash to translate, which the raven-haired boy did. That had been what he wanted anyway. Misty had a lot of spunk and she would make an excellent trainer. Go, Alex. Misty called, releasing her Butterfree. Use confusion. Alex hit the tentacle with a weak telekinetic force, sending him backwards. But Charles got up quickly and countered with a water pulse, stunning Alex for a second. Charles took the opportunity to wrap his tentacles around the Butterfree's body, starting to constrict. Alex, use confusion to make him let you go. Misty called, and Butterfree grabbed Charles using his telekinetic powers, throwing him off. The tentacle landed hard on the beach, then shot another water pulse. Dodge and use sleep powder. Misty commanded. Alex flew over Charles, covering him with the light blue powder. Charles fought the effects of sleep powder for a few minutes but was soon fast asleep. Misty reached for the lure ball the head of the volunteer fire department had given her as thanks for giving him the rest of the Squirtle squad and tossed it at the sleeping tentacle. It rattled once, twice, 3 times, then clicked shut. It then teleported to the cerulean gym. Yes. I caught a tentacle. Misty cheered, dancing around. She hugged Alex, thanking him, then hugged Ash in her excitement as he came up to congratulate her. Both turned red as they pulled out of the hug. You lovebirds better hurry up before we miss the ferry again. Brock called, noticing the ferry in the distance. We're not lovebirds. Ash and Misty yelled. Brock just shook his head, and Loki and Ash's Pokémon laughed. They were about to run for the dock, but Jeff leapt into Misty's arms before she could go. Please, take me with you, the little Horsia pleaded. Ash translated this to Misty, who smiled. Of course. When I catch you, you'll be sent to the cerulean gym, but I'll get you transferred to my team as soon as I can. The little Horsia nodded and Misty touched his head with a pokeball. He was SCKED in without a struggle and the ball teleported away after capture. The group arrived at the dock just as the ferry pulled in. Ash returned Kiera and Venom before boarding and they soon set off for the mainland. Misty found a PC on board the ferry and called Cerulean Gym. Daisy picked up, telling her that they had gotten her Pokémon. The sisters talked a few minutes and Daisy asked Misty if she and Violet could borrow Misty's Butterfree that Lily had told them about for a few weeks along with her Starmie, as they needed a Butterfree and Starmie for the Enchanted Garden, a new water show Violet had written. Misty let the 2 Pokémon out and asked them, and both agreed, so Misty sent them over in exchange for her Horsia and Tentacle. She let Jeff out and cuddled the little Horsia as she walked back to her friends. Ash sighed as he looked at the destroyed city. You okay, Ash? Trevor asked. Yeah, I guess so. Wish all of that could have ended better for everyone, though. The city was destroyed and the tentacle colony will be looked at with suspicion from now on. Thankfully, no one was hurt, thanks to you guys and Misty. Everything else can be fixed. Judy reassured Ash, standing beside him. I know this didn't work out like we all wanted it to, but sometimes that happens. We tried our best to help and did everything we could. Ash gave a small smile. I know. Brock stood next to Ash and looked out over the water. Hopefully, this will be our last weird, dangerous adventure for a while. Misty scoffed, holding Horsia in her arms. With our luck, we'll have to stop Team Rocket again, solve some weird mystery, or save the day at least once a week. Don't jinx us. Ash complained. The ferry sailed towards the mainland, carrying our heroes to the next stop, Saffron City, where new friends and new adventures awaited them. Ash looked around as they entered Saffron City. Through the last 2 weeks, he and his Pokémon had worked their butts off for the Saffron Gym, which he knew would be their toughest gym yet. Sabrina, the psychic gym leader, was one of the strongest gym leaders in the league and even the toughest trainers struggled with her gym. There were rumors that she had even been asked to join the Elite Four. Trevor had managed to learn Shadow Ball with the help of the Pokédex, and his Thunderbolt had become more powerful with practice, though it would never be as strong as a true electric type's. In preparation for the gym, he also did a lot of extra speed training and boosted his Bite and Crunch. Levi too learned Bite and Crunch, and Ash used the Thunderbolt TM on him as well after finding out it was reusable. Levi had extremely strong attack and defense, though his large size made him slower than some of the others, but he was working hard to improve his speed. He couldn't wait for his first big gym battle at his trainer's side. Kiera had managed to finally master her Steel Wing, and was also helping Venom to learn Aerial Ace after Ash found out he could learn it while looking through the Pokédex. Venom was a quick learner and nearly had it mastered. Much to everyone's amusement, the Pokédex said Judy could learn Aerial Ace as well. Trevor had insisted that it must be a typo or a joke, but Ash looked it up and found out Judy really could learn it, though it was more like a really high jump than actually flying, similar to high jump kick, but without the recoil damage if it was done correctly. Trevor had ended up sulking about being proven wrong, and Venom had teased him for the rest of the day. With the help of the instructions on the Pokédex, Judy was making progress on learning Fire Punch, though she still couldn't keep the flames around her fist up for long. Half the time, they went out just as she made contact with the target, and this frustrated her. Ash reassured her that she'd get it in time and made sure she didn't overwork herself. Judy was also trying to learn Aerial Ace, but wasn't having much success. Aiden had learned Fire Spin and Slash, and was working on learning Dragon Claw, but having trouble getting the hang of the move. But he was persistent and was slowly making progress. All in all, it was a productive 2 weeks, and Ash was very proud of his team. And he now had more respect for the Pokédex, which was proving itself to be far more than an insult machine. After a quick stop at the Pokémon Center to heal Ash's team, Ash, Brock and Misty headed towards the Psychic Gym, an imposing white building. As usual, Trevor was on Ash's shoulder and Judy and Aiden walked beside him as Loki walked beside Misty. "This place is a little spooky," Trevor muttered, looking around nervously as they entered the gym. The inside was lit with rows of torches. It looked more like an old temple than a gym. "Hello. Is anyone here?" Ash called. "There's something creepy about this place," Misty said a bit nervously. They noticed a green door and walked over to it, peeking through the window. Inside, there was a group of people in white coats. Some were guessing shapes on cards and others were attempting to bend spoons with their minds. Ash wondered if this was the psychic school TJ had told him about. "Hey! What are you kids doing here?" a man with long brown hair who was wearing a surgical mask for some reason asked. "We were looking for the gym leader so I can try for the Marsh badge," Ash explained. The man looked at him scornfully. "You wish to challenge the great Sabrina?" "Yes, sir," Ash said politely. "Excuse me, but what are all those people doing in that room?" Misty asked. "You know so little, yet you wish to challenge the great Sabrina," the man said scornfully. He held up a spoon with a laugh, making everyone look at him weirdly. He then stared at it, concentrating so hard that his face turned bright red. Suddenly, the spoon bent very slightly and the guy put it down, panting. "Are you okay? You look like you have a headache," Ash asked, concerned. The man glared at him. "You fool. That was telekinesis. You can't control a psychic Pokémon without telekinetic powers." Ash's Pokémon glared at the man, and he backed up a step. "I've heard of lots of trainers who aren't psychics training psychic Pokémon. Plus, I don't even have a psychic Pokémon, so I don't have to worry about not being telekinetic," Ash said lightly, doing his best to ignore the insult. Judy smiled, glad her trainer was slowly becoming more confident. "Could you take us to the gym leader please, sir?" Not sure how to respond to the logical and politely said retort, the man finally nodded. "As you wish." He led them to a set of purple doors and opened them. "Here you are." He went to a darkened corner of the room. Oh, great Sabrina, these strangers have come to challenge you. Though I don't know why you would waste your time on this group of losers. Ash had to grab Judy around the waist to keep her from pummeling the guy at this. Suddenly a glowing psychic force lifted the man off the ground. A light in the corner turned on, revealing a young blue-haired woman, her eyes glowing red. Everyone gasped and the Pokémon moved in front of their trainers protectively. You know I do not tolerate this kind of behavior in my gym, the woman said coldly, glaring at the other psychic. Ash knew she must be Sabrina. I do not like bullies or people who belittle or insult my challengers or my psychics. Get out of here and don't come back until you are willing to apologize to these people and to me. And if you do this again, you are no longer welcome in my gym or my psychic school. She dropped him in an undignified heap in front of the door and the man opened it and ran for his life. Sabrina then turned to Ash and his friends. Hello. I've been expecting you. Especially you, Ash Ketchum. I can sense the power you hold within you. She looked down at Judy, Loki and Aiden, who were whispering to each other. Judy, Aiden, Loki, I'm not going to hurt any of you, so your escape plan isn't necessary, though I give you points for bravery and creativity. What, how? Aiden stammered, backing up nervously. Careful not to knock Trevor off his shoulder, Ash bent down and picked up his Charmander, hugging him. How'd you? Oh, right, psychic powers. Can I understand Pokémon like you can? Not in the same way, but I can read minds, so it all amounts to the same thing. Sabrina explained. Ash mentally smacked himself in the forehead, remembering that TJ had told him she could read minds. Between the tentacle attack and training, he had nearly forgotten about that. I'd like to challenge you for the Marsh badge, please. Ash told her before something occurred to him. She could read his mind. How was he supposed to work around an opponent that could hear his and his Pokémon's every thought? I accept your challenge. And don't worry, I won't look into your mind during the battle. It's against the league rules. Sabrina assured him. She led them to the battlefield, and both she and Ash took their positions on either end. Misty, Brock, Judy, Aiden, and Loki sat in the stands. This will be a 2-on-2 battle between the gym leader, Sabrina, and the challenger, Ash Ketchum. Trainers, release your Pokémon, the referee called. Let's get this battle started. Go, Mr. Mime. Sabrina called, releasing her barrier Pokémon. Trevor, I choose you. Ash called to his Rattata. Trevor jumped off his shoulder and stood in front of him. Use Crunch. Reflect. Sabrina commanded calmly. The Mr. Mime quickly put up a barrier, but still took a little damage from Trevor's attack. Now use Confusion while he's close. A weak telekinetic force slammed into Trevor, sending the Rattata backwards. Shadow Ball. Ash called. Trevor summoned a sphere of ghostly energy and shot it at the Mr. Mime, doing some damage despite the reflect. Magical Leaf. Sabrina ordered. Leaves surrounded by a glowing pink energy shot out of the Mr. Mime's hands. Dodge using Quick Attack. Ash commanded. Trevor tried to dodge, but the leaves simply followed him, hitting the Rattata and sending him tumbling. Trevor. Ash cried in alarm. Trevor got up. I'm fine, Ash. Magical Leaf again, Mr. Mime. Sabrina called. Use Thunderbolt to destroy the leaves. Ash ordered. Trevor powered up a Thunderbolt, incinerating the leaves and hitting Mr. Mime. Very clever. Sabrina approved. Let's see how you handle this. Mr. Mime, Psychic Attack. Mr. Mime's hands glowed and Trevor was lifted off the ground. Hit it with Shadow Ball to make it let you go. Ash called frantically. Trevor quickly shot off a Shadow Ball which hit the Mr. Mime, but was still slammed hard into the ground. Trevor, are you okay? Ash called, worried. Trevor got up shakily. Ash was about to return him, but Trevor shook his head, turning to face the Mr. Mime. I want to go until I'm out, Ash. Trevor told him. Ash nodded. Shadow Ball, full power, he commanded. Match that with a full power Psybeam. Sabrina called. The Shadow Ball and Psybeam met, causing a small explosion and a lot of smoke. When it cleared, Trevor was knocked out and Mr. Mime was barely standing. Rattata is unable to battle, the referee called. Challenger, release your next Pokémon. Sadly, Ash returned Trevor. You did a great job, buddy. Thank you, he whispered to the Pokeball. He tossed Levi's Pokeball. Go, Levi. The huge Gyarados appeared, letting out a roar and glaring at his opponent. Use Crunch. Ash called. Levi lunged at his opponent. Mr. Mime was too exhausted to dodge or set up a barrier, so he was quickly knocked out. Mr. Mime is unable to battle. Gym Leader, release your next Pokémon, the referee called. Mr. Mime, return. Sabrina said. You did a wonderful job. She returned Mr. Mime to his Pokeball, then threw out the Pokeball containing her starter. Go, Kadabra. The yellow Psy Pokémon came out, smirking at his opponent. Levi, use Crunch. Ash called. Teleport, then Psychic. Sabrina ordered and Kadabra disappeared. Levi looked around frantically for his opponent. Levi, look out behind you. Ash cried, but it was too late. Kadabra picked up Levi with Psychic. Use Thunderbolt to make it let you go. Ash called. Levi shot a bolt of lightning at Kadabra before being thrown hard to the ground. Reflect. Sabrina commanded. Most of the Thunderbolt bounced off Kadabra's shield, but it was still hurt a little. Now use Future Sight. Kadabra's eyes glowed blue, and both Ash and Levi braced themselves, but nothing seemed to happen. Ash had a bad feeling about the move, but had no idea what it did. Maybe it was simply a defensive move, or something to help Kadabra evade attacks more easily. He continued on. Levi, use Crunch again. Teleport, then Psycho Cut. Sabrina called. Once again, Kadabra disappeared. Levi, he's on your left. Ash called. Use Thunderbolt. Levi hit Kadabra with a Thunderbolt, but got hit by some of the Psycho Cut. Kadabra, use Recover. Sabrina called frantically. Use Crunch as it's using Recover. Ash called. Kadabra was able to finish using Recover, but it was too late to block Levi's attack. But though Kadabra was severely weakened, he wasn't out yet. Use. Ash started, but was cut off as a strong wind filled the stadium. A sphere of energy hit Levi, knocking the Gyarados to the ground and making him roar in pain as he took serious damage from the attack. Levi. Ash screamed. He didn't even notice Sabrina using the distraction to order Kadabra to use Recover again. Now finish it off with Psychic. Sabrina commanded. Kadabra began to lift Levi into the air. Ash knew Levi was extremely close to fainting and wouldn't be able to take the attack. Stop. I forfeit, he cried, not wanting his Gyarados to be hurt anymore. The challenger has forfeited. The winner is Sabrina, the referee called. Kadabra gently lowered Levi to the ground. Ash ran up to his Gyarados. Levi, I'm so sorry, he whispered sadly as he returned him to his Pokeball. Why didn't he figure out what that Future Sight attack did and keep an eye out for it? Someone placed a hand on his shoulder. He turned to see that it was Sabrina. Ash, you're not going to automatically know what every move is or what it does, so stop berating yourself, she told him firmly. And Levi is not upset with you. Losses happen, even to the best of trainers. Ash nodded, relaxing a little, and Sabrina continued. Ash, you're a very good trainer, but there were some mistakes you made today, she said, going into teacher mode. The first was that you didn't use any defensive or status moves. They may not seem like much, but if used correctly, they can turn the tide in a battle. Also, don't rely so much on type advantage, or what you think is type advantage. It can be a good strategy, but there are ways to work around it. Ash nodded again. Thank you, he said gratefully. He was thankful for her advice, though he still wished he hadn't made those mistakes in the first place. Everyone makes mistakes. Trust me, I've made a lot of them. Sabrina told him, reading his thoughts. And when you have telekinetic powers, the mistakes become even more chaotic. She couldn't even count how many objects she had broken or people she had sent flying when she was angry or startled and didn't have a firm grip on her powers. It had even almost happened today. She was glad she hadn't accidentally harmed her challenger and his friends in her anger at the idiot. Psychic powers could be unpredictable and extremely hard to control. It had taken her years to get to this level of control, and she still had the occasional slip-up. Speaking of which, Ash, I'd like for you to stop by the psychic school after you heal your Pokémon so you can get some training with your powers and meet the other psychics. It's the building connected to the gym. That room you saw on your way in was just a classroom for adult psychics, not the actual school. Brock. Misty, you are of course welcome to join him. But I'm not sure. Ash started, but Sabrina cut him off. Your powers are considered psychic powers, Ash. I know you don't think you're a psychic, but you are. Sabrina said firmly. But I can't read minds, use telekinesis, or see the future. Sabrina finished. Not all psychics can do that. That idiot was wrong, and so was your Spearow mentor. Psychic powers come in all different forms and levels of power. You'll see when you meet the others. Please go to the school, Ash. I think it would be good for you. Yeah, Ash, you should go to the school like the beautiful gym leader says. Brock agreed, staring dreamily at Sabrina. He started to walk towards her, wanting to ask her out. She glared at him, her eyes starting to glow red. Not interested. And don't even think about touching me. As you've seen, I have telekinesis, and I will use it. Brock backed away slowly. I may not be able to use telekinesis, Misty said. But there's another special trick I can do. Making Brock disappear. She grabbed Brock by the ear, hauling him out of the gym. Sabrina let out a giggle and Ash shook his head before following his friends. They went to the Pokémon Center and waited while Trevor and Levi were healed. A psychic school. I wonder what that will be like. Misty mused. I hope the other students there are nice. Ash said. He hoped he'd fit in at psychic school. He certainly hadn't at normal school. The buzzer sounded for Ash to pick up his Pokémon. Ash put Levi's Pokeball on his belt and let Trevor out. How are you feeling, Trev? Ash asked. Are you okay? The Rattata jumped onto Ash's shoulder. I'm fine. Sorry I got knocked out. How'd Levi do? Ash sighed. We lost. It was really close, but we lost. Oh well. We'll train for a few more days and try the gym again. Trevor frowned. I don't know what happened out there. My Ghost and Dark type moves should have done really well against that Mr. Mime. Ghost and Dark type moves are super effective against Psychic. After I lost, Sabrina told me that I shouldn't rely so much on type advantage, or what I think is type advantage. Ash told him. What do you think she meant by the last part? I have no idea. All I know is that Dark and Ghost are supposed to be strong against Psychic. Maybe it was the Reflect or maybe. Trevor continued mumbling theories and thinking out loud all the way to the Psychic school. The Rattata wasn't used to there being a problem he couldn't solve. Ash just shook his head at his starter as he pushed open the door to the Psychic school and walked in, Brock, Misty, and his Pokémon beside him. A boy with silvery gray hair was waiting for them as they entered the school, an Espion and Umbreon beside him. Hi, I'm the welcoming committee, the boy joked. Sabrina told me a new psychic was coming in today and I couldn't wait to meet them. I'm Soul, by the way. His Espion head butted him. Oh, and this is Dawn, and that's Dusk, he added, gesturing to first the Espion, then the Umbreon. I'm Misty and this is Loki. Misty introduced herself and her Squirtle, shaking his hand. Brock. I'm Ash. Ash said, a little shyly. I guess I'm the new psychic. This is Judy, Aiden, and, hey, Trev, someone wants to meet you. He gave the Rattata a nudge, and Trevor snapped out of his musing about whether he could combine Crunch and Hyper Fang to make a stronger attack and greeted Soul. It's nice to meet all of you. Soul said with a smile before turning to Ash. So what's your ability? I'm empathic, which means I can feel other people's and Pokemon's emotions. It's okay, you don't have to be nervous. None of us bite, well, not most of the time. I can understand Pokemon. Ash blurted out. It was a relief not to have to hide his ability here. Really? That's cool. I can understand Dawn, but that's because she's telepathic. So what about you guys? He asked, turning to Misty and Brock. Are you psychics too? If I am, I don't know about it. Misty said. I don't think I am either. Brock added. That won't be a problem, will it? Of course not. Soul was quick to reassure him. This school welcomes everyone to visit. You won't be able to take psychic classes though unless you're a psychic, but as long as Sabrina says it's okay, you're free to sit in. We're all hanging out by the pool right now. Would you like to meet the others? I'd love to. Ash said with a smile. Soul was really nice and Ash was starting to feel that he just might fit in here. Soul led them through the school, taking the time to point out where all the classrooms and bathrooms were, then opened the back door to the pool area. They stepped outside into the sunshine. Everyone let out a soft gasp at what they saw. The pool area was huge and extremely beautiful. There was a massive pool with water Pokemon swimming around, a small garden that grass types were playing in, a snack stand, and even an outdoor battling arena. Trainers and Pokemon were everywhere, swimming in the pool, lounging in the pool chairs, playing with their Pokemon or just talking to one another. Soul introduced them to his Pidgeotto, Elekid, Ponyta, and Butterfree. Soul tiptoed past a girl with dark brown hair sleeping in a lounge chair with a Cyndaquil sleeping on her stomach and an Abra next to her. Shoo, she's sleeping. Be careful not to wake her, he whispered. Seth's pyrokinetic and she gets really cranky when she gets woken up from her naps. She's really nice when she's fully awake, but when someone jolts her out of a sound sleep, you might want to run for your life. She nearly shot a fireball at our resident prankster, Gideon, because he dumped a bucket of cold water on her while she was napping. Ash's eyes widened and he tiptoed away from her chair. Do you mind if I let my Pokemon out? Ash asked. Kiera, Venom, and Levi needed a chance to stretch. Sure, I mean no, that's completely fine. You can let them out. Soul told him. Ash released Kiera and Venom and went to the pool. He saw a fairly overweight man who he guessed was around 18 or 19 with brown hair, a patchy beard, and glasses standing by the water. He was about to ask if it was okay to let Levi out when the man raised his hands and a huge sphere of water came out of the pool, a beautiful blue and black fish Pokemon swimming around inside it. Beside the man lay a Girafarig and a Venomoth fluttered by his head. Wow! Ash whispered, watching as the sphere moved in circles around the pool. He's hydrokinetic. Soul said, coming up behind Ash and making him jump. Hey, Jake, this is Ash, our newest member. Jake lowered the sphere of water back into the pool and came over. Hi, Ash. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Ash said shyly. Misty and Brock came over and introduced themselves as well. Your fish Pokemon, what species is it? I've never seen anything like him or her before. Jake smiled, reaching down to pet his fish Pokemon. Her name's Amelia, and she's a Luminian. She's from the Sinnoh region. She's beautiful. Ash said. Misty nodded. Absolutely gorgeous. Is it all right if I let my Gyarados out into the pool? He's really friendly. Ash asked. Sure, it's all right with me. Jake assured him. Ash released Levi into the pool, and Levi looked around in confusion at first, then went up to Ash and nuzzled him. Ash scratched the crest on his head. Wow, you were right about him being friendly. Jake said in awe, walking closer to look at Levi. He looks really healthy and strong too. Misty let out Mel and Jake commented on her beauty, strength, and friendliness. I adore water Pokémon. Jake admitted. Once I finish my psychic training, I plan to build my own aquarium and put on water shows for people and Pokémon. Misty's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. So what Pokémon do you plan to? She and Jake were soon caught up in a discussion on water Pokémon and plans for Jake's aquarium. Sol just smiled and led Ash, Brock, and Ash's Pokémon away to meet the other psychics. A Pokémon battle was going on over at the battlefield, and the group went over to watch. A 13-year-old boy with spiked black hair and wearing a long dark cloak was battling with his shiny Charizard against a dark-haired girl with a Vaporeon. It was a close match, almost resulting in a draw, but the black Charizard used Seismic Toss, knocking the Vaporeon out. Cloudy, the girl cried, rushing to check on her Pokémon. She sprayed a revive and a hyper potion on it. A Flareon ran up and nuzzled it as it groaned and got up. Scooping up her Vaporeon and gently hugging it, the girl shook hands with her opponent. The cloaked boy gave her a nod. Ash, this is Ulrich and Tay. Sol said, gesturing towards first the cloaked boy and then the girl. Ulrich, Tay, this is Ash. He's the new guy. Ulrich looked Ash up and down, appraising him before giving him a polite but curt nod. Hello, he said. Excuse me, I must see to my Pokémon. He turned his attention back to his Charizard, gently stroking its neck as he gave it a berry and sprayed a hyper potion on it. A Houndoom, Umbreon, and Noctowl ran up to him, and he took out some berries and started to give them out. Tay gave him a small smile. It's nice to meet you, Ash, she said in a shy, whispery voice. She introduced the group to her team, a hyperactive EV named Liam, a Glacian named Isu who seemed to keep her distance, and her Flareon and Vaporeon, who were named Flame and Cloudy. Ash introduced his own Pokémon to her. Flame immediately challenged Aiden to a play battle and Aiden was quick to agree. Ash looked around for Venom, who was no longer behind him, and saw that he was talking to someone's Gengar, Loki beside him. All three were whispering, mischievous looks on their faces. Tony, if you three pull that prank, you're the ones who have to clean it up. Ulrich called suddenly. The Gengar looked sheepish. Ash looked at him in shock. Can you understand Pokémon too? I can read minds. Ulrich answered, using the same polite but curt tone. You can understand Pokémon? Tay asked Ash. Ash nodded. That's cool. Sometimes if I try really, really hard, I can read my Pokémon's minds, but I can't do it for too long. It's exhausting. Sol offered to treat the group to ice cream from the snack bar, and Ash, Tay, and Brock accepted, but Ulrich politely declined. They talked about the classes in psychic school, and Ash found out that there was different classes for different psychic powers. Tay was in the class that the gang had seen through the window in the Saffron gym as she also had very mild telekinetic powers, while Sol was in a class for people with empathic abilities. There were also classes for seers, psychics that could see the future, ghost whisperers, and psychics with elemental abilities. Ash wondered where he would be placed. Sol told him that he would probably be assessed when Sabrina came in that evening. As they walked back with their ice creams, Sol continued to introduce Ash to other psychics he knew. Ash, that's David, he's pyrokinetic, and that's. Cold, clammy hands grabbed Ash's shoulders from behind. I see dead people. A voice whispered menacingly into his ear. Ash slowly turned to see a grinning skull staring straight at him. Ash yelped and jumped several feet into the air, and his ice cream and the one he had bought for Misty went flying. He went to catch them, but tripped over a pool chair. Looking around, he noticed a teenage boy with spiky blonde hair and a Ghostbusters t-shirt pulling off his mask and laughing his head off. "Oh man, the look on your face." The boy chortled. A Duskmore standing next to him rolled its eyes. Judy glared at the teenager as she helped Ash up. "What was the meaning of screaming like a banshee and dropping ice cream on me while I was trying to sleep?" an angry female voice yelled at Ash. Ash gulped as he saw Seth, the pyrokinetic who no one dared wake up. Noticing trouble, Misty and Jake ran over. "I'm really sorry." Ash apologized quickly. "I didn't mean to drop ice cream on you and wake you up." "I dash." Soul jumped to Ash's defense. Gideon snuck up behind him and scared him with that stupid mask of his and Ash tripped. "Tattletale." Gideon muttered as Seth immediately began yelling at him. "Seth, calm down. You're scaring the new guy," Jake said, walking up. Seth Cyndaquil was also trying to soothe her. Seth quickly calmed down. "Sorry for snapping at you, Ash." Seth apologized sheepishly. "I'm really sorry I dropped my ice cream on you," Ash told her. He ran to the snack stand to get her some napkins. "No harm done," Seth reassured him. "Sorry, kid," Gideon said to Ash, still with a grin on his face. "I couldn't resist. I'm Gideon and I actually do see and speak to ghosts." And he never hesitates to use the mask GG. Even after he got punched by this huge guy he decided to startle, his Duskmore muttered, rolling his eyes again. "And Tiny Tim here didn't even defend me." Gideon mock-whined to Ash, elbowing the Duskmore. "Yeah, because you kind of deserve to be punched for being stupid," the Duskmore bantered right back, though. His tone was playful. "And don't call me Tiny Tim." "Ah, you wound me, Tiny Tim. Wound me right here." Gideon joked, putting a hand to his heart. "Can you understand Pokémon?" Ash asked. "Just ghost Pokémon. It somehow comes with being able to speak to ghosts." "Don't ask me why, because I have no clue. The scientists here tried to explain it to me, but I zoned out. Too boring and I don't really care." Gideon replied with a shrug. "Here, Ash, you dropped your dragon scale when you tripped." Jake told him, picking up the scale Aiden had found. "Thanks." Ash replied, taking the small blue scale from the hydrokinetic. "I was wondering what that was." Aiden found it while digging on the beach. "Good find," Jake said. "I got one at the Celadon Mall for after my Horsia evolves into Seadra." Ash looked confused, so Jake explained, "You can use a dragon scale to evolve Seadra into Kingdra." Misty's eyes lit up at this. "Aiden, do you mind if I give Misty the scale you found?" Ash asked. "She could use it for Jeffrey after he evolves." "That's fine." Aiden replied and Ash gave the scale to Misty, who gave him a huge smile and thanked him. The door to the pool area opened and a girl with blonde hair and a Houndem paw print t-shirt came in carrying a bunch of shopping bags, a Meowth and a Pikachu on her shoulder. "Hey, Karen. Come meet the new guy," Soul called. Karen came over and her eyes lit up with recognition. "Hi, Ash, right? I didn't know you were psychic." Karen had moved to Pallet Town 2 weeks before her journey had started, and had met Ash, and unfortunately Gary. The two had been friendly enough to one another whenever they crossed paths, but between them both being shy and preparing for their journey, they hadn't really become friends. Ash gave her a smile, though he eyed her Pikachu nervously. "Hi Karen." Suddenly, Karen's Pikachu jumped off her shoulder and started heading towards Ash. "Hello," she said in a friendly tone. Ash backed up a step from the Pikachu that was similar in size and appearance to his former starter as it ran towards him, not registering the friendly female voice in his fear. The Pikachu stood up on her hind legs and looked at Ash with curiosity and concern. "What's wrong, she asked before coming closer. Ash once again backed up, bumping into Kiera who had landed behind him to prevent Ash from backing into the pool. Ash, it's okay. That Pikachu isn't him. Kiera said soothingly. Ash's other Pokémon, Misty, and Brock ran over to him and Judy squeezed his hand lightly as Misty placed a hand on his shoulder. Levi, who didn't know about Pikachu, looked both confused and worried for Ash. The Pikachu blinked. I'm not who. Ash snapped out of it upon hearing Kiera's voice and the female voice of the Pikachu, feeling both angry at himself and ashamed that he had acted like this in front of the other psychics. Hey Ash, you okay? Sol asked in concern, feeling Ash's fear and embarrassment flowing through him. Ash nodded. I'm fine, he lied. The other psychics didn't look convinced. Ulrich, who had been studying Ash intently, raised an eyebrow. You don't feel fine. Sol said, not believing Ash for a second. Worst Liar of the Year award, you have a new nominee. Gideon muttered. Seth glared at him and jabbed her elbow into his ribs. You can tell us. Tay said. None of us will laugh or anything. The others nodded. I had a bad experience with a Pikachu. Ash admitted softly. He mouthed, I'll tell you later, to Levi. Karen picked up her Pikachu. Do you need me to take Syria out of the room? She asked. Ash shook his head. No, he told her quietly and then his voice grew a little stronger. No. It's not your Pikachu's fault. She didn't do anything wrong. Though he was still a little nervous around the Pikachu, she wasn't his former starter and had been nothing but friendly to him. Though it'd be difficult, he needed to do his best to follow Lieutenant Surge's advice and try to overcome his fear. He took a deep breath and smiled at his neighbor. Sorry about. Hey, no need to apologize, Karen assured him. Just know that Syria would never hurt you. She's really friendly and likes everybody. Syria nodded and Ash relaxed a little, mentally repeating Lieutenant Surge's words. The group talked a little more, and Ash found out that while Karen was empathic like Sol, she could only feel the emotions of Pokémon. She and her Pikachu shared a special bond to the point where she could understand what she was saying, but she couldn't with any of her other Pokémon. Her Meowth, a hyperactive and goofy female that was named Mischief, became quick friends with Venom and Loki, and by the way they and Ulrich's Jengar were huddling in a corner and whispering with mischievous grins on their faces, Ash had the sneaking suspicion that they were planning the prank Ulrich had mentioned. Ash also got to meet another psychic, a quiet telekinetic named Elena. Brock and Tay began talking about Pokémon breeding, Tay, like Brock, being more of a breeder than a battler, and Misty and Seth were talking about a movie they had both seen. Ash was really beginning to enjoy psychic school. It was just before dinner when Sabrina arrived, an older man with dark brown hair with her. She smiled at the other psychics and then noticed Ash. Hello Ash. I'm glad you took my advice. This is my father. He was the one who built this school. Nice to meet you, sir. Ash said. Good to meet a kid with good manners, the man said gruffly. So Sabrina tells me you can understand Pokémon. Yes, sir. Let's get you a reading, see what classes we should put you in, the man told him. The dinner bell rang, and Sol, Brock, and Misty hesitated, but Sabrina told them to go ahead and go to the cafeteria with the other psychics. Telling Ash they'd save him a seat, they left. A reading? Ash asked, thinking of the carnival psychic readings with the crystal ball. How was that going to tell them what class he was supposed to be in? Sabrina's father let out a snort. Not that type of reading. Come with us. I know you're wondering why we want you to have a reading. Sabrina said to Ash. I can sense strong abilities, but not dormant or low-level abilities, which is one of the reasons I wanted you to come here, Ash. Some abilities can tag along with stronger abilities, and if you happen to have a dormant telepathic, telekinetic, or empathic ability, we need to know so it can be trained. Untrained psychic abilities can be dangerous, especially telekinesis. I'll get 0. We'd better do this out here then. Sabrina's father said before abruptly disappearing into thin air. A shocked Ash looked around and Sabrina burst out laughing. My dad can teleport and he loves showing off. Sabrina's father arrived a few minutes later, a white-haired man who looked to be in his 20s in tow. I hate teleporting, the white-haired man muttered. Ash noticed that the man's eyes were bright red, which made him a little nervous. The red eyes are just contacts. Sabrina explained. You ruined the effect. Zero sighed, then looked at Ash. I hate my real eye color and red eyes look cool. Sabrina's father just rolled his eyes. We need you to do a reading on Ash here. Arrow nodded. Right. He turned to Ash. Hi Ash, I'm Zero. Did they explain to you how this works? Ash shook his head. Basically, my psychic power is that I can read other people's psychic powers and tell what powers they have and about what level the powers are at. Can you give me your hand, please? Ash placed his hand into Zero's and the white-haired man closed his eyes, concentrating for a few minutes. Then he spoke to Sabrina and her father. He can understand Pokémon and I'm also sensing a low-level empathy ability. The empathy ability could probably increase a little with training, but I don't think it will increase too much further, maybe up to mid-level at the most. Can he project? Sabrina's father asked. Don't think so. Zero told him. Not sure what will happen when he's fully trained because I can't read the future, but honestly I don't think he'll be able to, at least not intentionally. Okay, is anyone else really confused right now? Or is it just me? Venom asked, looking at the psychic strangely. Not just you. Judy said, shaking her head, and Ash gave a slight nod. Here, let me explain. Sabrina said. Basically, there are 3 levels of empathy abilities. A low-level empath is slightly more sensitive to emotions than the average human and can pick up on them more easily, especially if the emotion is strong. A mid-level empath can sense all the emotions of people around them, and a high-level empath can sense emotions strongly and sometimes even project emotions to people around them. We can fit you into the empathy class. Sabrina's father decided. Hone the empathy ability up a bit, but not too much. Sensing other people's emotions can be overwhelming. He wrote the information down. Ash looked a little nervous, unsure whether he could control an ability he had no idea he had. Don't worry. Sabrina assured them. We'll teach you anything you need to know, and much of it will come naturally. I'm going to need to ask you a few more questions before we give you your class schedule and let you go. First, how long have you had your abilities and have you had any prior psychic training? No, sir. Ash replied. And I don't know about the empathy ability, but I've only been able to speak to Pokémon for a few months. I got it at the beginning of my journey because of an electrical shock. He didn't know any of these people well enough to tell them about Pikachu. Sabrina's father looked at him in surprise. So you weren't able to speak to Pokémon until after you got the shock? Ash nodded. I couldn't understand Pokémon before the shock. Not even a little. I don't know how a shock made me understand Pokémon, it just. He was pretty sure Sabrina and her father thought he was nuts now. Relax kid, I believe you. Sabrina's father told him. He had seen the full story in Ash's mind, as had Sabrina, but they both knew Ash didn't want them to know, so they wouldn't say anything. Sometimes the mind can do amazing things to protect you from danger. Maybe it happened that way so you could get help from your Pokémon, or maybe the ability was just dormant and needed a little nudge. Psychic powers can be unpredictable and can develop in different ways. And similar things have happened to other psychics too, so you're not the only who's come in with a power that's developed like this. Ash nodded and Sabrina's father continued on with his questions. Does it hurt you at all or make you tired to use your powers? Do you have headaches or nosebleeds? Ash shook his head. No, sir. Good. Sabrina's father said, writing it down. Can you understand Pokémon as long as you can hear them, or do they have to be close or directly talking to you? As long as they're close enough for me to hear them, I can understand what they're saying. And I even understood what one was saying in a recording once, though it wasn't very clear. Ash replied. Okay, you're about the same as the other speakers who I talked to who were born with it. Sabrina's father said, more to himself than to Ash. No change in the power despite how it came out, and the ability is stable and needs no training. He finished Ash's class schedule and handed it to Ash. You're free to go. Would you like to go in your Pokeball or stay out here? Ash asked Venom, Kiera, and Levi, knowing that they wouldn't be able to easily get in the cafeteria. I'd like to stay out here. The pool is really nice. Levi told him. Me too. There's something I want to do. Venom said, a mischievous grin on his face. Ash sighed. Do I want to know? Venom gave the Beedrill version of a smirk. You'll find out, eventually. I'll keep him from getting into too much trouble. Kiera sighed. Ash shrugged, gave Kiera a hug, petted Levi's scales, and scratched Venom on the head before heading to the dining hall, 3 things on his mind. How would he defeat Sabrina's gym? What would empathy class be like? And what in the world was Venom up to? Oh, awesome. You're in my class. Soul said happily as Ash showed him his schedule during dinner. It showed that Ash had one class which lasted from 9:30 in the morning until 11. The rest of the day he had free, and he planned to spend it training hard for his rematch with Sabrina, which would be in a week. While you're in class tomorrow, I think I'll check out the shops. Karen said there was a really nice mall here. Misty said, nodding towards the dark-haired girl who was holding her Pikachu in her lap. My class doesn't start until 1. Mind if I come with you? Seth asked, feeding her Cyndaquil a French fry. I really need a new pair of sandals. I accidentally set fire to my old ones, she admitted with a sheepish smile. Not at all. That sounds like fun. Misty told her, smiling. It would be great to spend time with another girl for once, and she and Seth had a lot in common. I heard there's a breeders' convention going on. For the next few days. I'm going to check it out. Brock said. There's even a cooking contest and I think I'll enter some of my recipes. That sounds great, Brock. Ash told him after swallowing a bite of his cheeseburger. If the contest is still going on when I'm out of class, I'll come check it out. He looked at Soul. Speaking of class, what's the class like? Is there anything I need to know? Don't fall asleep during meditation. Soul told him, his sheepish smile telling them that he had done exactly that. Ash hid a laugh. I'll try not to. Do I need to bring anything? No, just yourself. Soul replied. One good thing about psychic school, you never have to take notes. How long have you been at psychic school? Brock asked Soul. Not very long, just a few. Soul stopped talking and looked at Espion, his eyes widening, then looked behind Ash. Ash turned to look where Soul was staring, but Soul stopped him. Ash, what do you think of this CD? Soul said a little too loudly as he put some headphones on Ash's ears. The song, Peanut Butter Jelly Time, burst out of the CD player. Aiden covered his ears and Trevor rolled his eyes. Judy just looked amused. Wincing, Ash tried to take the headphones off. Yeah, it's an annoying song. Keep your mind on the lyrics. Soul whispered quickly. Don't look now, but Ulrich was watching you. Despite Soul's warning, Ash's eyes flicked to Ulrich, who was sitting by himself in the table furthest from them with his Houndoom, Umbreon, Gengar, and an Alakazam next to him, but the cloaked boy's eyes were on his Pokémon, not Ash. Well, right now, a lot of people are staring. Trevor muttered, noticing the other psychics looking at Soul strangely. Soul, what's... Ash started but Soul cut him off. Keep your mind on the song lyrics. He snoops. Soul whispered. What we were saying wasn't that. No, he snoops in people's minds. Reads them without permission. Soul whispered. Dawn sensed that he was reading your mind since you came in here. I know you prefer to keep your thoughts secret, so I decided to warn you. In the most subtle way possible. Seth said sarcastically as Judy and Misty gave Ulrich a glare. Hey, at least he's warned now. Soul retorted. Seth rolled her eyes. Next time just say, Ulrich is reading your mind. Block him out with an annoying song. You'll make less of a fool out of yourself that way. Well, this way Ulrich doesn't become suspicious. Soul argued. His espion rolled her eyes, used to her trainer's antics. Soul, you're such a bad actor, you'd make a slowpoke suspicious. And he's a kid like us, not a career criminal or something. Seth pointed out. Why's it matter if he knows we don't want him reading our minds? Soul couldn't think of a comeback to that. Ash had barely heard the argument, thinking about earlier today. When he had been frightened of Karen's Pikachu and all the psychics had been watching him, had Ulrich read his mind? And if he had, did that mean he knew about what had happened with Ash's former starter? Did a complete stranger, one who had no regard for people's personal thoughts, find out one of his worst memories? Ash, you okay? Soul asked, feeling that Ash was a little panicked. Judy took Ash's hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. Hypothetically, if Ulrich was to find out something someone wanted to keep secret, would he tell everyone or blackmail the person with it or something? Ash asked in a whisper. He remembered what Soul had said about the song lyrics and tried to think of them. No. Tay said in her soft, whispery voice. Ash jumped, having nearly forgotten the quiet telekinetic was even there. Ulrich may be cold sometimes and he doesn't respect people's private thoughts like he should, but he's not petty or mean, not like that. He's a pretty polite guy, he just likes to keep to himself. And if he tries to do that to you, he'd have to deal with me. Misty said. Mind reading is nothing compared to my Misty mallet. She pulled her mallet from out of nowhere. Nice. Seth said, impressed. I've got to get myself one of those. Soul's eyes were wide. Where is she keeping that? Never mind, I don't want to know. He turned back to Ash. I'm sorry for freaking you out. No, I'm glad you told me he was doing it. Ash reassured him. And let me know how to block him out. How'd you figure out to do that anyway? Soul shrugged. I heard the idea in some book series about sparkly vampires my sister is obsessed with. Moonlight or starlight or something. Tried it out and it actually works if you concentrate. And if you don't like the song idea, just think a bunch of random stuff like 1 + 1 = 2 and he'll be bored enough to get out of your head. Heard that on the Twilight Zone. Thanks. Ash told him. Soul smiled. You're welcome. After dinner, Ash, Misty, and Brock discussed getting a room at the Pokémon Center, but Soul let them know there were dormitories at the psychic school. Sabrina gave them permission to stay in the school for their stay, and Seth, Tay, and Karen told Misty there was an extra bed in their room while Ash and Brock would share a room with Soul and a pyrokinetic named David. David was friendly, but fairly quiet and tended to spend his time studying or practicing with his ice powers. That evening, Ash, Trevor, Judy and Aiden went out to spend time with Levi, Venom, and Kiera. It was growing dark, so everyone was inside and they pretty much had the place to themselves. Levi told Ash that Kiera had told him what happened with Pikachu, then reassured his trainer that it didn't change anything between them, and that the only thing that had changed was that he now wanted to blast a certain yellow rat into the ozone layer. Ash was relieved that Levi didn't pity him or act differently around him. They spent the rest of the evening playing tag and having a splash fight which Aiden stayed out of. Once it grew cold, Ash reluctantly recalled his larger Pokémon and headed for the dormitories. The room Ash and Brock would be staying in had 2 bunk beds and 2 sets of plain dressers. Soul was already asleep on the top bunk of the first bed, his Espion and Umbreon curled beside him. Brock was reading on the top bunk of the second bed, while David was playing a game on his laptop on the bottom bunk. Ash changed into his pajamas and climbed into the remaining bunk, falling asleep almost instantly with Trevor, Judy, and Aiden curled up next to him. Ash woke up at 8 the next morning. Brock and David were already gone, but Soul was still asleep. Ash woke him up, but Soul mumbled, 5 more minutes, and promptly went back to sleep, so Ash got ready and headed down to the cafeteria. Neither Misty or Brock were there, so Ash figured that they must have already left. As Ash and his Pokémon ate their breakfast, they began discussing the Saffron Gym. I still don't get why the Ghost and Dark type moves I have didn't work as well as they should have. Trevor mused, his brain working overtime trying to figure out a solution to their problem. Maybe their defense is really high. Ash suggested. Morning. Soul said sleepily, walking over to them with his overloaded breakfast tray and his Espeon and Umbreon beside him. What are you guys talking about? The Saffron Gym. Ash told him. We lost to Sabrina and we're trying to figure out a strategy to beat the gym. Soul sighed. Wish I could help you, but we lost too. Her Mr. Mime defeated Dusk and her Kadabra was able to beat my Butterfree. We're trying to figure out a new strategy ourselves. He scratched his Umbreon's head and gave him a piece of sausage before doing the same with his Espeon. Sabrina told me not to rely so much on type advantage or what we think is type advantage. That's the exact same advice she gave me. Ash said, realizing something. I think I might have an idea what she means. He pulled out his Pokédex and checked it out. Okay, Kadabra is fully Psychic type, and Mr. Mime is Psychic and Fairy. Fairy type. What the heck is a Fairy type? Trevor asked. Here, let me look it up. Ash said. Okay, Fairy type is a type that was recently discovered in Kalos. They're resistant to bug, fighting, and dark. That's why we were having so much trouble at the gym. And they're completely immune to dragon-type moves. Wow, that is one powerful type. Are they weak to anything? Soul asked. Ash checked the Pokédex again. Yeah, poison and steel. So if I can learn a steel-type move, we'll have the advantage. Trevor mused. In a way, but Sabrina also told us not to rely completely on type advantage. Your Hyper Fong and Super Fong are really strong, we should use those as well. Ash said. He flipped through the Pokédex. This says you can learn Iron Tail. He clicked the link. Okay, to learn Iron Tail, the Pokémon must visualize a metal coating covering its tail, he read aloud. Once the tail begins to glow, practice the move by hitting the tail against a target. Trevor nodded. Sounds easy enough. I didn't know the Pokédex could do that. Soul said with wide eyes. Maybe I can find a good strategy for us to use at the gym. He took out his own Pokédex. Ash smiled. I didn't either until a friend showed me the search feature. He showed Soul how to use the search feature and the silver-haired boy began looking through his Pokédex. Soul, is there a training room here? Ash asked. Soul looked up from the Pokédex. Huh. Oh yeah, it's right outside. I'll take you to it before class starts. After breakfast, Soul led them outside to the training area, which was dirt-packed with several targets to aim at and an obstacle course. It even had a small pond. Ash released Levi and Venom. I'd like for all of you to do some training while I got to empathy class. Venom, I'd like for you to practice your aerial ace. Levi, practice your Thunderbolt and your Hydro Pump. Aiden, you can work on your Dragon Claw, and Judy, I'd like for you to work on Fire Punch. Kiera, work on powering up your Steel Wing. Trev, you can start learning Iron Tail. They all nodded. Thanks, guys. I'll meet you at noon. Ash told them. Remember to take breaks if you get tired. He looked at Aiden and Judy as he said this. Soul released his Elekid, Pidgeotto, Ponyta, and Butterfree and asked them and his Umbreon to train as well while he and Espeon were in class. Both boys said goodbye to their Pokémon before heading back. They nearly collided with Karen on their way to class as she zipped out of her room, her Pikachu and Meowth at her heels. Ash blocked out an involuntary twinge of fear as her Pikachu looked at him. "Oh man, I overslept," she groaned. "My stupid alarm didn't go off again. And now I won't have time for breakfast." Sol took a granola bar out of his backpack. "Here you go." She smiled and thanked him, eating it quickly before they entered the classroom. The classroom was a room almost as large as the gymnasium at Ash's old school, more than big enough for Kiera to comfortably be in. There were no desks or chairs, but there were several yoga mats and cushions. The room was candlelit and there was a faint smell of incense in the air. Their teacher was a friendly middle-aged woman with red hair who had a Kadabra with her. Noticing Ash looked confused and a little lost, she came up to him and introduced herself as Ms. Brown. She instructed him to take a seat on one of the yoga mats. Ash sat between Sol and a tall boy with curly dark brown hair named Nigel who had a Golduck seated next to him. Sol's Espeon lay beside him, and Karen's Pikachu, Syria, sat in her lap. The class started with a guided meditation. Ash nearly did what Sol had done, almost falling asleep during the relaxing but somewhat boring meditation, but managed to stay awake. After the meditation, they started several different mental exercises meant to hone their empathic abilities, one known as memory sharing. Each person was to pick a partner and write 3 memories down on a piece of paper, then hand the sheet to their partner. Then they would think of a specific memory that was listed, focusing on the emotions they had felt at the time, while their partner was to guess what the memory was. "Want to be partners, Ash?" Sol asked and Ash nodded. Sol wrote his 3 memories down before passing the paper to Ash. Ash wrote down, "Ghost Story at Camp Magikarp, Playing with My Pokémon," and "Rocket Ride at Funland," on his own piece of paper before passing it to Sol and concentrating on the memory he had chosen. "Whoa. Definitely the scary story," Sol said with wide eyes not even 2 minutes after Ash had sent him the memory. "Must have been a good one." "What was it?" "He can tell you after class." "Back to the lesson," Ms. Brown told him. Sol looked sheepish, then concentrated on his own memory. Ash concentrated as hard as he could, but could only get the barest flicker of emotion from Sol. Mrs. Brown's Kadabra noticed and walked over. "Ash, you're trying way too hard," the Kadabra told him. "You need to relax. Close your eyes and take deep breaths." "Good. Now let your mind reach out and hear what's around you like we showed you in the first exercise." Even with Kadabra's help, it still took almost 10 minutes before Ash could get a reading from Sol, but finally, he was able to read and pinpoint the emotion Sol was sending out. Exhilaration, a hint of fear, but also enjoyment. "Riding your first roller coaster," Ash finally said. "You got it," Sol said. After the exercise was finished, they took a break. Class ended with a cool-down meditation and then Mrs. Brown dismissed them. "Wow, why do I feel so tired?" Ash muttered, rubbing his head as they walked out the door. "You're new to this and not used to using your powers," Sol said. "It'll get easier as you go. At least you were able to get a reading from Sol." Karen reassured him, cuddling her Meowth as her Pikachu climbed onto her shoulder. "I still can't read any emotions from people, just Pokémon, no matter how hard I try. I may just not be." "Tay, what happened?" Karen ran over to Tay, who was coming out of another classroom, supported by her friend Elena. Tay was holding her head in pain and her nose was bleeding. "Are you okay?" Ash asked in concern. "Should I get one of the teachers?" "It's nothing," Tay said with a brave smile. "I just used my powers a little too much today. But I was finally able to move the book across the table." "Tay, maybe you should stop using your telekinesis for a while if it hurts you like this," a worried Ash told her. "Ash, telekinesis absolutely has to be trained. Tay replied. It could be really dangerous for me if it isn't. Once I train my powers more and they stabilize, I'll be fine. Elena went through this and so did Sabrina when she was first starting out. Need me to get you any Tylenol or anything? Sol asked. Tay shook her head. No, I'm fine now. Hi, Ash. Ash heard Misty call and turned to see Misty, Brock, and Seth coming up to them. Hi guys. Ash said. Did you have fun? Brock smiled. I won 3rd place in the cooking contest. He held out his ribbon. Ash smiled. Congratulations, Brock. He turned to Misty. How was shopping? Misty grinned. Check this out. She handed Ash a flyer. The Hop 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 Town Water Tournament. Ash read. It starts in a month and the grand prize is the latest super rod, a gold nugget, and a set of lure ball. I've got to enter. Misty said happily. That sounds awesome. Where's Hop 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 Town anyway? Will we be able to make it in time? Ash asked. Right past Celadon, so we'll have more than enough time and you'll be able to try for your next badge. Misty told him. That will be great then. You'll have time to train for your tournament, and I'll be able to train and go for my next badge. Ash said. The group went their separate ways after that, Ash, Sol, Brock, and Misty heading for the training field as Karen and Tay went for the cafeteria. How's it going, guys? Ash asked as he stepped onto the training field to meet his Pokémon and letting Kiera out. I think I finally got Fire Punch down. Judy said happily. Her fist lit up with flames and she hit the target, causing a huge scorch mark. Aiden had made some real progress on Dragon Claw and Venom had mastered Aerial Ace. Levi's Hydro Pump and Thunderbolt had improved and he had also done some speed training. Kiera had mastered Steel Wing and could keep the coating around her wings up for as long as she needed. How's Irontail going, Trev? Ash asked. Trevor sighed. Not so well. I can't get it to stay powered up for long. Trevor's tail glowed for a minute, but it quickly faded away and Trevor groaned in frustration. You'll get it eventually, Trev. Ash said soothingly. He picked up the Rattata. Time to take a break. Let's get some lunch. Trevor reluctantly agreed and the group headed for the pool area, where Brock had decided to cook some hot dogs on the grill and give the Pokémon the rest of the food he had made for the contest. The afternoon passed quickly with more training and hanging out with the other psychics. Ash battled a few times, winning against Tay and Elena, but coming to a draw with Ulrich. Ash still wasn't sure what to think about the cloaked mind reader. Ulrich was polite to him and seemed a little more friendly than he had yesterday, but he still seemed to study Ash like he was trying to figure something out. Ash used Sol's tactic of jumbling his thoughts a few times, but wasn't sure how good he was at it. Judy continued to work on her Fire Punch and had started working on Aerial Ace again. Aiden practiced Dragon Claw and Levi alternated between his moves while working on his speed. Venom tried out the obstacle course, and Kiera was trying to learn Drill Peck. But Trevor was having a lot of trouble with his new move and getting increasingly frustrated. Both Ash and Judy had to practically force him to take breaks, something they had never had to do with Trevor before. Ash hoped Trevor would go back to his normal relaxed self soon. The next day, Ms. Brown took the empathy class to the Pokémon Center to help out Nurse Joy, saying that this was a chance for them to use their powers for a good cause. Admittedly, Ash used his Pokémon speaking power, as much as he could without raising suspicion in people not from the psychic school, more than his empathy ability to find out what the injured and sick Pokémon needed, but Ms. Brown didn't comment and Nurse Joy praised him on how gentle and caring he was with the Pokémon. Sol, Karen and Nigel did well with the Pokémon too, Nigel being a lot of help as he could project a calming aura, soothing stressed, frightened, or angry Pokémon. Finding out that Ash, Nigel, and Karen were interested in Pokémon care and breeding, Nurse Joy gave them each a copy of the book Pokémon Care and Breeding. But that afternoon, Ash's worry for Trevor overcame the good mood from the morning. Though Trevor was making some progress with Iron Tail, he still was having a lot of trouble powering it up. The Rattata had become so fixated upon learning the move, he was exhausting himself and barely taking any rests. He was acting irritable, didn't want to play their usual evening game of tag with them, and didn't even make a joke when Ash blushed upon seeing Misty in her new swimsuit. The next day, Ash woke up at 5 in the morning. Judy was cuddled up next to his side and Aiden was sprawled across his feet, but Trevor was missing. "Trevor?" Ash called softly. "What's the matter, Ash?" Judy mumbled sleepily. "Have you seen Trevor?" "He's not here." Ash asked. "No, I was asleep." She sat up and looked around. Where would Trevor be at? This hour? Aiden heard them and woke up. "Maybe he's in the bathroom," he mumbled. Judy shook her head. "No, he's not in there. Door's wide open and I can't see him." Ash got out of bed and looked around the dormitory. He didn't see Trevor anywhere but the door was open a crack. "That's weird." Ash was beginning to get a little worried. Where would Trevor wander off to this early? He walked down the hallway, followed by Aiden and Judy. "Trevor," he called. As he passed the cafeteria, he suddenly bumped into someone. "Oof. Sorry." "That's okay," a boy's voice said and Ash looked up to see that it was Ulrich. "By any chance have you seen Trevor, my Rattata?" "I can't find him anywhere." Ash asked. "He's in the training area practicing Iron Tail. He's been at it since before I got there and he's exhausted and really frustrated. I was actually about to come find you." Ulrich told him. "Thanks." Ash told him, running to the training area with Judy and Aiden behind him. Trevor was near a target, his tail glowing. He went to hit the target, but the glowing stopped. He growled in frustration. "Trevor?" Ash said, walking up to him. Trevor whirled around in surprise. "Oh, hi Ash. What are you doing up?" he asked in a tired voice. "Looking for you." Ash said. "Why are you out here practicing Iron Tail at 5 in the morning?" "Couldn't sleep and I need to get this move mastered." Trevor told him. "Trevor, you need to sleep." Ash insisted. "You're exhausted." Trevor rolled his eyes. "Ash, I'm fine. You worry too much." "Trevor, you need to take a break." Ash protested. Trevor glared at him. "I am fine. Leave me alone," he snapped irritably. Ash had had enough. "No, you are not. You're obsessed with this stupid move," he yelled. "You're irritable, you're exhausted, and you're too darn stubborn to take a break. Well, I'm making you take one. I'm your trainer and you need to listen to me. And if you don't, I won't let you battle in the gym." Trevor looked at him in shock and so Aiden. Their normally timid trainer had never raised his voice or scolded any of them before. Even Ash looked shocked a little at what had come out of his mouth. Judy gave Ash a smile, proud of him. Trevor sighed, both ashamed and a little embarrassed. "Ash, I'm sorry. You were right and for once, I was wrong." Wow, did he hate admitting that. Trevor hated being wrong. "So, you'll take a break and get some sleep?" Ash asked sternly. "Yes, Mom." Trevor joked and Ash cracked a smile, glad his Rattata was starting to act like his old self again. Ash picked Trevor up and the Rattata suddenly discovered how tired he really was. Yawning, he shifted himself to a more comfortable position and fell asleep in Ash's arms. Ash smiled and walked out of the training area and heading towards the pool. Careful not to wake Trevor, he sat down on the pool chair, putting Trevor on his lap and gently stroking the Rattata. "You really care about them, don't you?" a voice said and Ash jumped, looking up to see Ulrich, his Houndar, Alakazam, Umbreon, Gengar, and Noctowl with him. Ash nodded. "They mean everything to me." Ulrich nodded, giving Ash a small smile. I feel the same way about my team. He let out his Charizard, and Ash let out Kiera, Levi, and Venom. Ulrich's Gengar, Tony, grinned. It's time, he said. Venom's eyes lit up. Awesome. He flew off to join the Gengar. Ash sighed. What are they planning? Ulrich shrugged. Not sure. But since Tony's been singing, the song that never ends, in his head and Venom's singing some song he made up himself about being the king of hilarious mishaps or something, I'm guessing they're up to no good. Probably planning some dumb prank. Ash just shrugged and rolled his eyes, used to Venom's craziness. Ash's Pokémon and Ulrich's began playing and talking, eventually drifting away from their trainers. As soon as Ash's Pokémon were out of earshot, Ulrich turned to Ash. Can I talk to you? Alone? Sure. Ash said nervously, carefully lifting Trevor off his lap and placing him gently on the pool chair, taking off his vest and using it to cover Trevor like a blanket before following Ulrich. I'm going to be point blank about this. Ulrich said bluntly. The first morning you were here, when you were wondering if I had found out your secret. I had. I know what happened with your former starter. Ash stiffened. Look, I'm not going to tell anyone and I'd never stoop so low as to blackmail you. Your secret is safe with me. Ash looked at him, trying to determine whether he was telling the truth. Finally, he decided he was. Thank you. What happened isn't something I want to be spread around. Ulrich let out a dark laugh. Believe me, I understand. I understand better than you know. He looked Ash right in the eyes. You're not the only one who was stabbed in the back by their starter. I was too. Ash's eyes were wide. You were. But isn't your Charizard? Ulrich shook his head. Like you consider Trevor and Kiera your true starters, I will always consider Illyria mine. But she was not the Pokémon I started out with. The Pokémon I started out with was a Bulbasaur. Ash nearly shuddered at the pure loathing in Ulrich's voice as he said this. I was like you once. I thought all Pokémon were good inside and I thought I could make that Bulbasaur my friend. But that little bstrd absolutely loathed humanity and me especially. I tried everything I could just like you did. Ulrich said as he heard Ash thinking of his own attack. But a few days after we started out on our journey, that worthless piece of trash attacked me, then destroyed his Pokeball and ran off like the coward he was, leaving me this as a parting gift. He pointed at an X-shaped scar under his right eye. Ash was speechless as he stared at the boy whose past had so closely mirrored his own, feeling a wave of sympathy and understanding. After my starter betrayed me, I made my way back home to Stable City. Ulrich continued. And on the way I literally bumped into Illyria, then this tiny golden Charmander who was kicked out of her own colony just because she happened to be a different color than they were. He looked at his black Charizard, who was quietly talking to Kiera and Judy. I gave her some food and healed her wounds. She grew to trust me and I her. Both being betrayed by the ones who were supposed to care for us, we knew what the other was going through. We decided to stick together and help each other grow stronger. We vowed that someday we would find and take revenge on the ones that hurt us and to be there for one another when we do. Ash was quiet as he thought over what Ulrich had said. Ulrich looked at him strangely. Ash, there is something I don't understand about you. Your starter hurt you, even worse than my starter hurt me, yet you haven't thought about revenge once. I've barely even heard any anger at your starter from you. Why? Ash thought for a few minutes, trying to sort through his feelings. Was he angry at Pikachu? Truthfully, he knew he was, though he pushed it away when it came. Did he want revenge, even a little? Maybe in the deepest, darkest recesses of his mind he did, but he wanted to move on more. Finally, he looked at Ulrich and gave his response. I want to move on with my life, focus on what's really important, my friends and my Pokémon. Honestly, I don't want to see Pikachu ever again. I want to forget about him and what he did to me. But you'll never forget. Ulrich said softly. Ash sighed, knowing Ulrich was right. No, I won't. It's as much a part of me as my powers, especially since that's what unlocked them. But for as horrible as it was, good things came out of it. I've got the most wonderful Pokémon in the world as my teammates, 2 amazing best friends as well as several new ones, and a second family in the Spearow flock who saved my butt and helped me even though they didn't have to. And until Pikachu decides to change, all he'll have is his hatred. As Ash said this, he felt some of the hurt Pikachu caused begin to heal. You can just let go of what he did to you and move on that easily? Ulrich asked incredulously. You don't want revenge at all? Ash remembered a quote he had heard somewhere. They say the best revenge is living well, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be the best friend and trainer I can be and enjoy my life with the ones who actually care for me. Ulrich stared at him thoughtfully. Ash, you're a very strange kid, but I respect your conviction, even if... He was cut off by the pool door suddenly opening. Thunk. Splash. It worked. Venom yelled happily. Startled out of his sleep, Trevor jumped about a mile in the air and Ash and Ulrich looked over to see that Gideon was covered in plastic wrap, soaking wet and standing under a bucket that was attached to the door by what looked like a piece of string. Of course it did. Ulrich's Jengar said smugly. We thought of it after all. Ash turned to Ulrich in confusion. You're the mind reader. What just happened? We couldn't decide between the plastic wrap covering the entryway prank or the bucket of water over the door, so we decided to go with both. Ulrich's Jengar replied before Ulrich could answer. Ash, I can't believe you missed that. That was awesome. Venom exclaimed. Ash just put his head in his hands, rolling his eyes at his weird Beedrill. Hey! Who thought it was smart to mess with the king of pranks? Gideon demanded, yanking off the plastic wrap. Tony laughed. You, the king of pranks? There's only one king of pranks around here and that would be me. The Jengar struck a ridiculous pose, reminding Ash of Venom. You tell him, Tony. Don't let him steal your title. Ulrich's Umbreon cheered. Sasha, don't encourage him, his Houndoom grumbled. Sasha pouted. Come on Edmund, don't be a spoilsport. Being able to talk to ghosts, Gideon could understand what the Jengar was saying, though he couldn't understand the others. Well, your reign has now ended, he taunted. Tony raised a metaphorical eyebrow. Is that a challenge? Gideon grinned. You and me. Prank war. Whoever lasts the longest gets the title of King of Pranks. Oh crap. Is that guy a total idiot? Ulrich muttered. No one challenges Tony to a prank war. This is going to end in disaster. Or at least be really annoying to clean up. And yes, Ash, he said, answering Ash's unspoken thought. You might want to get a crash helmet. Empathy class, training, and dodging various pranks filled the next several days. Both Gideon and Tony were determined to win the prank war and they tried every trick in the book. Hot sauce in drinks, cans of Pokémon food that actually had the springy snakes in them, hair dye in the shampoo, whoopee cushions, banana peels. Venom actually had to pull Ash out of the way of a tripwire that was connected to a homemade catapult that fired cream pies during the second day of the prank war. It finally ended 2 days before the rematch. Tony had talked Zero's Galvantula into helping him set up a prank on Gideon, but the Galvantula popping up out of nowhere only succeeded in scaring the arachnophobic Zero and Misty, sending them running. Misty jumped into Ash's arms and Zero ran into Soul, making both boys stumble backwards and collide with Seth, who was sleeping in a beach chair near the pool, and Ryu, a tiny and timid red-headed mind reader who had arrived earlier in the day and was being shown around by Ash and Soul. All 6 ended up tumbling into the pool with a loud splash. Who's the dead person who dumped me while I was sleeping? Seth yelled. Gideon had been laughing his head off until he saw Seth's expression, then he looked terrified. Ryu quickly swam away from her and hid behind Ash. Someone thought it was funny to set a huge spider bug thing on us. Misty growled, climbing out of the pool. It was Tony. Gideon yelled, pointing to the now very nervous Jengar. That's it. This stupid prank war thing has gotten way out of hand. I've gotten a can of rubber snakes exploding in my face, had to dodge flying pies, and now this. Seth yelled, fire surrounding her fists as she came out of the pool. Misty nodded, taking out her Misty mallet. After getting her hair dyed green with dye that was thankfully temporary and being terrified by a giant electric spider, the prank war was getting on her last nerves. Oh. Ash murmured as Judy helped him and Ryu out of the pool. Soul's Espion lifted Soul up with Psychic, and Zero's Galvantula gave Zero an apologetic look as she lifted him out with String Shot. I think we should run for our afterlives. Tony yelled as an enraged Misty and Seth chased him and Gideon. Both Gideon's Dusknoir and Ulrich gave each other a long-suffering look as they rolled their eyes. Sabrina walked in. Hey, all of you. Knock it off, she yelled, lifting them all up with her telekinesis. Misty, Seth, there's no need to resort to violence, you're scaring the new kid, she told them, pointing to Ryu, who was hugging his Cyndaquil, half hiding behind Ash and Judy. She glared at Gideon and Tony. Gideon, Tony, this prank war is over. It's a draw, so shake hands. If you've got to duke it out, do it outside the school. Gideon and Tony looked at one another and reluctantly shook hands. Never a dull moment. Sabrina muttered as she passed Ash. Ash sighed, then turned to Ryu. Welcome to psychic school, he told the little boy. Later that evening, Ash played chess with Elena, though his mind wasn't fully on the game. He had progressed well with his empathy training, and was more sensitive to emotions, especially those of his Pokémon, Brock, and Misty, who he was more attuned to as he had traveled with them. Ash's Pokémon too had greatly improved. Judy had managed to master Fire Punch and was progressing well with Aerial Ace. Levi had strengthened his Hydro Pump and Thunderbolt greatly and improved his speed and maneuverability. Aiden had almost gotten his Dragon Claw mastered, and Kiera had mastered Drill Peck. Venom had Aerial Ace completely mastered and was now working on Endeavor. And Trevor had strengthened his moves and finally gotten Iron Tail to work, though he still had some trouble charging it up. Ash would need to time it carefully, but it could still be used in the battle the day after tomorrow. Ash thought of the battle he had lost. It had been the move Future Sight that had hit the hardest and nearly fainted Levi in one hit. How was he supposed to prevent it? Your move, Ash. Elena said, nudging his arm. Ash nodded and moved his chess piece, still thinking of how to avoid the Future Sight attack. Then an idea came to him. I've got it, he said aloud. Elena looked at the board. No, Ash, that's not checkmate. She moved her knight with her telekinesis. No, I meant about my battle with Sabrina. Ash told her sheepishly. I might have found a way to get past Future Sight. Really? Let's hear it. Elena said, and Ash told her. That's a really clever idea, if you have Levi do it fast enough. My Metatite knows Future Sight if you wanted to test it out. We could have a mock battle. Thanks. Ash told her, smiling. She smiled. You're welcome. And by the way, checkmate. Ash took a deep breath as he walked into the gym. It was finally time for the rematch between him and Sabrina. Trevor was nearly bouncing on his shoulder, eager for the battle to start. He, Ash, and Levi had trained their butts off. Their moves were much stronger and their new strategy worked very well. Ash had been careful not to do it or think of it around Sabrina, just in case she read their minds. They stepped into Sabrina's room. Ready for our rematch? She asked. I can see Trevor is. Ash nodded and they stepped onto the battlefield. This will be a 2-on-2 battle between Sabrina, the gym leader, and Ash, the challenger. Trainers, release your Pokémon, the referee called. Mr. Mime, to the battlefront. Sabrina said calmly. Trevor, go. Ash called and Trevor leapt off his shoulder, taking a battle stance. Use Hyper Fawn. Reflect. Sabrina commanded calmly. Mr. Mime put up a psychic shield that blocked some of the damage, though Mr. Mime was still hurt by the powerful attack. Now psychic. Mr. Mime grabbed Trevor with his psychic powers, then threw him in the air. Use Shadow Ball on the ground to slow your fall. Ash called, and Trevor shot the purple ball of energy at the ground, giving him enough lift to adjust and land on his feet. Now use Quick Attack to get close. Ash commanded, giving Trevor a thumbs up, their secret signal to begin to charge up Iron Tail. Trevor's tail began to glow as he ran towards the Mr. Mime. Hit him with Magical Leaf. Sabrina called. Destroy them with Thunderbolt. Ash commanded and Trevor shot out a bolt of lightning, incinerating the leaves. All the while, his tail was getting brighter and he was getting closer to the Mr. Mime. Now, Iron Tail Whip, he called. Ash had thought up a new move combination which combined Iron Tail with Tail Whip, creating a damaging move that also lowered the foe's defense. Trevor swung his glowing tail at the Mr. Mime, destroying his shield, lowering his defense, and causing a great amount of damage with the super effective move. But though severely weakened, Mr. Mime wasn't out yet. Psychic. Sabrina called and Mr. Mime threw Trevor across the room. Trevor landed hard, but got up quickly. Now give him your strongest Psybeam. Dodge it and use Shadow Ball. Ash called. Trevor barely got out of the way in time, then hit the Mr. Mime with a strong Shadow Ball. Mr. Mime staggered, close to fainting. Psychic. Sabrina called again and Trevor was lifted into the air. Use Thunderbolt to make it let you go. Ash called and Trevor hit the Mr. Mime with a Thunderbolt, making the weakened Mr. Mime let him go. Now Quick Attack followed by Hyper Fawn. Trevor rushed at the Mr. Mime before it could dodge or put up a shield, sinking his fangs into it. It yelled in pain, fainting. Mr. Mime is unable to battle. Gym Leader, release next Pokémon, the referee called. Kadabra, to the battlefront. Sabrina said, releasing her Kadabra. Ash looked at Trevor, who was panting, his little legs shaking. Trevor, return. Go, Levi. Trevor climbed back on Ash's shoulder as Ash released his Gyarados. Use Crunch. Ash called and Levi leapt at Kadabra. Psychic. Sabrina said and Kadabra lifted Levi into the air. Use Thunderbolt to make him let you go. Ash called and Levi struck the Kadabra with a strong Thunderbolt. Kadabra staggered backwards but was far from out. Future Sight. Sabrina said very quietly to Kadabra so that Ash couldn't hear. But Ash had been on the lookout for this very thing and saw it when Kadabra's eyes glowed. But he pretended he hadn't noticed. Levi, use Thunderbolt. Ash called. Reflect. Sabrina said and Kadabra put up a psychic shield, which protected the Kadabra from most of the damage. Now Psybeam. Match it with Dragon Rage. Ash called and Levi shot blue flames from his mouth which counteracted with Kadabra's Psybeam, causing a small explosion that damaged both Pokémon. Now Thunderbolt, he called, needing to keep a distance for his plan to work. Reflect. Sabrina said calmly and Kadabra strengthened his shield, blocking most of the damage. The wind from Future Sight began to blow, but this time Ash was ready. Levi, use Bounce, he called and Levi used his tail to spring himself into the air, the ball of psychic energy missing him. He landed on Kadabra, knocking the psychic type to the ground. Sabrina gasped. What? Even she hadn't seen that coming. Now Crunch. Ash called and Levi used Crunch, knocking Kadabra out. Kadabra is unable to battle. The winner is Ash Ketchum, the referee called. Sabrina treated Kadabra with a revive and hyper potion and the Kadabra shakily stood up, nodding to his opponent in respect. Very good, Ash. Sabrina said warmly. Your observational skills won you the match. You actually surprised me with that trick, and it's nearly impossible to surprise me. She handed him the marsh badge. Continue to keep up the good strategies, and remember, defensive and status-changing moves are your friend. Not all matches can be won with sheer physical power. Ash nodded. Thank you, he told her. Sabrina smiled. Mrs. Brown says you're doing extremely well with your empathy training. You're free to go, just keep up the mental exercises to keep you from being overwhelmed by it now that it's come out a little more. You should have a slight power increase when you reach your teenage years, it happens to most psychics. If it becomes overwhelming, feel free to come back. Thanks. For everything. Ash said sincerely. No problem. Happy to help. We psychics have to stick together. Ash ran up to Misty and Brock, who congratulated him on winning his badge. Later, Sol battled Sabrina as well, and Ash cheered as he won his badge using his Ponyta and Umbreon. It had been an extremely tough match, but Umbreon staggered through and won the match with Dark Pulse. The little group treated their Pokémon at the center, then headed back to the psychic school. Good luck on your journey, buddy. Ash told Sol, shaking his hand. He had found out Sol, Karen and Ulrich were all ready to head off on their journey. I hope I'll see you again sometime. You will. We'll be battling each other at the Pokémon League. So it's not goodbye, it's just, see you soon. Sol said. Do you guys have to go? Ryu asked with a pout on his little face. The 8-year-old boy had become Ash's little shadow since Ash was the first to greet him and show him around. Ryu had also become attached to Brock, as the former gym leader had been his hero and would sit and watch him cook or ask Brock all kinds of questions about being a gym leader. The little boy was scared of Misty though, even though she apologized for scaring him and tried to talk to or play with him. Ash knelt down to his level. I'm afraid we do, buddy, but don't worry, we might see each other again someday. And once you're old enough to be a trainer, we can have a battle. How's that sound? Good. Ryu said, smiling. And I'll train really hard. Karen came out with her Pikachu, Syria, on her shoulder. Hey, Sol, you ready to go? She asked. Yep, just saying goodbye to Ash. Sol said. You guys traveling together? Brock asked. Both Sol and Karen nodded. Yeah, we thought it would be fun. Sol said with a slight blush. It was good seeing you again, Ash. Karen told her neighbor. You too. Ash said, then looked at Syria. The Pikachu kept still and relaxed into a non-threatening position, knowing Ash was scared of her. Ash hesitantly raised his hand, then after a moment, placed it on Syria's head, gently stroking her. Syria leaned into the touch and began purring. Ash smiled, relaxed a little, and petted her some more before pulling away. Judy smiled, proud of Ash. Karen grinned. Told you she was friendly. She loves being petted. You've just made a friend for life. Ash smiled at that. See you at the Pokémon League, Ash. Karen said. Sol clasped Ash's arm and the two walked away after a last goodbye. So what made you do that? A voice behind Ash asked. Ash jumped and turned to see Ulrich. Do what? Ash asked, confused. Petting that Pikachu, even though you're scared of them. Ulrich clarified. Well, I need to get over my fears sometime, and it's not Syria's fault my former starter attacked me. All the other Pikachu in the world are not to blame for what he did, and it's time I realized that and stopped being scared for no reason. Ash said softly. You're not exactly scared for no reason, there are bad people and bad Pokémon out there. Ulrich told him. Be careful not to trust too easily. It could get you hurt. I know and I'll be careful. Ash told him. He held out a hand to Ulrich. Good luck on your journey. I hope you find what you're looking for. You too. Ulrich said, shaking his hand. Ash briefly wondered what it would have been like for both of them if they hadn't been betrayed by their starters. Oddly enough, he remembered the dream he had a few months back with the multiple versions of himself, especially the older version of himself who had won the Kalos League and was doing something called the Master Challenge with Pikachu at his side. Ulrich raised an eyebrow. Master Challenge? It's nothing. Just a weird dream I had. Ash told him. Ulrich nodded. I'll be looking forward to battling you in the Pokémon League. And maybe in the Master Challenge too, if they ever decide to make it, he joked. He mounted his black Charizard. Goodbye for now, Ash. Goodbye, Ulrich. Ash said, waving as Ulrich flew off. Seth gave Misty her Poke Gear number. Just in case you ever want to hang out. I'll miss you, Seth. It was fun hanging out with another girl. Misty said, looking a little sad. Oh, I got you something. She pulled out a mallet that looked similar to her own. It's even fireproof. Just in case Gideon ever drives you nuts. Seth beamed. This is awesome. Thanks, Misty. The group said goodbye to the others, then headed down the road, off to their next adventure. Not so grim, grinning ghosts. So why are we going to this creepy place again? Misty groaned as they headed towards Lavender Town. Misty, I told you, my cousin's birthday is coming up. Ash said. He loves ghost Pokemon more than anything, so I want to catch him one. And Pokemon Tower is supposed to be a good place to get one. It is one of the most haunted places in Kanto, after all. He was smiling when he said this. I can't wait to explore it. Ethan's going to flip when he sees the video I'm going to take from him. Maybe we'll get to see a real, live ghost. Technically, ghosts aren't alive. Trevor pointed out. I have really got to explain what figures of speech are to you someday. Ash said with a fake long-suffering sigh, rolling his eyes playfully at his starter. Man, there's a lot of fog rolling in. Brock said as fog began to cover the area. Everyone stay close. Ash cautioned. We don't want to get separated. I can barely see. Aiden said nervously, clinging to Ash's pant leg. This is really creepy. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder and turned back to see what looked like a floating skull grinning at him. Ah! Aiden screamed, unleashing a flamethrower at the monster. Unfortunately, it ducked and he ended up hitting Ash instead, making Ash let out a loud yell. Ash, don't scream like that, you nearly scared the life out of me. Misty, who hadn't seen what happened, complained. Well, sorry for screaming while I was hit by fire. Ash retorted. Aiden, what the heck did you do that for? He asked his Charmander, his voice a little angrier than he had intended it to be, but that flamethrower had hurt. But Aiden was looking behind him and pointing frantically. There. He whimpered as the skull monster came closer. Ash looked startled for a second, then realized what the skull really was. He reached down and yanked off the skull mask, revealing Loki. Loki, that wasn't nice. Ash scolded. Maybe not, but it was funny. Loki said with a grin, then jumped out of the way as a fuming Aiden shot an ember at his feet. Ash's sweat dropped. Mist, we have weird Pokemon, he said to his friend. Ah, you love us anyway. Venom joked, hovering upside down 3 inches from Ash's face and making him jump. And I have weird friends. Trevor muttered, wondering how the heck Venom had done that. You're just as weird as the rest of us, Mr. Know-It-All. Judy teased. Sorry for hitting you with that flamethrower, Ash. Aiden apologized softly, looking down. It's okay, buddy, but try to be more careful with that next time, all right? Ash told him, knowing Aiden hadn't hit him on purpose. Look, there's Lavender Town. Brock said, pointing. The purple town was bathed in the glow of the sunset. I'm glad we got here before it got dark. The group entered Lavender Town, unaware of the curious eyes that had been watching them, and the large shadow following them. A half-hour later, they arrived at Pokémon Tower. It was an old, abandoned hotel, menacing looking with horns at the top and windows that were shaped like a face. It was said to be the most haunted place in Kanto, and rumor had it that it was built on top of an old burial ground. "This place is spooky," Misty said, shivering. "I know. Isn't it awesome?" Ash asked with a grin. "I've been wanting to visit this place for a while." "Why in the world would you want to visit an old abandoned hotel?" Misty asked. "Especially one that's haunted?" She shivered. "Me and Ethan are big into ghosts and cool mysteries," Ash told her. "We always used to watch ghost shows and even snuck into a few houses that were said to be haunted when we were together. We saw this place on Spirit Hunters and Ethan made me promise that when I went on my journey, I'd explore Pokémon Tower and get it all on video for him." "It sounds like you guys are close," Misty said softly. Ash nodded. "Yeah, he's like my brother. That's why I want to make this birthday extra special for him. It's his 10th, so he'll be heading out on his Pokémon journey. Hopefully I'll be able to find a good ghost Pokémon for him." "We'll help you," Misty said and Brock nodded. Ash smiled. "Thanks, guys." He started to head towards Pokémon Tower, Misty and Brock, and Ash's Pokémon close behind. Ash pushed the heavy door open slowly, making it creak loudly. "Hello? Anyone home?" he called. "Ash, do you really want someone to answer that?" Trevor asked, looking around nervously. "I think someone's scared," Loki taunted playfully. Trevor glared at him. "I am not." "Wow, it's really dark in here," Brock said. The door suddenly slammed shut, making everyone jump. "And now it's pitch black," Misty cried. "Hold on, let me find my flashlight," Ash said, digging through his backpack. "Ash, is this you over here?" Brock asked, reaching out blindly and grabbing Trevor's tail by mistake. Trevor yelled in shock and dug his claws hard into Ash's shoulder, making Ash yelp and drop the bag on his foot. "Something's got me," Trevor screamed and Ash found his flashlight and turned it on, revealing Brock holding Trevor by his tail. "Oh," Trevor said sheepishly, his cheeks bright red as Ash took him from Brock. Loki was literally rolling on the floor laughing and Judy was trying really hard not to. Ash petted Trevor, then placed him on his other shoulder, shaking his head. "Remind me to wear a suit of armor if we ever go to another haunted place," he muttered as he rubbed his sore shoulder and lifted his backpack off his throbbing foot. Ash shined the flashlight around the room, revealing an old fireplace with candlesticks on it and some dusty old furniture covered in sheets. "No ghost Pokémon yet, but they might be further on." His flashlight suddenly flickered and died out. "Oh. Please tell me you have extra batteries," Misty groaned. Ash slapped his forehead, though no one could see it in the dark. "I knew there was something I forgot to buy at the Poke Mart." Misty glared in his general direction. "Well, that's just great," she growled. Calm down that I saw some candles on the fireplace. Let me just grab one of those. OW. Brock yelled. "What happened?" Ash asked as he managed to find his video camera and turn it on, using the night vision to see. "Stubbed my toe." "Okay, I think I got the candle. Yep, that's definitely a candle. Hey Aiden, can you come over here and light this for me?" Aiden nodded and walked over, using his tail flame to find Brock, then shot a flamethrower at the candle, but overpowered it and hit Brock as well by mistake. Brock glared at Aiden. "I said light the candle, not me." Aiden flinched and jumped backwards. "Sorry." Ash rubbed Aiden's head to soothe him and gave Brock an apologetic look. "Next training day, we work on flamethrower control, okay Aiden?" Aiden nodded sheepishly. Suddenly, they heard the sounds of creepy laughter coming from somewhere in the tower. Ash and Misty ended up hugging each other in fear. Where are those voices coming from?" Misty asked. It's probably just ghost Pokémon. Ash said, though he sounded a bit nervous. Blushing, he let go of Misty. Should we go check it out? Brock asked, his own voice a bit nervous. Might as well. Ash said. Ooh, is this the part where we become shish kebab for a psychotic serial killer who escaped from an insane asylum and is hiding in an abandoned hotel? Loki asked with disturbing cheerfulness, having seen it in a horror movie he and his gang snuck into a movie theater to see. Aiden cringed and clung to Ash's pant leg and Trevor was actually shaking a little. No, Loki. Ash said, rolling his eyes at the Squirtle as he petted Aiden and Trevor to calm them. There's no serial killers in Pokemon Tower, so quit scaring Aiden and Trevor. Fine, I'll take your word for it, but if some maniac with a hook for a hand comes after us, I am so tripping you. Loki joked. Guided by the light of the candle and Aiden's tail, the group headed down the hallway, taking the first door. They came upon what looked like a huge banquet hall. Light suddenly came on as they walked in, making everyone jump. The table was set with dishes that were surprisingly clean. It looks like some sort of fancy restaurant. Brock said. Maybe it's some sort of party. Misty suggested. Or a reception. In an old abandoned hotel that's said to be haunted? Ash said. It'd be a pretty weird place to have a party. Something odd is going on here. You think? Trevor said sarcastically, making Ash roll his eyes at him. What's this string hanging from the ceiling? Misty asked, noticing a string with a small sign attached. It says, pull this. Brock read. Don't pull it. Ash told them frantically. Misty rolled her eyes. We're not stupid, Ash. A curious Venom flew up to see what the string was attached to, then started to go back down to them. It's attached to some weird-looking ball and a big. He was cut off when he felt a sharp tug. His back stinger had got caught on the string, pulling it down. The ball broke open, sending confetti flying and a big banner reading welcome dropped down. Are we? Brock started. Being welcomed? Misty asked, finishing Brock's sentence before he could. But confusion soon turned to fear as the dishes, tables, and chairs began levitating in the air and flying at them. Judy grabbed a tray from the air and began using it to shield her friends and trainer from flying dishes. Ah! Brock yelled, getting scooped up by a flying chair. Ash and Misty gasped and rushed to help him. Help! Trevor yelled, getting lifted off the ground by a big plate and taken towards the opposite side of the room. Aiden leapt on top of a flying dish and leapt towards Trevor, grabbing him. They were about to crash into the wall when Judy grabbed them both and leapt on the table. A pitcher went flying at Loki and he braced himself for impact, but Venom grabbed him, pulling him out of the way just in time. Dodging flying dishes, the group of Pokémon raced out of the room. Okay, there's got to be a logical explanation for what happened in there. Trevor said, panting as the group reached the living room. This place is freaking haunted, there's your explanation. Loki exclaimed. Now let's make like a tree and leave. Wait. Where's Ash? Judy asked in a panic, looking around. They must not have gotten out of there. Aiden cried in fear. At those words, Judy ran back towards the dining room to find her trainer, Aiden, Venom and Trevor hot on her heels. Yeah, run back into the place where the creepy but stuff just happened, real smart. Loki muttered, but followed them in anyway. Much to their surprise, the room looked completely untouched, the dishes sitting on the table again. There was no sign of their trainers. Where are they? A worried Judy asked. Maybe the ghost got them, a frightened Aiden said. No, that's not possible. Trevor said, though he looked unsure. This room has more than one exit, maybe they went out through the other door. Let's find them. Judy said. The group walked through the room. Suddenly, the lights went out, making Aiden yelp and Trevor leap into Judy's arms in fear. It's okay, guys, it was just the lights. Trevor reassured them, though his voice was shaking a bit. You guys are wild Pokémon, you don't get it. If the lights go off in a haunted place, it means scary stuff is about to happen. Loki exclaimed. Loki, knock it off and quit trying to scare everyone. Judy snapped. Let's just find our trainers and get out of here. The group of Pokémon headed out of the dining room and down the hallway, looking around nervously. Ash? Judy called, looking around. Suddenly, a cupboard door opened quietly and something that seemed to glow purple and be made of shadows floated out of it. Its glowing white eyes focused on Judy and it gave her a sinister smile. Guys! Judy said in a horrified voice, pointing. Look! The others, who were all in front of her, turned to look. But by the time they looked, the creature had vanished. Judy, there's nothing there. Trevor told her. But it was right there. Judy protested. You must be seeing things. Loki said, though he looked unsure. But it was there. Judy protested, but she followed the others anyway. Aiden moved so he was right beside her. They had only walked a little further when the creature suddenly appeared in front of Judy, right in front of the back of Judy's head. It grinned at them, showing razor-sharp teeth. Both Judy and Aiden screamed and Aiden hid behind Judy. Don't tell me you're seeing things again. Loki said, and the creature mimicked his words. The creature then started to move forwards, an evil grin on its face. Get away! Judy yelled, instinctively throwing a punch at the creature, but it vanished at the last second and Judy ended up punching Loki right as he turned around to see what was going on, sending him flying across the room. Ow! Loki groaned as he hit the wall. Judy gasped and rushed to check on him, but tripped over Trevor. Loki glared at Judy and was about to yell at her when creepy laughter filled the room. Please tell me that was one of you. Trevor muttered nervously as he got up, looking around frantically. 3 pairs of glowing eyes stared at them in the darkness as the laughter continued. Trevor and Aiden jumped into Judy's arms in fear. Well, guys, I suggest we run. Loki screamed, taking off at full speed. Judy ran off at full speed as well, carrying Aiden and Trevor. None of them realized that Venom wasn't behind them. Meanwhile, Ash, Misty, and Brock had run into a dark study and shut the door, hearing the dishes that had been flying after them crashing into the old wooden door. They waited for a few minutes, scared and completely silent, until all noises had stopped. Do you think whatever's doing this is gone? Misty asked in a shaky whisper. I don't hear anything. Brock said quietly. Wait, did either of you see what happened to our Pokémon? Ash asked, his eyes wide. Please tell me they're not still in there. I didn't see them after getting grabbed by that chair. Brock said. Me neither. Misty said, worried. We've got to go find them. Ash cried, worried about his Pokémon. Both Misty and Brock shushed him, not wanting the ghost or whatever had made the dishes float to hear them. Ash, shoo, we'll find them, but I don't want to be ghost food, so quiet down a bit. Misty whispered. Everyone grab hands so we don't get lost. Brock said, reaching out. Where are you guys? He bumped into Ash and found his hand. Ash reached out for Misty. Mist, where are you? He asked, holding out his hand. I'm right here. Where are you? Misty asked, reaching out. A cold, bony hand took hers. Oh, there you are. Ash said, feeling a cold hand slip into his. Man, Ash, for someone who eats as much as a Snorlax, you have really bony hands. Misty commented as Brock slowly led the way out. My hands are bony. Yours feel like a skeleton. Ash retorted. The two ended up in an argument over whose hands were bonier, which would have amused Brock had they not been in a haunted tower. Guys, you can decide whose hands are bonier after we get out of the creepy tower. Brock whispered as he felt around. His hands hit a wall and he touched what felt like a light switch. Hey, guys, I think I found a light switch. I wonder if it actually works. He flipped it on and the lights came on behind him. A loud scream from Misty made Ash and Brock turn, gasping at what they saw. Misty and Ash were holding hands, not with each other as they had thought, but with a walking skeleton. It slowly turned and its jawbones creaked as it said in a raspy voice, "Thanks for getting me out of there, guys. There's ghosts in here." Was the three's very understandable response as they ran off. The skeleton shrugged and walked the opposite direction. Ash, Misty, and Brock ran, looking back to see if the skeleton was following them, rounding a corner at the same time Loki and Judy, who was carrying Aiden and Trevor as she ran, sped around the corner as well. Crash! Both groups slammed into each other, falling hard to the ground. "Ash, you're okay." Judy cried in relief, hugging him, as did Aiden and Trevor. "Hate to interrupt the reunion, but let's get out of this freaky place," Loki told them. "Wait, where's Venom?" Ash asked, worried. "He's right behind." Loki glanced behind him. "Wait, where is he?" Suddenly, there was a loud yell of pain, making everyone jump. Ash recognized the voice. "Venom," he cried, rushing back towards the hallway, intent on saving his Pokémon. But there was a crack in the floor and Ash tripped and fell hard. There was a creaking noise above him and Ash looked down to see a huge chandelier falling down towards him. Ash braced himself for impact, faintly hearing his friends screaming his name, but nothing happened. He looked up to see the chandelier levitating above him. "How?" he asked in astonishment. He noticed movement on his right and turned to see a huge gray and white Pokémon with a large red eye staring at him. It reached out a white hand, gently helping him up, then carefully lowering the chandelier once he was out of the way. Judy ran up to Ash and hugged him, relieved he was safe. "Thank you," Ash told the ghost, trying to remember what species it was. Finally he remembered it from a show on ghost Pokémon he had watched with Ethan. It was a Dusclops, a ghost Pokémon from Hoenn. But what was it doing here? "Ash," someone called from the shadows, interrupting his thoughts. Ash turned to see Venom coming out of the shadows, a Ghastly, Haunter, and Jengar with him. "Venom?" Ash called in relief. "Are you okay? I heard you screaming. You'd scream too if you hit a shelf with your face," Venom said, rubbing his head. Ash winced. "Ouch. Oh, this is Perry, Bob, and Rico." He gestured to the Ghastly, Haunter, and Jengar respectively as he said their names. "They're the ones who were scaring the heck out of us with their awesome pranks." Ash was wide-eyed as he looked at the three ghosts, translating Venom's words to Misty and Brock. "That was all you guys? The dishes floating and everything?" The ghosts looked at him in shock. "I may have forgotten to mention my trainer can understand Pokémon," Venom said sheepishly. "Whoa, really?" the Ghastly asked and Venom nodded. "That's freaky. But extremely awesome," Bob, the Haunter, added and the Ghastly and Jengar in agreement. "Wait, so you guys have been the ones scaring the life out of us? What's the meaning of scaring us like that?" Misty demanded angrily. "It was funny," the Jengar said with a shrug. Misty growled as Ash translated for her. "You think that was funny? That wasn't funny. Scaring people like that is not funny." The three ghosts looked at her, confused. "You humans love scaring yourselves. Why else would you be in a haunted tower? Plus, it was just a little scare. It's not like we hurt you or anything. You nearly beamed me in the head with a glass pitcher," Loki yelled. "And you nearly sent me and Aiden flying into the wall," an angry Trevor added. "Relax, I would have made sure you turned before hitting the wall. We prank people, we don't hurt them. And that pitcher was made of stage glass. Even if it had hit you, it wouldn't have hurt," the Jengar said. "Stage what?" Loki asked, confused. Stage glass. It's a type of glass designed to be used in plays and movies, the Jengar explained. You can hit someone over the head with it and it won't even hurt. See? He pulled out the pitcher and slammed it towards Ash's head. Ash instinctively flinched away, but the pitcher slammed into his head, breaking easily and not causing him any pain. Judy growled and lunged forward with a fire punch on instinct, only to be held back by Ash. Relax, Judy, I'm fine, he reassured her and she calmed down, looking a little sheepish. Ash quickly translated everything to his friends as Misty was pulling out her Misty mallet. She does realize that thing wouldn't hurt us, right? The Ghastly whispered to Ash as he looked at the mallet. It's Misty. She'd find a way to make it hurt. Ash whispered back. Misty put away her mallet. So why scare us like this? Are you trying to keep people out of the tower? No. In fact, we want people to come to this tower. Haunter told her and Ash translated. Then why are you trying to scare everyone? Misty asked. Because we're trying to make our own comedy show. Ghastly told her. But on the computer instead of on TV. Haunter added. Do you mean a web show? Ash asked after translating what the ghosts said to the others. Yeah, exactly. Jengar told him. Ash was wondering how wild ghost Pokémon knew so much about human technology. Turning to Jengar, he asked exactly that. Oh, I'm not wild. Jengar told him. Most of the other ghosts here are, but I belong to the caretaker here. He's a retired magician and I used to help him with his tricks. Wow. Ash said, his eyes wide. So, if you don't mind me asking, how'd you do that trick with the plates? Was there a magnet in the floor or did they have motors or something? The Jengar started laughing. No, nothing that complicated. Sometimes the simplest ways are the easiest. I have the move Psychic through TM and used it on the plates. Ash's eyes got even wider. You used Psychic on all those plates by yourself? I had help, the Jengar admitted. Bob knows Psychic too and some of the others here helped us as well. There are others besides you four? Ash asked. Yeah, there are lots of others here, the Jengar told him. They just don't show themselves as much as we do. Are there any that are looking for trainers? Ash asked. Yeah, as long as you're not like this spiky-haired kid that came in a few days ago and was bragging loudly that he would capture every single ghost Pokémon in this tower. Let's just say we had him running out of here screaming like a girl. So much for, the Great Gary Oak as he called himself, the Jengar said. Judy, Trevor, and Venom burst out laughing and Ash tried to hold back his own. I can see you holding in that laugh, kid, the Haunter said, then laughed himself. We got it all on video if you want to see it. Speaking of video, you dropped your camera in the dining room during the plate prank, the Jengar told Ash, handing it to him. Thanks and don't worry, I won't force any Pokémon to come with me. Ash told him. My cousin's 10th birthday is coming up and we came here so I could find a ghost Pokémon to be his starter because they're his absolute favorite. The ghosts began to whisper amongst each other, then nodded. The Jengar turned back to Ash. We do have a few ghosts looking for trainers. What's this cousin of yours like? Very friendly, hyperactive, loves exploring, pranks, and jokes, and really loves to battle. Ash told him. The Jengar's eyes lit up as he heard this. I know the perfect ghost. And you'll be doing both him and us a favor by finding him a trainer. Yeah, he's a bit annoying. He constantly challenges everyone he sees to a battle, whether they want to or not. Haunter said. That's why we call him Scrappy. He'd probably be pretty happy with a trainer because he'd be able to battle whenever he wants to. We'll take you to him. Jengar said and the three ghosts began to lead them upstairs. Ash looked to the Dusclops the others had called Big Ben. If you don't mind me asking, have you always lived here? I thought Duskull and Dusclops were native to Hoenn. We are. Ben told him. I was caught in Hoenn as a Duskull, but my trainer released me here at Lavender Tower. Ash stopped in his tracks, making Judy bump into him. You were abandoned? He asked softly. Ben shook his head. No, it wasn't like that, he reassured. My former trainer was a very serious battler and an elite trainer, got top 2 in the Hoenn League and was taking on the Kanto Battle Frontier. He was hoping to use me in the Frontier, but though I tried my best, I was pretty far behind the others and wasn't really good at battling their way. And though I don't mind the occasional battle, I'm not really that crazy about battling. I tried my best to become stronger and make myself as enthusiastic about battles as all of his other Pokémon, but he could tell I wasn't happy. And with his goals, he needed Pokémon who were strong and loved to battle, and I couldn't be that Pokémon. You can't change who you are, and instead of forcing me to be someone I wasn't, he decided it was best for both of us to release me. He brought me here to Lavender Tower so I could at least be with other ghost Pokémon, and I've lived here ever since. Ash nodded. Do you like it here? Ben nodded. Yeah, sort of. Sort of. The other ghosts are really nice and I do like it here, but I kind of get bored with nothing to do. Ben admitted. I sometimes help the other ghosts, but when I try to help them with pranks, I accidentally prank yourself, the Ghastly said with a laugh. He turned to Ash. If you ever decide to prank, remember, you have to put the bucket of mayonnaise on the door a certain way so it doesn't come back down on you when you go to leave. And always remember where you put the tripwire for the water balloon catapult. I'll keep that in mind. Ash said, laughing. He then turned to Ben. So what do you like to do? I like to help people out and meet new people in Pokémon. As long as I have something to do and friends to hang out with, I'm happy. Ash had an idea. Why don't you come with me? The professor who gave me my Pokédex, Professor Oak, has a huge Pokémon ranch and it's baby Pokémon season, so he could really use some help. Professor Oak is really nice and always takes good care of the Pokémon there, and the place is huge, so you'll have room to roam around. And if you get bored there or one of my teammates gets burnt out and needs a vacation, you can always journey with us. I won't make you battle if you don't like it. The Dusclops's eyes lit up. That does sound really good. It'll be nice to go to that ranch. And if you need my help, I would definitely be willing to battle for you. Ash smiled and was about to answer when a voice yelled, You have entered the realm of the mightiest of all ghastly warriors. Prepare for battle. Hey, he stole my thing. Venom complained. A Ghastly slid out of the shadows and took a battle stance. Can I talk to you? Ash asked it. Talking is boring. I want to battle and you wouldn't understand what I'm saying anyway, the Ghastly retorted, practically bouncing in the air from excitement. Yep, definitely a good Pokémon for Ethan. Ash thought to himself, knowing his equally high-energy cousin would get along well with this Ghastly. Actually, I can understand what you're saying, Scrappy. The Ghastly's eyes widened. I just need to ask you something and we can battle afterwards. Scrappy finally nodded and Ash explained about his cousin's birthday and that Ethan really wanted a ghost Pokémon, telling Scrappy a little about his cousin. Scrappy thought for a few minutes. Well, he does seem like my type of trainer and I have been wanting to get out of here and show off my battling in actual gyms. So I will go with you and become his Pokémon, if you can defeat me. And if he turns out to be a JRK or a terrible trainer when I meet him, the deal is off. Fair enough. Ash said, looking to his Pokémon to decide which one to have fight Scrappy. Venom moved forwards. Let me battle him. I want to see how the mightiest of all ghastly warriors does against the greatest of all Beedrill warriors. Venom said with a smirk. Scrappy smirked back. Bring it on. He led Venom to an empty room, then looked to the other Ghastly. You're the referee, Perry. Go? Perry said and Scrappy launched a shadow ball at Venom. Venom, dodge it and use assurance. Ash called. Venom nimbly dodged the ball of ghostly energy and flew at Scrappy, his stinger glowing with a dark energy. Scrappy had no time to dodge and was hit, but wasn't out yet and went invisible. Ash frantically scanned the area and saw Scrappy using Shadow Sneak from the shadows around the ceiling. Venom, he's above you. Use agility to dodge, then aerial ace. Scrappy was quicker and managed to hit Venom, knocking Venom back, but Venom quickly recovered and used aerial ace. Scrappy slid backwards with a growl and vanished again, only to reappear behind Venom and hit him with Shadow Ball. Assurance. Ash called and Venom hit Scrappy hard with the glowing stinger, making the ghost type fall to the ground and struggle to get airborne again. Thinking Scrappy was out, Ash threw a Pokeball as it shook once, twice, 3 times. Then burst open. Scrappy grinned, not wanting to give up that easily. You guys are good. But I'm not going down that easily. He hit Venom with a powerful Shadow Ball, then vanished into the shadows while Venom was recovering from the hard hit. But Ash noticed Scrappy sneaking up on the right. Venom. Assurance. You're right. Venom quickly obeyed the command, striking Scrappy before he could make his attack. The Ghastly fell back and used Shadow Ball. Venom dodged, then hit Scrappy with aerial ace at Ash's command. Scrappy fell to the ground again, unable to get up this time. Ash tossed another Pokeball at him, and it rattled once, twice, 3 times before clicking shut. Ash ran and picked it up, but it surprised him by teleporting away. Ash looked around for it frantically for a second before slapping himself on the forehead. Oh, I forgot they did that if you're over 6 Pokémon. Hope he doesn't give Professor Oak too much trouble at the ranch before I can explain things to him. He'll probably challenge everyone in sight to a battle, the Haunter muttered. I'll keep him under control. Ben said. Do you mind if I say goodbye to the other ghosts, Ash? That's fine. Take as much time as you need. Ash reassured him. Ben thanked him and left the room. While he's gone, want to see the most awesome place in this tower? The Haunter asked. Ash translated this to his friends, who nodded. Haunter grabbed Ash as he was the closest. Come on, he said, pulling Ash along and heading straight for the wall. Wait, I can't go through the... Ash started, but it was too late. Haunter went through wall, pulling Ash face first into it. Ow. Sorry, force of habit. Haunter said sheepishly, coming back through the wall and leading them to a door. He opened it and Ash, Misty, Brock and the Pokémon looked inside, gasping at what they saw. It was truly an awesome room, with a small TV, a laptop computer, and lots of toys, including a swing set and a little merry-go-round, and some tech equipment. Wow. Ash breathed. Where did you get all this stuff? From Jengar's trainer mostly. Haunter said. Though this pile of ghost hunting equipment is from a group of ghost hunters who came in here to investigate the tower and ended up running out screaming, leaving all their equipment behind and never returning to Lavender Town for it. What exactly did you guys do? Ash asked. Picture walking into a dark room. The TV turns on suddenly at the scariest part in The Exorcist. Then you hear creepy laughter and see this. Jengar suddenly turned off the lights while Haunter was talking to Ash. Suddenly 3 pairs of glowing eyes lit up in front of Ash, then 3 sadistic grins with wickedly pointed fangs. One lunged at Ash, and though Ash knew who it was, it still made him yelp and fall backwards. Misty managed to find and turn on the lights, and Haunter pulled Ash up to his feet, laughing. See? Even when you're expecting it, it'll get you. It's so simple, yet so effective. Is that what you did to Gary too? Ash asked, almost feeling bad for Gary. Gary? Oh, that arrogant kid with the cheerleaders. Oh, we did something else. Why, do you know him or something? Jengar asked. Unfortunately. Judy sighed before Ash could answer. I'm guessing not in a good way. Jengar said and Ash and Judy nodded. Show them the video, the Ghastly said happily. Jengar pulled out the laptop. Video? Ash asked. Yeah, my trainer has security cameras hidden throughout Pokémon Tower. Gengar explained. Let me turn it on. Haunter said excitedly and Gengar held it out to him. Now which button did your trainer say turns it on again? Gengar sighed. The big one on the front. Haunter hit the button and the laptop came on. Yay, I did it, he said in a childish tone, making Ash have to hide his laughter. Someone has to invent a translator. I hate being left out of the loop. Misty muttered to Brock and Ash translated what was going on to them. What do I do now? Haunter asked. You use the touchpad thing here to move the little white thing to the thing that looks like a camera. Gengar explained. Where's the white thing? I can't see it. Haunter asked, squinting at the screen. Ash came over and managed to get the white arrow and move it towards the camera icon. There you go. Thanks. Haunter said and managed to find the video and show it to them with Ash and Gengar's help. The ghosts had really outdone themselves on that prank, starting with tiny things, flickering lights, strange noises, and scratching, unnerving Gary and letting him get deeper into the tower until he had reached their room full of toys, bragging aloud that nothing would stop the great Gary Oak from capturing all the Pokémon in the tower. At this point, every object in the room burst into life, the TV and radio blaring to life as the toys began to move on their own, the merry-go-round and the swing set going and the giant ball bouncing towards Gary. All the while, sinister laughter filled the room. Gary and his cheerleaders fled the tower, screaming. Misty burst out laughing, that is great. I think I could watch this a few dozen more times. Ash's Pokémon were laughing as well and even Ash and Brock couldn't hold back the giggles. What's so funny? Ben asked, returning. Just showing them one of our prank videos. Apparently they had problems with Cheerleader Boy too, the Ghastly said. This nickname made both Ash and Misty burst out laughing. Oh, that guy who almost captured me, the Dusclops remembered. That was a close call. Gary had seen him and was about to let out a Pokémon when the other three had distracted him by banging loudly on the walls, averting his attention and giving Ben the chance to escape. Oh, Ash, I'm ready whenever you are. Ash nodded and took out a Pokeball. Whenever I capture you officially, you'll be teleported to Professor Oak's Pokémon laboratory. That okay? Of course. I'll call tomorrow morning when Professor Oak's awake and make sure everything's going okay. Please keep an eye on Scrappy for me and if there's anything you need or anyone's bothering you, let me know. I will and let me know if you need my help in any way. Ben replied, giving the raven-haired boy a smile. And thank you. He lightly tapped the button on the Pokeball and was SCKED inside without a struggle. The balls soon teleported away. Brock gave a soft yawn. We'd better go, guys. It's getting really late. No telling what prank the mischievous spirit standing in front of them would pull if they fell asleep here in the tower. Come back anytime, you hear? Gengar said with a smile. And if you need anybody pranked, let us know. We're always looking for new victims. Haunter told them. Ash laughed as he translated this to his friends. We'll keep that in mind. The group waved goodbye to the three ghosts as they headed downstairs. Well, that was certainly interesting. Brock said. If by interesting, you mean weird. Misty grumbled, though she was smiling. You know us, we don't do normal. Ash joked. Suddenly, they heard creepy laughter again. Will you guys knock it off? We know it's you three. Misty yelled, but the laughter continued. A hand was suddenly placed on her shoulder. Stop it. But when she turned, she saw a red demonic face with burned black patches and black horns as well as bright yellow eyes. She screamed, pulling out her misty mallet and slamming it down on the creature, knocking it to the ground. The creature groaned, its mask falling to the side to reveal an old man with a beard and salt and pepper hair. Ow, for such a little girl, you have a strong swing, he groaned. Brock helped him to his feet. "Why did you scare us like that?" Misty asked angrily. "Thought I'd give you guys one last scare before you left. Can't let my Jengar assistant have all the fun," he joked, rubbing his head. "Are you the caretaker here?" Brock asked. The man nodded. "Yes, I am. I'm surprised none of you recognized me. Before I retired, I was the great Alfredo." Ash gasped, recognizing him. "The who?" Brock asked. "That sounds like a pasta dish." Misty muttered quietly, still annoyed with the guy for scaring her. "He's one of the greatest comedy stage magicians ever." Ash told them, and Alfredo beamed with pride. "Still not ringing a bell," Brock admitted. "I used to watch his show all the time." Ash told his friends. "It's nice to meet you, sir," he told Alfredo. Alfredo shook his hand warmly. "Always great to meet a fan," he told Ash, pulling a picture of himself in a bright violet magician's cape and hat out of thin air and making a sweeping gesture. A pen came flying from out of nowhere and autographed the picture all by itself. Alfredo then waved his hand over the picture and it completely vanished. Where'd it go?" he asked, looking around. "Maybe, Ash, check out the inside pocket of your vest." Ash did as he was told, finding the picture neatly tucked in the inside pocket of his vest. Trevor's eyes were as huge as dinner plates. How'd that, he couldn't have, I would have seen it," the Rattata stammered, then fainted as his brain glitched. Ash quickly caught him and tried to wake him up as Judy tried not to laugh at her know-it-all friend fainting from inability to figure out a magic trick. "That was awesome," Misty breathed. "You must be the gym leader from Cerulean, Misty. I apologize for scaring you," Alfredo said, giving her a gracious bow. "Let me give you this as an apology." He handed her a folded piece of tissue paper. Thanks," Misty said, completely confused. "Oh, forgive me, it needs to be opened first," he said, taking it from her. He opened the paper and somehow pulled out a bouquet of roses from inside the folds and handed them to her. "Wow," she gasped, taking it. "Oh, and you're Brock, the Pewter City gym leader," Alfredo told Brock, coming up to him and examining him closely. "That's a strange place to keep your boulder badges," he murmured, reaching to Brock's ear and pulling out an entire string of small stones shaped like boulder badges, handing it to him. "Wow, you're right, Ash, he is good," Brock said in awe. Alfredo smiled. "Thank you. So how did you three enjoy our little tower of terror?" The three ghosts came down the stairs to join him. "It was fantastic," Ash said. "You guys really got us good. The dish prank was well done, but I think my favorite was the talking skeleton." Alfredo looked genuinely confused. "Skeleton? What skeleton?" "The one in that closet near the dining room. It ended up holding hands with me and Misty and said, 'Thanks for getting me out of there. There's ghosts in here,'" Ash told them. Alfredo's eyes were wide. "Rico, did you get a talking skeleton?" he asked his Jengar. Rico shook his head. "Wasn't me, but that'd be a great idea for a prank." "Bob, did you do it?" "No, I was with you the entire time and so was Perry," the Haunter said. All three ghosts looked completely and utterly confused. "Quit playing around, we know it was you," Misty told Alfredo with a quaver in her voice. "I'm not playing around, it really wasn't me," Alfredo told them, sounding just as weirded out as they were. "He's not lying," Ash told Misty softly. "I think this is our cue to leave," Brock said nervously, and the three said goodbye to Alfredo and the ghosts and headed out quickly. The last thing Ash heard was Bob talking to Rico about finding the skeleton and making it a pranking partner. "Do you think there's any chance that skeleton thing could have been, well, real?" Ash asked once they were away from the tower. "I doubt it. It was probably someone's idea of a joke," Misty said. "Who knows? Strange things can happen. Brock said. In the tower. Alfredo and the ghosts were searching for the mystery skeleton, but to no avail. None of the other ghosts had ever seen it or knew what they were talking about. Alfredo wrote it down in his journal as the newest unexplained occurrence in Lavender Tower, then went to his room with a shrug. It looked like Lavender Tower still had many mysteries, some meant to remain unsolved. Primates, perfume, and prejudice. The morning after their latest adventure at Lavender Town, Ash called Professor Oak, wanting to check on Ben and Scrappy. Professor Oak picked up the phone quickly. "Ah, Ash, it's good to hear from you. I got your 2 new Pokémon last night." Professor Oak said cheerfully. "Your Ghastly has given me a spot of trouble with wanting to battle everything that moves, but your Dusclops has kept him in line. That Dusclops has been such a help. He's been doing errands for me, helping with the baby Pokémon and keeping the less well-behaved Pokémon in line." "That's great," Ash said with a smile. He saw Ben in the background. "Hey, Ben," he called, and the Dusclops turned to see him, waved, and came over. "Hi, Ash." Ben greeted him happily. "How are you doing? Are you having a good time with Professor Oak?" Ash asked. Ben beamed. "I love it here. All the Pokémon are really friendly and there's so much to do." The Dusclops continued to talk happily, telling Ash about the other Pokémon and all the things he had done. Ash smiled. "I'm glad you're happy," he managed to say before a ghastly face suddenly appeared in front of the camera, making him jump. "Hey, Ash, when am I going to meet that Ethan kid? It's boring here." Scrappy complained. "Oh yeah. Professor Oak, could you transfer Scrappy, the Ghastly, to Professor Elm please? I caught him to be my cousin Ethan's starter and I want to surprise him on his birthday." Ash asked the professor. Scrappy was bouncing with excitement. Professor Oak looked at the happily bouncing Ghastly, amused. "Sure, I'll do it right away." He frowned for a second. "What about your Dusclops? Is he going to your cousin or is he yours?" "He's mine," Ash told him. "Can he stay at the lab for a bit?" Professor Oak asked. "He's been such a help and during baby Pokémon season, I really need it. I'd also like a chance to study him if you don't mind. I've never gotten a chance to study a non-native ghost type up close and in person." Ash looked to Ben. "It's fine with me," Ben reassured him. Ash looked to Professor Oak and nodded with a smile. "That's fine. He seems really happy there and he likes helping out a lot more than he likes battles." Professor Oak's eyebrows furrowed in confusion and Ash was worried he may have said too much. "How'd you find that out?" Professor Oak asked curiously. "I got to know him a bit before I captured him." Ash told him, which was definitely true, though a careful omission of the fact that he had learned that because Ben had told him. Professor Oak noticed the slight nervous quaver in Ash's voice and wondered about it, but decided not to question it and nodded. "You're very observant when it comes to your Pokémon. Bill was telling me you seemed interested in Pokémon care and had a good touch with wild Pokémon. You might have the makings of a good researcher." Ash smiled upon hearing this praise. "I'm studying up on Pokémon care and Brock is helping me as well. He's a really good breeder." "I've heard," Professor Oak said, smiling. "He was a good gym leader, but being a Pokémon breeder is where he really shines. I've followed the breeders' competitions and despite his youth, he's on par with breeders who are older and have more experience. You'll do well learning from him." Ash nodded with a smile. "So Ash, how many badges have you gotten? I haven't heard from you in a while." "I got 4 badges. Just got Sabrina's badge a few days ago," Ash told him. "Gary and your other rivals just got to Celadon City and got their 5th badge. You're doing well, but you are behind," Professor Oak told him. "I had to do some extra training for the Saffron Gym," Ash told him. "I'll make sure to make the league with time to spare, but my team and I need to take time to train on our journey so we're strong enough for the gyms and the league. Plus, I don't think my feet can win in a race against Gary's sports car, he joked at the end. Professor Oak laughed. You have a point, he started to say, but was cut off when a baby Growlithe puppy barged past him, nearly bowling the professor over as it played with what looked to be a small EV, though all Ash could see on screen was the big fluffy brown tail. Ben steadied Professor Oak before he could fall. Are you okay, Professor? Ash asked. Yeah, I'm fine. The little ones have certainly been keeping things interesting. Look out. My research papers. Professor Oak cried out as the two baby Pokémon, jumping onto the professor's desk as they chased each other, knocked over a towering stack of papers, sending them flying all over the room, despite Ben trying to catch them. What a mess. Oh no, not my plant specimens. Oak groaned as the two baby Pokémon, now wrestling with one another, knocked everything off his desk. Sorry, Ash, I gotta go. Ash caught a glimpse of Ben rushing over and gently pulling the baby Pokémon off Oak's desk before the screen went black. Looks like Ben came to the lab just in time. Ash murmured to himself as he hung up and headed back to his friends. He nearly collided with Judy, who was coming to get him. Come on, Ash, Brock made his famous jelly donuts. Judy told him. Ash grinned. Race you back. She smirked. You're on. These donuts are great, Brock. Misty said, closing her eyes as she took a bite of the sweet treat. Jelly-filled are my favorite. Trevor agreed with a nod, taking a bite of the donut he held between his paws. He and Misty then jumped about a foot as Venom suddenly swooped forward and impaled a donut that was on the plate near them. They are great. Venom agreed, happily munching the donut impaled on his arm needle. Trevor's fur was still sticking up a little from Venom's violent attack on the pastry. Did you know you have a really creepy way of eating donuts? He muttered. I agree. Kiera said as she watched jelly bleed from the donut and dribble down Venom's stinger, and Aiden nodded, looking disturbed. Hey, you try eating donuts without any paws or opposable thumbs. Venom retorted playfully. Plus, this is the fun way to eat them. Trevor rolled his eyes and was about to reply when they heard rustling in the trees. Above them. They all turned to look and saw a male Mankey who was a bit smaller than Judy climbing down from a tree. The Mankey came over to them, looking a bit shy, but with a friendly expression. He eyed the group with curiosity and then saw the donuts. His little nose twitched and he looked at them hungrily. He's so cute. Misty cooed. I'd bet you'd like a donut. Brock said to the Mankey, smiling. He grabbed a donut and handed it to the Mankey. The Mankey bounced eagerly as he took it. Thank you, he said happily, climbing on a boulder and eating his donut slowly. I wonder where Ash is. He's missing all this. Misty said. She then heard laughter close by. I'm gonna beat you, Judy. Ash called to her, laughing as he started to pass her. Not a chance. Judy called back as she sped up. Ash did too as they approached their camp. Guys, watch out for the... Misty called, but was too late. She winced as both Ash and Judy tripped over the pile of extra firewood Brock had gathered with Bulbasaur's help and tumbled to the ground. The Mankey jumped and looked to them. Kiera flew over to Ash and Judy, picking Ash up by his jacket and gently setting him on his feet. Are you guys okay? Ash nodded. I'm fine, he told her, helping Judy up. He then saw the Mankey, who was staring at Judy with his eyes wide in awe. Hi there, he said. Judy gave the stranger a smile. Hi. The Mankey opened his mouth to speak, but no words could come out as he looked at Judy, a blush appearing on his face. He looked very nervous and fled so fast his donut was left spinning in the air. Judy looked at Ash, completely confused. What was that all about? Maybe we spooked him when we came running into camp and crashed, or maybe he was afraid we were going to capture him. Ash said, looking to the tree the mankey had ran up sadly. Maybe. Judy said, taking a donut and looking to the trees. You can come down. We're not going to capture or hurt you, she called. But the mankey had already dashed away, leaping from tree to tree. Kiera grinned to herself. She had a feeling she knew why the mankey had gotten bashful and hid. And she had the feeling he'd be back. Meanwhile, the mankey was in a tree a few yards away, watching Judy as he tried to figure out how to approach her without making a fool of himself. She's the most beautiful mankey girl in the world, he murmured to himself. Then go talk to her. Don't hide in the trees like a scared purloin, a voice said, and he turned to see 3 mankey, his best friends. Teddy, I don't know what to say to her. I don't know how to talk to girls, he protested to his friend who had spoken. Teddy rolled his eyes. John, if you stay up here, you'll be kicking yourself later, because she's going to go off with her trainer. This is your one opportunity to talk to her, so go meet her. And calm down. It's not that hard to talk to girls. What should I even say to her? John asked. Tell her she looks nice. Girls love compliments, one of the other mankey put in before Teddy could answer. No, you should be witty, the third mankey protested. Use a clever line like I've got a good one. You're like an earthquake, you rock my world. No, don't use a cheesy pickup line like that unless you want her to slap you. Teddy warned. Just go with something simple like, hello, my name is. Poor John's head was spinning from the sudden influx of conflicting ideas as his friends argued over whose idea was best. Oh, and give her a little present. Girls love gifts, the second mankey advised, jumping down from the tree and grabbing a bunch of daisies, then climbing back up and shoving the flowers in his overwhelmed friend's arms. No, give her fruit. Fruit is way better than stupid flowers, the third mankey argued, picking several different kinds of fruit and piling them into John's arms so high the manly's eyes were barely visible. Now go get her. John took a deep breath and managed to jump down from the tree without losing any of his cargo, though the pile teetered dangerously, and managed to make his way towards Judy. But with the huge pile of fruit and flowers blocking his eyes, he didn't see a rock that was right under his feet and fell flat on his face, his gifts for the pretty mankey girl flying everywhere. Judy was helping pack up camp when she heard the thump and turned to see the shy mankey fall. She gasped and rushed over to help him, the others close behind her. She held out a paw to help him up. Are you all right? John nodded shyly as he took the proffered paw and she pulled him to his feet. His stomach did several flip-flops as her beautiful red eyes looked into his own. He could barely remember his own name, let alone what he wanted to say to her. What had his friend suggested again? You look nice for an earthquake. My name is blank, he blurted out, then smacked himself on the forehead, feeling like a moron. His friends, watching from the trees, face-palmed. Judy looked at him in complete confusion for a few seconds, then she burst out laughing. You're funny. Nice to meet you, blank. I'm Judy. John smiled shyly and picked up one of the daisies that hadn't been too squished when he fell. Actually, my name's John, he said sheepishly, giving her the flower. Judy smiled and took it, smelling it before tucking it behind her ear. Thanks. John smiled and struggled to think of something else to say, shuffling his feet. Judy, I need your muscle over here. Misty called, struggling to pull a tent stake out of the ground. Judy gave John a smile. Be right back, she told him before walking away. Brock glanced over at John and he didn't need to speak the Pokémon language to recognize the lovesick look on John's face, and he could definitely sympathize. Hey, Ash, let me handle this one, he whispered to his friend before sitting next to the mankey, who was watching Judy but trying not to make it obvious that he was. Hey, buddy, he said to the mankey, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. John glanced up at him and Brock gave him an understanding smile. You really like her, don't you? John looked over at Judy again and nodded. It's difficult to talk to girls, I know that better than anyone. You get so dazzled by them that you just babble whatever pops into your head, or you try to throw out a line that's supposed to be smooth but just comes out sounding really weird. Brock started, thinking about his experiences, then realized he was just making the poor Mankey more nervous. Well, what I'm trying to say is that I know. It's hard, but I think I can help you. Oh, this isn't going to end well. Trevor muttered, and Ash elbowed him gently to get him to be quiet before John could hear him. What? You know how Brock is with girls, he protested, but kept his voice down. Hey, it's not like you're any better. Kiera retorted. Remember that time you saw this girl Rattata you liked and you swore you'd never speak of that again. Trevor yelped. Ash rolled his eyes playfully at the antics of his Pokémon and turned back to watch Brock and John, wondering what Brock was going to tell the Mankey. Now, Judy's pretty easygoing and she loves to battle. Brock was telling John. So why not have a little play battle with her? It'll be fun for both of you if you like to battle, and you'll also get to show her your strength. Plus, it'll help you relax around her. John's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. Wow. It actually is. Trevor said, eyes wide, making Ash elbow him again. Okay, she's walking back over. Ask her if she'd like to have a play battle with you. Just keep it cool. Brock whispered to John and gave him a reassuring smile. John nodded and took a deep breath. Hey, guys. What's going on? Judy asked with a smile as she walked up. I'd like to know if you want to have a play battle with me. John asked nervously, then mentally face-palmed, wishing that he hadn't stammered so much. At least it was a lot better than, you look nice for an earthquake. My name is blank, though. Judy didn't seem at all bothered by the stammering and she smiled. That sounds like fun. This made John grin and he relaxed more. After finding an open spot to battle, the two took opposite sides of it. Ash and Brock went over to watch and a curious Misty soon joined them, along with the rest of their Pokémon. Since you challenged me, you can have the first move. Judy said with a grin and John rushed forward, karate chop at the ready. As he charged at her, Judy sneakily sidestepped and grabbed his wrist, flipping him easily. But John proved to have a few surprises in him and kept hold of her, pulling her down with him, both ending up in a tumbling roll. Finally, Judy managed to get a hold of John and use seismic toss, sending him flying, though John managed to twist in the air and land on his feet. Judy quickly got up while he was getting his balance. You're good. So are you. John said with a smile, though remaining wary of any tricks she might pull. The two Mankey sized each other up for a few minutes, then Judy rushed forward with a karate chop of her own, feinting left. John instinctively dodged right, but Judy was ready for this and used low kick to trip him up, making him tumble to the ground. John narrowly rolled away from her next karate chop and hit her with fury swipes, but he only got 2 strikes in before she dodged him and then hit him with a strong cross chop, sending him back. He was stubborn though and quickly got back to his feet again. He took a deep breath and subtly began to charge a focus punch. Judy rushed at him with another cross chop, but he dodged and slammed her with his power-charged fist, sending her flying back and landing hard. Judy got up unsteadily. Wow, he's good. I'd better end this quick. A sudden idea formed and before John could even move towards her, she leapt straight into the air, moving her arms into cross-chop position as she launched herself at him with blinding speed, using her newly perfected aerial ace move. John couldn't dodge in time as she slammed into him with the aerial ace and hit him with the cross-chop right after, sending him flying back and crashing 10 feet away. He tried to struggle to his feet, but collapsed, swirls in his eyes. Brock quickly went over to John and treated him with a revive and super potion as Ash went to go treat Judy, spraying a super potion on her wounds. Judy started to walk over to John to check to see if he was okay when she suddenly stopped. I feel a little funny. Ash noticed her expression. Judy, you okay? He asked, worried. Judy was about to turn to reassure him that she was fine when her body started to glow. Both Ash and John watched in awe as she rapidly grew in size, the glow soon fading away to reveal a large, and in John's eyes, an extremely beautiful, primate. "Wow, Judy, you evolved," Ash said, smiling. "How do you feel?" "Taller," Judy said, smiling, and it was definitely true. She was now almost as tall as Ash and more muscular than she had been, though her features hadn't changed that much. John was watching her with stars in his eyes. With a gentle nudge from Brock, he walked up to her. "Thanks. That was a great battle," he said shyly. Judy grinned at him. "You were awesome. That focus punch was really powerful. You'll have to teach me it." "I will if you teach me that jump move you used near the end of the battle. It was incredible." "What was it?" John asked, relaxing as he talked about the battle. "That was aerial ace. Ash taught me it," Judy told him, motioning to her trainer, who was talking to Misty and Brock. John's eyes went wide. "I didn't know Mankey could learn aerial ace." "Neither did I until Ash found out about it on the Pokédex. It's basically just a really accurate version of high jump kick for us Pokémon who don't have wings," she explained. "Trevor, my smarty pants Rattata friend over there, didn't believe it was possible either. He pouted for the rest of the day when he was proven wrong," she teased. "I do not pout," said Rattata protested. John laughed, but then looked confused. "What's a Pokédex?" "It's this weird computer thing humans have that gives information on Pokémon," Judy explained. John still looked lost. "Here, I'll get Ash to show you." "Hey, Ash," she called and Ash came walking over. "John wants to know about the Pokédex. Can you show him?" "Sure. What do you want me to show him?" Ash asked and John's eyes went wide. "He can understand Pokémon. It's a long story," Judy told John, though she didn't add any other details. John knew not to press her and just nodded as Judy turned back to Ash. "Try scanning me. It'll show John what the Pokédex does and I want to see what kind of goofy entry that thing will come up with for me," Judy said with a laugh. Ash pointed the Pokédex at his newly evolved Primeape and scanned her. "Primeape. If you make eye contact with this evolved form of Mankey, it will chase you forever." "Okay, that's really weird," Ash mumbled as he gave his Pokédex an odd look, then looked up, straight into Judy's eyes. Judy mock gasped. "Oh no, you looked at me. Now I must chase." She made a playful lunge at her trainer, who let out a noise somewhere between a yelp and a laugh as he dodged, then ran off, Judy right behind him, both laughing. It didn't take long for Judy to catch Ash with her long legs, and she snatched his hat right off his head. "Hey," he yelled playfully and leapt for her, but she dodged him easily. "Go long, John," Judy called to her new friend and threw at him. "What Ash?" John started to say as the hat landed right on his head. Ash quickly changed direction and ran towards John. "Me. Throw it to me," Venom called and John chucked the hat to him just in time. "Guys, careful. That's my official Pokémon League Expo hat," Ash protested, still playfully but also not wanting anything to happen to his favorite hat. "Do you know how tough that was to win? I can't believe that's a Pokémon League hat. I entered that contest too and didn't get anything," Misty commented. "I had to send in like 1,000,000 postcards to get that hat," Ash told her breathlessly as he zoomed past them, chasing Venom. Misty rubbed the back of her neck sheepishly. "No wonder I didn't win. I only sent in one." John watched in amusement as Ash managed to sneak up on Venom, only to have Kiera grab the hat before he could. "Enjoying the craziness?" a voice asked him. John turned to see Bulbasaur. John nodded with a laugh. "Is it always like that?" "No, only 90% of the time," Bulbasaur deadpanned. "Which one of the trainers is yours?" John asked. "Brock. The tall guy with the brown hair." Bulbasaur told him, pointing him out with the vine. John nodded. He's really nice. He is. Makes the best food in the world too. Bulbasaur agreed. I'm glad I got the chance to meet him. He's a good guy, always puts others first. Don't tell anyone I said anything that's sappy though. He added a light glare for good measure, but it didn't have any real venom in it. John nodded, thoughtful and quiet as he turned his attention back to the game of tag keep away. What he was thinking of could change his whole life, but could he be that impulsive? Could he leave everything he knew behind? Come on, Venom, just give it back. Ash called as he chased his Beedrill. Not a chance. Venom teased as he flew a little faster, keeping just out of reach. I'm open. Judy called, laughing, and Venom flew to her and dropped the hat into her paws. Ash nearly stumbled as he turned to run after her. I'm gonna get you, Judy. Ash yelled playfully after a long chase, and dived at her. She quickly leapt out of his way and started climbing a tree. Hey, no fair. Ash mock-whined as he started climbing after her. She simply sat on a high branch, put his hat on her head, and playfully stuck her tongue out at him. Now it's on. He managed to get to the branch just below her, but his heart leapt into his throat when he heard an ominous crack and the branch he was clinging to snapped. Before he could fall, a furry paw caught his wrist, and Judy effortlessly pulled him up onto her much more sturdy branch. I've got you, she said with a sigh of relief. You okay? Ash nodded, taking a few deep breaths to slow his racing heart. I'm fine. Thanks for saving my butt again. Hey, you know I'll always be here for you, she said, smiling. Ash smiled and took his hat back before gently ruffling the fur on her head. You always are. There was a moment of peaceful quiet as the two sat together, watching the view and simply enjoying one another's company. Hey, look, there's Celadon City. Ash said as he pointed to the large city, glowing softly in the setting sun. We're almost there. Only a little more to go. Judy grinned. Can't wait to kick butt in the gym. Ash chuckled. I know you will. The two relaxed for a few more minutes before hearing the others calling out for them. Oh, there you guys are. Misty called to them as the group walked over and saw them. We'd better get going so we can make it to Celadon City by tomorrow. John's ears fell. So soon? He asked, not aware he had said it out loud though. Sorry. Judy said softly. We do have to go, but you could come with us. John's ears went up in shock. I'd like to, but my friends, and my home. There was a soft thump behind him as his friend Teddy leapt to the ground. Dude, what are you waiting for? Go with her. Teddy, John started before Teddy pulled him out of earshot. Look, you have the chance to go on a huge adventure, something the rest of us would love. And a pretty girl is asking you to join her, even better. I know she's your dream babe. So don't be an idiot. You only have one life to live, so make it awesome. Teddy told him fiercely. I will. Thank you. John said softly. There's no need to be sappy. Now go. Teddy patted his friend's shoulder and pushed him back towards the group. John took a deep breath and walked up to Brock. Hey, I wanted to thank you for earlier. And ask if I can join you, he said shyly. Ash translated for him and Brock's eyes widened for a second but then he smiled. He liked the romantically awkward little Mankey and was glad for a sixth Pokémon to join his team. Of course. And the group set off for Celadon City, and for the first step on John's new journey with him, a chance John would never regret taking. They arrived at Celadon City the next morning and returned their larger Pokémon to their ball before heading for the Pokémon Center and gym, admiring the sights of the large, bustling city along the way, with its tall buildings, and according to Brock and Misty at least, great sense. Passing a small, stylish shop, Misty and Brock sniffed the air. Something smells heavenly. Brock murmured. Perfume. Misty told him. Ash caught a whiff as well and tried to hide a grimace as the strong scents of flowers and fruits mixed with chemicals hit his nose and made his head throb a little. He absolutely hated perfume. And he wasn't the only one. Trevor wrinkled his nose. It smells like ACHOO dash. The Rattata went into a volley of sneezes, nearly falling off Ash's shoulder. Trev, you okay? Ash asked, concerned. Yeah, I'm, fine, achoo. Ugh, achoo, I hate this stuff. Buddy, I think you're allergic to perfume. I'm going to put you back into your Pokeball. Ash told him. Achoo, thanks. Trevor sniffled, eyes and nose watering as Ash returned him to his ball. Poor guy. Ash murmured sympathetically. Are you guys okay? I'm good. It's a little strong, but doesn't smell that bad to me. Judy told him. I don't really like the smell, but it doesn't make me sneeze or anything. Aiden said, not wanting to go back to his ball. That's good. Hey, where'd Brock and Misty go? Ash said, realizing his two human friends had disappeared. He looked around and finally saw Brock with his face pressed up against the window of the perfume shop with his new Mankey and Bulbasaur beside him. Ash walked over and chuckled at Brock's goofy expression. Who you makin' faces at, Brock? My nose is telling me that this is my kind of town. Brock said dreamily as he stared through the window. John looked at Bulbasaur questioningly, who just shrugged. Huh? Ash asked and looked through the window to see a group of pretty teenage girls standing around, giggling and gossiping. Oh. I think we should stay here a while. Brock said, the goofy, love-struck grin never leaving his face. Ash just laughed. All right, I'll meet you at the gym then. He looked around. Where's Misty? Misty, he called as he started to go to look for her. Brock tapped him on the shoulder and pointed inside the perfume shop and Ash looked, seeing Misty go in and talk to a salesgirl. Misty looked out of the window and caught Ash's eyes, and she smiled and motioned him to come in. You've got to leave your Pokémon outside or put them in their ball. Perfume is flammable and the glass bottles are fragile, a salesgirl told Ash as he started to enter the shop. Ash nodded and led his Pokémon back out to Brock. Brock, can you watch Judy and Aiden? Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. Brock said, still distracted by girl watching. We'll be fine. We'll wait on the bench. Judy told him. Ash thanked them before going inside, wincing a bit at the much stronger smell of perfume, but ignored it and walking up to Misty, seeing her being attended to by two salesgirls, one with purple hair and the other one with green hair in a ponytail. This is one of our most popular. It's called Daffodil Dream, the green-haired girl said and sprayed a bit on Misty's wrist. Misty took a whiff. It smells just like a garden. Hey, Ash, what do you think? It's okay. Ash said. In truth, he didn't really like it, but he didn't want to tell that to Misty, especially since she liked it. She huffed a little. Well, don't sound so enthusiastic. Sorry, Mist. I'm not really a big fan of perfume. Ash admitted, knowing he couldn't lie worth beans. Misty gave him a questioning look. How come? It smells really weird to me, it's kind of expensive, and it gives me a headache. Plus, it made Trevor sick, he admitted. One of the salesgirls glared and was about to yell at him, when a voice came from the doorway of a back room. I resent that remark, a beautiful black-haired woman in a kimono growled as she walked up. The manager, one of the salesgirls whispered. The woman just ignored her. Young man, are you accusing me of overcharging my customers for inferior perfume that makes people sick? She growled at Ash. Misty glared at the lady and was about to yell at her, but Ash spoke first. No, ma'am. I'm not accusing you of anything. I just don't like perfume in general. He felt like he was digging himself into a deeper hole, but this situation was getting him confused and flustered. And this just made the manager more angry and she started to get in his face, making him back up a few steps. P for pretty, E for elegant, R for radiant, F for fun, U for urbane, M for mysterious, E for energy, and that spells perfume, one of the salesgirls said as she glared at Ash. Hey, why don't you back off? Misty growled as she went to defend her friend. If you object to our products so much, maybe you should leave. Since all we sell is perfume, you must find us offensive, the manager growled. I never said okay, fine, I will. Ash said angrily. Between the perfume and being yelled at for no reason, he was getting a massive headache. Yeah, leave, you insensitive little worm, a yellow-haired salesgirl yelled. You should be ashamed of yourself, the purple-haired one shouted and grabbed Ash roughly, intending to physically throw him out. Let me go. Ash yelled and wiggled out of her grasp before storming out of the store. Misty glared at the salesgirls and the manager, debating about giving them all a good hit with her misty mallet, then reluctantly deciding against as there were too many breakable and expensive perfume bottles that she didn't want to have to pay for if she broke them, plus a nearby security camera that would record it all if she did decide to take a swing. Instead, she gave them a venomous glare that had most of them looking pretty nervous before storming out of the store after Ash. Judy and Aiden hopped off the bench they were seated on and came over to them when they heard them come out. Judy noticed their expressions. What happened? Ash sighed and rubbed her head. Just something stupid. Don't worry about it. You ready to go to the gym? Judy frowned in concern, but didn't press and nodded, as did Aiden. Hey, Brock, you ready to go? He noticed Brock flirting, while attempting to flirt, with an off-the-clock salesgirl. Never mind that we'll meet you at the gym. Ash called to Brock, who nodded, then delivered some probably cheesy line to the girl, as evidenced by her slight irritation, John's confusion, and Bulbasaur's eye roll. With that, Ash, Misty, and their Pokémon headed off. What do you mean I can't come in? Ash asked incredulously a half-hour later as he stood outside the doors of the huge, vile-plume flower ceiling-ed gym. I have to battle here to earn the rainbow badge. I wouldn't let you in if you were the last Pokémon trainer on Earth, a blue-haired girl growled at him. This gym doesn't allow anyone who says that perfume is a stinky ripoff. I never said that I didn't. Why does a gym care so much about my opinion on perfume anyway? Ash protested. We manufacture that stinky perfume right in this gym, a brown-haired girl stage whispered into his ear. Ash accidentally said out loud the thought that was on his brain right now. Oh. So you see, young man, the blue-haired girl said with an evil grin, and before anyone could react, slammed a red-inked, X-shaped stamper into Ash's forehead so hard it actually knocked Ash down. You're the stinker. And with that, they slammed the door right in the startled boy's face, leaving Ash shocked and Misty in the middle of pulling her mallet out. Judy was seeing red right now, and in the rage primates were supposedly known for at the insults and attack against her trainer. Those %e carrot $. You don't percent hashtag and hashtag do that to my trainer. She then charged at the doors before either Ash or Misty could stop her. Ash had been momentarily stunned, and also surprised by Judy's colorful language, but being slightly ahead of her, managed to block her path, wanting to stop her before she got into trouble or hurt someone. Judy, Don Dash, he started to say, but was cut off when she, not seeing him in her rage, plowed right into him, knocking him to the hard concrete and making him bonk his head on the gym step. Ow! Thankfully, Ash's yelp of pain and seeing that she had accidentally hurt him snapped Judy out of her rage just in time. Arceus, Ash, are you okay? I'm so sorry, she said frantically as she helped him up and checked him over. Ash breathed a sigh of relief. I'm fine, Judy. But you have to be careful. You can't just lose your temper and charge like that every time someone insults me or does something to me that you don't like. You're a lot stronger now and you could really hurt someone, or you could get into a lot of trouble and get taken away from me. I don't want that to happen, he said, gently but firmly. But they. She sighed softly, knowing he was right. I know. I'm sorry. He hugged her. It's okay. I'm fine and you didn't hurt anyone. Just please, be more careful. She hugged him back. I will. Ash, you okay? Misty asked as she ran up. I'm fine. Can't believe I got kicked out of the gym, he sighed. Especially over perfume of all things, what am I supposed to do? I need that badge if I want to get into the league and I can't if they won't even let me in the gym. Can they even do that? Wow, I really screwed up. Ash, calm down. I know gym leaders can make some of their own rules, but I'm not sure they can go so far as to kick you out of the gym just because you don't like perfume. And you didn't screw up. It's a free country, you're allowed to state your own personal opinion in a store. I really wish I could show those girls a piece of my mind. Misty said angrily, gripping her misty mallet. Let's go talk to Brock. He's been a gym leader for a while and he'd probably know for sure if they can or can't kick me out. If they can, that I'm not sure what I'll do. Maybe go in disguise so they can't recognize me, he joked to try to make himself, Misty, and the Pokémon feel better. Misty had a sudden mental picture of Ash attempting to get into the gym in a ridiculous disguise and trying and failing to change his voice. She let out a small laugh. I don't think you're nearly a good enough liar for that. Let's go to Brock like you said and we'll think of something else that doesn't involve ridiculous disguises. That's Team Rocket's forte, not yours. Ash laughed at this and the little group headed back. Ash actually got kicked out of a gym. For not liking perfume? Brock asked in shock later after the two had met Brock on the road and told him what had happened. They can't do that. It's against league rules. A gym leader has to accept every challenge unless the trainer is violent or they think a trainer is abusing their Pokémon. Ash sighed in relief. So I can get my battle? Brock nodded. Yes, you can. Just go back and tell them to give you a battle or you'll contact the league about the problem. I'll back you up. As a former gym leader, I have contacts in the league I can get a hold of if they refuse. Thanks, Brock. Ash said gratefully. Brock smiled at his black-haired friend. No problem. When the group arrived back at the gym, they could hear arguing from across the street. A blonde teenage girl with a tank top and ripped jeans was yelling at the same gym trainers that had kicked Ash out as a geeky, dark-haired teenage boy wearing a Spinnerack Man t-shirt was trying to defuse the situation, a Scyther standing beside the boy while a cute little green Pokémon with red flowers on its head and a green and yellow leafy skirt stood beside the girl, looking just as sad as she was. The door was slammed in the faces of the two trainers and the boy had to hold the angry girl back before she charged at the doors and gently lead her down the steps. The group walked up to them. What happened? Ash asked. They kicked Danny out of the gym and he won't let me punch those B.witches, the girl said angrily. Emma, I wasn't going to let you get in trouble over me again. Danny told her. You got kicked out too? Ash asked in shock. He nodded with a sigh. You too? What made them kick you out? I told Misty I didn't like perfume when we were in the perfume shop and they took offense to that. Ash told him. I'm allergic to perfume and when we were passing by to go to the gym, one of those perfume sprayer people approached us and was about to spray us and I may have panicked and told her to not spray that smelly crap on me. Danny said sheepishly. This is ridiculous. Emma growled. A passing trainer overheard this, a teenager with short brown hair, a blue t-shirt, a green open jacket, jeans, and trainers. He came over just as Brock was opening his mouth to tell them that they could make the leader give them a battle. I couldn't help but overhear. It happened to me too a few months ago. Just tell them that by league rules, they have to give you a battle. They'll let you in. Maybe, but what about the next person this happens to? Brock was here to tell me they couldn't do that, but I didn't know that before I talked to him. If they weren't there, I would have likely panicked and done something stupid to try to get my gym battle. And if someone gets kicked out of the gym and they don't know they can make the gym leader give them a battle, they're out of luck. Ash said. Maybe we should call the league. Good luck. I submitted a complaint about this gym and they still haven't done anything about it yet, the brown-haired teenager grumbled. Well, I'm the sister of the Cerulean City gym leaders and Brock is a former gym leader. I think we can use that to make them listen. Misty said as she walked to a video phone nearby and dialed the league. With Brock and Misty's status, they were able to personally contact a higher-up league official, who immediately agreed to send someone over after the group told them what happened. Thanks for that. I'm Alistair by the way, the brown-haired teenager said. The rest of the group introduced themselves and they made small talk as they waited, the talk soon turning to their Pokémon. Your Pokémon is so cute. I've never seen that kind before. What's he or she called? Misty asked Emma. She's a Bellissime. Her name is Rose. Emma said, smiling. Where'd you get her? Misty asked, curious as to what region she came from. I evolved her from Gloom using a sun stone, she said, smiling. Wow, really? Misty asked. I actually have a Gloom myself. Her name's Tabitha. Maybe I should get a sun stone for her if she wants to evolve. I actually have an extra sun stone from an evolutionary stone set I won in a contest after I evolved Rose. Emma said, pulling it out of her bag. Here. You can have it. Are you sure? Misty asked, knowing evolutionary stones were worth a lot. Yeah, I don't have any Pokémon that could use it and it's the least I could do for the help you guys gave us, she reassured her and pushed the stone into Misty's hand. And I'd like to give you this. Alistair told Ash, giving him a black belt. I won it from that unofficial fighting gym in Saffron, but I don't have a fighting type to use it on, so I thought you could use it for your Primeape. I also have a few charcoal pieces I found so I'd like to give you one for your Charmander. Ash thanked him gratefully for the gift and the two got into a conversation about their Pokémon teams and the battles they'd been in. Meanwhile, Brock and Danny were talking about Pokémon care and breeding. Danny had some interest in Pokémon breeding and had even brought a few books on it which he showed to Brock. One was a hard-to-find book on Pokémon medicine that got Brock's interest and Danny could tell. I'd like to give you this as a thank you for getting us out of that mess. If we had had to confront them ourselves, I likely wouldn't have known what to do and Emma probably would have gotten set at them and punched someone. Brock hesitated at first, but Danny insisted. I've already read it and I think you'd really enjoy it. He held the book out to him, and Brock finally thanked him and took it. Not long after, two officials, a stern black-haired woman and a blonde guy, arrived and spoke to the group for a few minutes before walking to the gym doors with them and demanding to see the gym leader. A blue-haired girl wearing a green dress with a white stripe came to meet them. That's the manager of the perfume store. Ash whispered to his companions. Erica, that's the 6th complaint we've had this year about your gym kicking out trainers for not liking perfume, the female official said angrily. Many of them were very rude. And I didn't kick them out, my gym trainers did, she protested. If they asked me for a battle, I gave it to them. Only after they threatened to contact the league. Alistair growled. Look, whether people like perfume or not doesn't matter and neither you or your gym trainers has the right to kick anyone out of the gym over a personal opinion. It violates the league rules and you should know this, the official told Erica sternly. We are going to put your gym on probation for 6 months, and if there is another complaint about you banning trainers from your gym for no good reason, you will lose your gym. Erica's eyes widened with fear at this. And tomorrow you will give both Ash and Danny here their match, and I will be watching to make sure it happens. Erica nodded to this, knowing she had no choice. I will. I'll see you both at 10 tomorrow when the gym opens. And I apologize for my behavior and for the behavior of my gym trainers, she told them to satisfy the official. Though Ash wasn't sure how sincere the apology was, he nodded, as did Danny. Emma was still glaring. All right, I will see all of you tomorrow, the official said, emphasizing it so that Erica would know that she wouldn't get away with anything. She walked away and the group said goodbye to each other before heading off. That evening after dinner, Ash and all his Pokémon were in the outdoor training field at the hotel they were staying at, preparing for the gym battle happening the next day. Misty was out there with them, training for the water tournament, while Brock was using the little kitchen in their hotel room to make some Pokémon treats for another Pokémon cooking contest he was thinking about entering, with John and Bulbasaur getting the happy job of taste testing his new creations. "Whoa, all that happened while I was in my ball?" Trevor asked after Ash told them what had happened. "They actually kicked you out of the gym?" "You?" Kiera asked in shock and anger that her timid trainer had actually got kicked out of a gym. Over something as stupid as you not liking some sense. Maybe their brains were melted from having to smell that crap all day. Trevor muttered to himself. It had taken 3 washings for Ash to get the remaining traces of the perfume sent out of his fur so the Rattata would quit sneezing. "Yeah, but don't worry, Ki. It's all been taken care of." Ash reassured her. "Let's just focus on the battle tomorrow. It's going to be extra exciting, especially since there'll be a league official watching. I want us to do really well." "We will." Aiden told him. "So who's the final choice for who's going to be in this one?" "You, Judy, and either Kiera or Venom." Ash told him. "I really want to do this one. I haven't been in a gym battle for a while." Venom told them. "I haven't either." Kiera reminded him. "One of you will be in this one and the other will be in the next one." Ash told them, wanting to stop a fight before it happened. "Who's the next leader?" Kiera asked. "Koga. He's the poison-type gym leader. According to this, he normally uses a Venonat, a Golbat, and a Venomoth." Ash said, checking his league handbook. "I've actually seen him on TV. He's a ninja and he's really, really good. I think I'd like to battle him." Kiera said. "Sounds good. Venom can take this one then." The two nodded in agreement and Ash started all of his Pokémon on training. Kiera was perfecting her drill run while Venom worked on his aerial A's some more. Ash was also slowly teaching Levi to use flamethrower so that he'd have a secret weapon if he ever had to face a grass type. The move was difficult for Levi, but he was making great progress. Trevor was working on his Iron Tail, Shadow Ball and Thunderbolt to make them more powerful and Aiden was practicing his fire-type moves and working on his accuracy with the help of some small training discs Ash threw for him. Judy was working on her aerial ace and fire punch, knowing she'd need them for the gym tomorrow. Ash was watching Judy train when he had a sudden idea, remembering the battle she had had with John. He went up to her and told her about his plan for the battle. Judy's eyes lit up. "That's a great idea. Since I'm a fighting type, she'll never see that coming. I'll need to practice it some so I don't miss, but I think I can pull it off." For the next few hours, Ash and Judy practiced the new combo move they had worked out. The first few times, Judy had trouble with it, but by the end of the training session, she was able to do it accurately. After the training session, the group headed to bed, eager for the battle the next morning. Ash, Misty, Brock, Aiden, and Judy arrived at the gym a little before 10 the next morning, meeting up with Danny and Emma. Alistair had also came, wanting to watch. Thankfully, the gym trainers stayed out of their way when they entered the gym where Erica and the league official were waiting. Danny had his battle first, and he won with relative ease with the help of his Scyther and a Pidgeotto and Spearow, though Erica's Spore and Powder attacks did give him some trouble at one point. Once Erica had her Pokémon healed, it was Ash's turn. Taking a deep breath to ease the nervousness he got before each big gym battle, Ash stepped forward to his side of the gym as Erica took her place. "Okay, this is a 3-on-3 battle, no items allowed. Are you ready?" she asked. "I'm ready." "All right. Tangela, go," she called, releasing a strong-looking Tangela who let out a battle cry. "Venom, you're up." Ash called, letting out his excited Beedrill. "This should be easy," Erica said, not thinking much of her challenger. "Tangela, Razor Leaf." Dodge and use aerial ace. Ash called to Venom, and the Beedrill quickly leapt into the air, dodging the razor-sharp leaves sent at him and zoomed at Tangela at incredible speeds, knocking the grass type back and weakening it severely. Nice try, but we're not out yet. Tangela, constrict while it's close. Erica called. Ash knew Venom couldn't dodge in time, the vines already going around the bug's body. Keep your arm needles away from the vines, he quickly warned him, and Venom pulled his arm needles up before the vines could entangle them. Now pull it close, keep it still and use stun spore. Erica called, knowing that would increase stun spore's accuracy, and Tangela sent a wave of the paralyzing yellow powder at Venom, which the Beedrill couldn't dodge. Ash was worried but knew he couldn't panic for Venom's sake and that it would take a minute for the stun spore to take full effect. And how close Erica had her Tangela pull Venom to release the stun spore and make sure it hit would work to their advantage as well. Venom, poison jab while you're close. Despite beginning to feel the stun spore's effects, Venom slammed his powerful poison jab into the Tangela, knocking it out. Tangela! Erica cried out and returned her Pokémon. Venom, you did great. Time to take a rest. Ash told Venom, returning him as he knew the Beedrill was struggling to move with the stun spore. He mentally reminded himself to find a way or some moves that would help his Pokémon resist or heal status conditions and to be more careful in battle next time. Poor Beedrill. I'll give you some paralyze heals to help it after the battle. Erica said with concern but also somewhat condescendingly. Ash bit back the retort, struggling to come out, and simply said thank you. Aiden, your turn. Ash told his Charmander, who was out of his ball like usual and watching nearby. Aiden grinned and came to join his trainer. Well, this should be easy. Erica said mockingly as she looked at the small Charmander, thinking Ash had just gone with type advantage and let out an untrained or underleveled Pokémon, as most starters were at least on their second evolution by the time they reached her gym. Weepinbell, go. The yellow grass type glared at Aiden, but the little fire type was not intimidated. Now use Razor Leaf. The Weepinbell quickly shot off the leaves and they headed straight towards Aiden. Flame burst to incinerate them. Ash called and Aiden sent out several balls of fire, igniting the leaves before they could even get close to hitting him. Weepinbell gasped and dodged the burning leaves that were now falling back to the ground. Now Flamethrower. Aiden sent the powerful stream of fire at Weepinbell, knocking it out. Very good, but you won't beat my best Pokémon. Gloom, go. Erica called, releasing her prized starter, Gloom. At Erica's silent cue, the Gloom released a cloud of its powerful stench at Aiden, making the little fire lizard cough and gasp. Aiden. Ash cried out in worry as he saw Aiden coughing from the horrible stench filling the gym. Aiden may not have been hurt, but seeing him clutch his nose and struggle to catch his breath scared Ash. Not wanting to force Aiden to continue and make him seriously sick, Ash returned him to the ball. Judy, are you up for this? He asked his Primeape. Of course, she told him and came forward to join him. I have 4 brothers. I've smelled a heck of a lot worse from them, she whispered to Ash to reassure him, and he hid a laugh. Your battling skills may be impressive, Ash, but there's one thing you don't have. Empathy with your Pokémon. Without it, you'll never become a great Pokémon trainer like me. Erica called to him. Judy glared and was about to start an explosive rant about how Ash had more empathy in his little finger than Erica had in her entire body, and or get so angry she went into thrash, but Ash placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, calming her. Easy, Judy. Let's show her exactly how wrong she is on the battlefield. Ash whispered to her and Judy stepped forward. Poison powder, now. Erica called and Gloom sent a wave of purple powder towards Judy. Dodge and use Fire Ace. Ash called to Judy. Judy leapt out of the way of the poison powder easily and leapt into the air, charging up a fire punch as she did. What? Erica gasped. Gloom, dodge it. Gloom tried to dodge, but Judy simply changed direction in the air, the fire now emanating from her fist and the wind generated from the sheer speed of the aerial ace seeming to almost cover her as she zoomed down at the gloom in a blur, slamming into him and sending him halfway across the gym, knocking him out. "We did it!" Ash cried out happily and hugged Judy when she walked back to him. "Was there ever any doubt?" she asked with a grin. "With you guys on my side, never. You all are the best," he whispered to her so that Erica couldn't hear. Erica sadly returned her gloom and walked over to him, abashed. "Well, Ash, it was a good battle. I guess you have more empathy with your Pokémon than I thought. Here, you earned this." She handed him the rainbow badge and also a paralyze heal for Venom. Extremely happy because of the win, he thanked her politely, then immediately let Venom out to treat him, and checked on Aiden, who was fine now that he had gotten away from the gas. "Nice battle, Ash," Danny said. He and Emma had stayed to watch Ash's battle, as did Alistair. "Thanks. And you did awesome in yours," Ash told him. "You really showed her." "Nice," Emma said and high-fived him. "Yeah, that last move especially was really cool," Alistair told him. "That fire punch and the aerial ace worked well together. I'll have to remember that." The official came over and congratulated both boys on their wins. When the group filed out of the gym, the official stopped Ash. "I've seen a lot of battles with very strong trainers. But rarely have I ever seen such synergy between a trainer and their Pokémon as I have with you. It's clear you have a very strong bond with your team and are completely in tune with them. There are a few things you could improve on in your battling, but that's the case with everyone. Training is a learning process. But with how close you are with your Pokémon and how well you work together, I have no doubt that you'll do great things." She gave him a rare smile before walking away. Smiling, Ash left the gym rejoining his friends and Pokémon. After a while, they said goodbye to Danny, Alistair, and Emma, wishing them all luck in their journeys and then headed on their way to continue their own, heading to Hop 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 Town where new adventures and Misty's water Pokémon tournament awaited them.